Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
A guy with brown hair, holding a sword in his hand, ran along a forest path, breathing heavily. The main character thought that he had always wondered why the main characters of comics and short stories love to choose difficult paths. The brown-haired boy looked back, holding his sword in front of him. He stumbled, closed his eyes and rolled on the ground, hitting his back on the ground and cursing. The main character thought that if you really want to take possession of something, then don't you have to do everything to get what you want. The guy in the red jacket sat on the ground on one knee, picking up the sword from the ground and looked ahead, frowning, asking what was happening. A man in dark armor landed on the ground in front of him, with straps on his chest and hips, his face covered by a dark hood. The guy clenched his teeth, beads of sweat running down his face as he asked why. He clenched his hand into a fist and his face contorted with anger as he loudly asked the man what he wanted from him, calling him a psycho. The dark cut that struck. A beam of black energy hit the side of the guy with brown hair, causing him to exclaim in surprise. He fell to the ground, holding his side and closed his eyes, crying out in pain. The guy opened his eyes, looking at the dark shoes of the man who stood in front of him. He clenched his teeth and looked up at him fearfully, again asking why. A guy in a black hood, with a mask on his face and black hair, lowered his gaze to the guy, asking again. He knelt down on one knee in front of him and grabbed the guy in the red jacket by the wrist, causing him to step back with a frown. The guy with black hair frowned and turned his hand with the second sword, pointing it at his chest. White splashes of blood on a red background. The main character with black hair stood up, spreading his arms to the sides, while the guy in the red jacket sat on the ground with a sword in his chest. The black-haired one said that killing others and taking their things is much easier. He frowned, lowered his gaze and asked if he was wrong, to which the second shouted to leave him alone. The guy with brown hair squatted down on one knee, frowned, extended his bloody hand and shouted that if he was so good, let him hunt high-level players. Why would he cling to beginners? The black-haired one took the guy by the chin, approached and asked if he didn't understand anything. The other clenched his teeth with a frown, asking what. The guy with black hair swung his dagger sharply, striking the second man's neck. The guy in the red jacket fell to the ground in front of his feet and the main character said that he had explained it. The man in the black hood sheathed his sword, clenched his hand into a fist and looked at the corpse and said that it was easier and more convenient this way. The main character frowned and looked down. Fully immersive virtual reality game, August. A man in a black cloak and boots walked along a road in the forest. He stopped on a rock, from which he could see a large kingdom standing near a cliff. A waterfall was visible near the kingdom. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. August is an RPG in a fantasy world. It is famous for complete freedom of action and a huge world. People were walking along the city streets. One of the players was sitting on a green turtle, holding the reins. Of course, such a game instantly attracted many players. Today this game is #1 with tens of millions of users. The main character looked at the guy's corpse, clenching his hands into fists, while he dissolved into blue pixels. August is the best game in the world. The warmth of the brown-haired guy gradually disintegrated into blue pixels, disappearing. The main character looked up at the two system windows that appeared in front of him. There were windows in front of him that said that he killed the user. The level of infamy has increased. Infamy, 1,000,001. The number of points has surpassed 1,000,000. His level of infamy is huge. Rewards. The worst criminal achievement has been obtained. The guy asked what the window is. He looked at the system window, on which it was written that the worst criminal achievement had been obtained. The guy with black hair took off the mask from his face, looking at the system window in shock and asked the worst one, and what did he do to become the worst? I haven't killed that many people. The main character stuck out his index finger, thoughtfully lowered his gaze and muttered that there were a maximum of 100,000. He put his hand to his chin, thoughtfully saying that maybe there will be more. He has fought with many in 2 years. The guy grinned and said that he would look at his achievements. On the system window, it was written, the name of the achievement, the worst criminal, plus 100% damage when attacking a person. He is the person who has the most kills. His name is now known throughout the continent. All races fear him, and people shake at the mention just by the name. The main character put his hand to his chin, saying that this is not bad, it doubles the damage to people. The guy put his hands on his waist, looking around in the forest clearing and thought that there were no witnesses. And that guy was in battle, so he couldn't take a screenshot. Everything was perfect. The guy says that now he needs to clean up here and leave. Two system windows appeared in front of him and the guy frowned and looked back at them. He looked in surprise at the system windows, on which it was written that the detection skill was activated. A person was detected within a radius of 50 meters, and the main character thought, is it really a player now? The guy in the black hood ran forward along the forest path, wondering if this was a coincidence, if it was bad timing, maybe it was a bounty hunter. The guy hid behind a tree, peeking out from behind it, smiling, and thought that he would hide for now. The main character's body became translucent while he was sitting behind a tree. He looked at a man who was hidden by a shadow, who was walking through the forest, clenching his hands into fists. A guy in black clothes with black short hair was walking along the path. Above him was the name Goovy. Goovy looked to the side with a frown, and the main character wondered if he had really used a real name. The man with short hair looked forward, and the protagonist wondered why he had no rank and his armor was made of fabric. He looked at the black sheathed sword on Goovy's belt, thinking that the sword looked cheap. The main character glanced at the boots of the man standing in the forest and thought that all his equipment was so simple. He stood behind the tree with a frown while Goovy looked in that direction. The main character turned his back to him, looked over his shoulder with a frown and thought that he really smelled of poverty. The guy put his hand to his head, lowered his head, Goovy stood behind him, and he thought that he would hunt someone else, time for the next prey. Suddenly a voice was heard saying that this is where he is. The main character frowned in surprise and looked to the side, mentally asking what. The guy in the black cloak sharply put his sword in front of him, waved it and opened his mouth wide, mentally asking how he noticed it. There were many cuts that glowed red. Goovy frowned, lowering his sword, which he was holding in both hands. The main character looked down in surprise at his sword, which broke into two parts. He exclaimed in surprise as his sword broke, red blood splattering onto its blade. The guy knelt down, dropping his sword, drops of blood flowing from his chest, and he thought that he had been wounded. The main character fell face down on the ground, thinking that this couldn't happen. He looked with half-closed eyes at Goovy, who was standing over him, and thought that he had died at the hands of such a weakling. His eyes began to slowly close as he weakly tried to think of something. The system window showed that Luke had died. The other two system windows showed that due to his high level of infamy, the killer player will not be punished. Luke is the worst criminal in history. As punishment for his death, he is not allowed to enter the game for the next 24 hours. Two more system windows show that he would be imprisoned in the Great Clock Prison. A large white room. There were 5 booths along the wall with sliding numbered doors. In the center of the room there was a round table with 4 chairs, on which there were cans of drinks and various snacks. The main character opened door number 3, sitting in a chair in front of the monitor inside the cabin, cursing loudly. He closed his eyes and frowned and put his hand on his face, saying that Goovy is a scoundrel. The guy thought that murderers with a high level of notoriety often become victims of more serious punishments. Luke crossed his arms over his chest with a wide smile, laughing. The system window below him showed 1,000,000 points of infamy. A large club fell on the guy, causing him to grit his teeth, and Luke thought that when you die, the level drops, all the items that were in your inventory fall out. Luke stuck out his tongue as he lay dead on the ground as books, weapons, and lots of coins flew around him. The main character lowered his gaze, putting the blue jar to his lips, wondering if he really died like that. He looked to the side with an irritated face, squeezing the can in his fist, causing the liquid to splash out of it, and said that if he remembered, he would immediately get angry. What kind of person it was. Luke threw the can into the trash can with his other hand in his pocket and thought that he was the worst criminal in the world, so the punishment would certainly be severe. The guy put his hand to his chin, frowning thoughtfully and thinking that he would try to enter the game a little later and see how things were going. Luke stood in front of the bars with his hands on them, wearing only a white shirt and dark pants. He frowned, looking forward in surprise, and clasped his hands on the bars, asking what. On a high mountain there was a building, above which a large seal opened in the sky. Luke thought it was a great clock prison, the top of a 100-meter mountain. The system windows showed that his crimes were so numerous that no list would be enough for them. The Empire of Ruins deprived him of his rights. He was a terrible criminal, so there was not even a trial. The Empire sentenced Luke to life in prison. The main character looked up questioningly, raising his eyebrows. He closed his eyes and smiled widely, laughing loudly. Luke hit the bars with his hand, frowning and shouting at least to give him a trial. He clenched his teeth, stuck his hand through the bars and shouted that they had sentenced him so quickly it was not funny. The main character frowned at his left hand. He raised his right hand, also looking at her. The guy looked down at his pants, raised his leg and asked what was happening and why he was dressed like that, thinking that it wasn't just that. Luke extended his hand, opening the system inventory window, in which all the slots were empty. Several system windows showed that he was currently serving a prison sentence. All of his items were confiscated, and his skills were also blocked. Another system window showed that its levels were reduced. Luke screamed loudly, cursing. He hit the bars. A guard stood to the side near another cell, and the guy shouted that now, there are things that you can't touch. One of the guards closed his eyes and scratched his ear, asking why he was so angry. Luke fell to the floor, closing his eyes and resting his hands on the floor, cursing. He clenched his teeth and frowned, lowering his gaze, thinking that this game was in the abyss. It was definitely some kind of bug. The guy looked to the side, saying that he needed to quit this game since it sucked so much. A small bone landed next to him. Luke looked at the bone that lay near his hand. He threw the white bone away from him, waving his hand, and shouted what it was. The bone hit a black hooded figure who was sitting against the wall. The guy stood up, looking at the figure in surprise. Under the hood, the skull of a skeleton was visible, which was holding something in its mouth, and Luke mentally asked why the skeleton was there. He tilted his head, looking at the piece of paper that was clutched between the skeleton's teeth. The guy pulled out a small package, holding it between his fingers. 2 system windows showed that Luke had found the king's trail for the first time, and he had encountered the will of the king for the first time. The main character held a piece of paper in his hand with something written on it and thought about the king and freedom. Luke looked down at the paper in his hand. 2 system windows showed a test from it. He was used to being the worst. In his glory years he was the Lord of Shadows and the ruler of darkness. He is the king of all criminals. Luke clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, raising his other hand and saying that he understood. Let it pass. The system windows with the text said, however, he became a problem for the heroes of the 10 kingdoms in the continent. They were probably jealous of how much treasure he had, so he was declared the worst of evils, and a hunt for his head began. The main character looked at the hooded skeleton and said, it means he was offended and robbed by these heroes of the 10 kingdoms, so much bragging, and he himself was robbed. The system window showed that he repaid them in the same coin. Luke frowned, looking down at the paper, asking what it meant. He closed his eyes and threw the paper aside, saying that he didn't care. At first it was good, but then it became boring. He scratched the back of his head as he turned away, a bright white light shining behind him as he said that the king's will was so stupid. Luke turned around. A piece of paper was flying in front of him, from which a bright white light emanated. The guy looked at the paper when inscriptions appeared above it that one day the heir to the king will appear. He will shake their world and destroy everyone. He will steal everything that belongs to them. Luke looked up, standing in front of the glowing paper, and asked what kind of light it was. Dark blue energy began to emanate from the skeleton at the wall, and several system windows showed that the king of the Valley of Darkness, who was unjustly judged and doomed to death, was waiting for the one who would avenge his pain. In his last moments, the king sealed a special power, and Luke would be suitable for her. Another system window appeared that showed whether he would accept the king's will, a warning that levels, skills, and points would be reset, and the answer options were yes or no. Luke frowned and looked at the system window that was in front of him and asked what. He smiled, putting his hand to his face, and asked if this was a hidden quest. He agreed to everything. The guy raised his finger to the yes option, but said stop. He sighed and looked away from the system window. The guy looked at the bars, frowned, and muttered stop again. Luke fell to his knees, closing his eyes, and sadly said how mean this is from life. He threw his head back, a tear flowing from his eye as he screamed that he couldn't get out of here even if he agreed to the quest. White Hall. The main character was sitting at a round table on one of the chairs. The guy held a black phone in his hand, frowning at the screen. A search was opened on the phone. The line said King of the Gloomy Valley. The request gave an error. The inscription no results. Luke thought there was no information. He closed his eyes and rested his head on his hand, thinking that this was the first time he had found a secret quest. Why now? The guy leaned back in his chair, lowered his hands, and thought that all the items were taken, and the skills were unavailable. He should just give up. Luke stood in the prison cell in front of the system window, frowning at it. He looked at the inscription on which it was written, a warning, levels, skills, and points will be reset. The guy thought that it was written here that all characteristics would be reset. He crossed his arms over his chest, sitting on a chair in the hall, and pursed his lips, thinking that if he accepted the quest, all the characteristics would be reset. Luke put his hand to his chin, smiled, and said it was worth a try. A city street, on which stood other players in various clothes. A man was visible at a bench, an old man in round glasses. A man in brown boots stood on the path. Luke raised his hands, closed his eyes with a wide smile, and shouted success. The system window showed the character being recreated. A guy in a black hood, armor, and a mask with his arms crossed on his chest. Above him is level 99. Luke in a white shirt who was smiling. Below him is level 1. The guy thought that if a character in August returns to level 1, then he has 2 options. You can continue from the place where you died, or you can return to the starting village. The main character in a prison cell extended his hand forward. A blue light and inscriptions in an unknown language shone above it, and the guy shouted restart. Inscriptions in an unknown language swirled around him as, with a wide smile, he clenched his hand into a fist and raised the other, shouting that he wanted to go to the starting village. Luke thought he had chosen the latter option. He put his hand to his chin with a smile, looking to the side and thinking that of course this might seem like a waste of a reboot. It would take time to adjust to a new character. He glanced at the 2 guards who were walking along the road towards him, exclaiming in surprise. Luke covered himself with his hands, frowning at them, and wondered why the guards were coming here. Had they really already found out that he had escaped? The guy closed his eyes, put his hands in front of him and mentally cursed, thinking that he had terrible luck. The guy looked in surprise at the guards who walked past him. He looked at their backs in confusion, asking if they had really ignored him and maybe this was another bug. Luke scratched his cheek, remembering how he ran away from the guards who were chasing him and thought that usually they rush at him with swords as soon as they show him in the city. The guy with a thoughtful face put his hand to his chin, calling up the stats window as he looked at it. The stat box that said, Worst Criminal, Luke, Job, Best Thief, Stamina, 1, Strength, 1, Luck, 1, Fame, 0, Agility, 1, Speed, 1, Faith, -1024, Infamy, 0, Reward, 1 billion, Passive, False Identity, hides evil deeds, but the punishment still applies. Luke frowned at the system window, standing in front of it, and wondered why the notoriety was at 0. He looked at the inscription, which read, Hides bad deeds, but the punishment still applies. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, raised his hands and thought, would he really have to hide? He shouted, they are mocking. Luke smiled widely, clenching his hand into a fist, calling on the skill window, and it opened in front of him. The guy thought that there was a passive skill, so there must be some other skills. He pressed his finger on the skills window, saying that he would check. The system window showed passive skill, false identity, hides evil deeds, but the punishment is still in effect. The other two system windows showed active skills, level 1 search, you can study things that can be stolen from the intended target. The distance should be small, use is impossible if the target sees Luke, if you move away from the target or stop looking at it. The search will be interrupted, level 1 theft skill, you can steal items found during a search. After each unsuccessful theft the probability of success drops, if the probability drops to 0%, the victim will notice and mistake it for an attack. The main character scratched his cheek, casting a questioning glance at the system window. He turned his head from side to side, looking at the two system windows and thought that Eccentric was a very ordinary thief. He waved his hand, causing the system window to begin to dissolve, and raised his gaze, displeasedly saying that he couldn't believe it, but he needed to test his abilities. The guy frowned, mentally shouting a search. Red energy began to emanate from his eyes. A system window with the inscription search appeared above the heads of people walking along the street. The guy looked in surprise at another system window, on which it was written, Target, you need to select a target, and thought that this means it works for both players and NPCs. He looked at a guy with curly hair and a red cloak who was talking to someone. Luke grinned at him and thought this guy would do. He put his hands behind his back as he walked next to the two guys, looking away and whistling. The main character looked at the player in the blue cloak. A system window opened next to him, which showed the target was selected. The user was Sangalchai and the search button. Luke thought that this is how it works. He looked at the system window with a wide smile, on which it was written, Sangalchai items, rabbit skin 85%, headbands 83%, glass beads 71%. The guy exclaimed coolly and thought that he could even inspect the inventory. The main character clenched his teeth, joyfully looking at the back of the guy in the blue cloak and thought that this was a great ability. Luke crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the two guys in front who were talking to each other. One raised his index finger and the other closed his eyes with a smile, waving his hand. A guy with black hair stood in front of the system window, on which it was written that the distance to the target was too great. The search was interrupted. He thought clearly. Luke crossed his arms over his chest with a smile. Red energy emanated from his eyes and he thought that he shouldn't be upset. There are still many goals. The sky became dark. An orange light shone on the horizon, houses near which the main character walked, thinking that he was sure that he would find someone. The guy walked along the road near the lanterns, thinking that he should follow the views, the place, the objects. Luke looked to the side and then turned his head, thinking that the chance of a successful theft depended on this. He stopped in front of a man in a chef's outfit, who was sitting near the boxes, sighing heavily. Luke covered his smile with his palm, thinking that he should rob someone who probably wouldn't notice, the first victim. The guy with a wide smile extended his hand towards the man. Red energy emanated from him when he said search. System windows showed NPC resident, target selected, search. Next to the man, who closed his eyes while holding the bottle, a system window appeared with an image of a dagger and the inscription Rusty Dagger, 100%. The guy thought what happened. He extended his hand to the side, dark blue energy shone around it and the guy smiled evilly, mentally screaming theft. The system window showed that the theft had begun. The system window with a dagger passed through the protagonist's hand. Luke grabbed the dagger, clenched his other hand into a fist and looked down at it with a smile, thinking that it worked. He looked in surprise at the system window that appeared in front of him and on which it was written, the theft was successfully completed. He received a rusty dagger. Experience increased. Skill level increased. Infamy level increased. The guy thought, did he really get experience points? This is great, and if this continues, he will level up faster than last time. Luke put the dagger in his pocket, walking away from the man with a smile, and thought that it's worth stealing only from fools. Who should he rob next? The guy looked to the side when someone asked if he had a high-level item. The bald man stood in front of the blonde man, putting his finger to his lips and asking him to be quiet. The blonde man smiled widely, saying that it was cool and he was jealous, and the man replied that he was just lucky. Luke smiled widely, clenching his teeth and looking at them, thinking that he had just said that he had a high-level item. In Agas, items are divided into categories: a book and a moon earring with a blue light around it, a twisted staff and a dagger with a green light around it. Some items are considered common: boots and a pendant, around which there was a golden glow, and a black sword with an amulet, around which a purple glow shone. Then there are rare, unique and heroic items: the silhouette of a golden spear, next to which there were rays of golden energy, and, finally, legendary artifacts. Only one of these has now been found. Luke thought that even if the quality of an item is only one level higher than normal, such items often have interesting buffs that can be useful until you become a high-level player. People hidden in shadow: the man in the middle was holding a sword, the girl on the right was holding a bow, and the magician on the left was holding a staff. In front of them was a mountain of gold. If an item has a special characteristic, it can be sold at a high price. Luke looked at the bald man with a smile and the blonde man, who smiled widely and scratched the back of his head. The guy thought that he had obtained a powerful item and brought it to the starting location. He would be next. A blonde man and a bald man walked along the road, talking. Behind them stood the main character with his hands folded behind his back. Luke turned his head, looking to the side, listening to the conversation when the blonde asked if he would use it himself, and the man replied that he would first find out the cost, and only then would he think about it. Luke smiled, looking at their backs, and thought that he should always be on guard, otherwise people like him would have a chance to steal. The street was filled with people. A queue was visible at one of the shops. A shop with a guy behind the counter holding an amulet, saying it was 2 silver ones. A guy in a green robe asked maybe 5. Other people were queuing up behind him. Someone said, "This is the line, but nothing can be done, they will wait." Luke stood with a smile behind the bald man, who smiled widely, closed his eyes and thought that this was his chance. The guy smiled slyly, his eyes glowed red, and he mentally said search. The system window showed useless junk 74%, bandages 88%, broken swords 44%. Luke thought, what is this? Why are there so many useless items? He looked dissatisfied at the system window, mentally screaming with anger whether he even had anything high level. The system window, on which there was a hood 68%, a bitten apple 85%, glass fragments 71%. An unidentified object, there was a green light around the inscription, and the main character thought that this was it. He tilted his head in surprise to the system window, on which it was written that the item could not be stolen, and mentally asked why. The system window showed recognition. Some items cannot be stolen until they pass identification. You need to perform recognition first. Luke thought about recognition. The guy behind the counter shouted next, and the main character raised his head in surprise, mentally cursing. He frowned and extended his hand, next to which a red light shone, thinking that he couldn't give up. He had to try recognition. The system window showed recognition as well as a progress bar, under which there was an inscription, progress 14%. Another system window showed recognition. The bar has advanced, progress 46%. Luke thought that the number was growing. It turns out. The guy in the shop extended his hand to the blonde man who stood in front of him. The next was a bald man, and behind him Luke, who smiled, clenched his hands into fists, and thought that almost everything was left. The blonde turned to his friend and smilingly said that he was finished and let him quickly evaluate the item. The man agreed, and Luke clenched his teeth behind him, looking at the system window and thinking that it would move faster. The guy with black hair smiled widely, mentally shouted ready. Dark energy appeared around his fist, and the system window showed recognition successful. He identified the item. Luke mentally shouted theft. The bald man put down his bag, rummaging through it and frowning, and said that he needed to evaluate something. The guy in the shop asked about a special item, asking to see it. The bald man looked down in surprise at the bag, rummaging through it, and asked what. He raised his eyebrow, asking where he had gone, and the guy in the shop said, "That means he has nothing, let the next one pass." Luke pushed the bald man in the back with his elbow, saying, "Is he really going to hang around here until tomorrow? Let him not make honest people wait," and move away. The bald man turned around, trying to say something. Luke clenched his hand into a fist, looking at him angrily, and shouted, "Is he deaf?" The man looked at him nervously, screaming. The main character handed over a dagger to the shop, saying that he wanted to sell it, and the employee said that it was a rusty dagger. Luke stood behind the bench with a smile. A blonde guy put his hand on the bald man's shoulder, saying that maybe he disappeared because of a bug and he would file a complaint. Another said that it was a valuable item, they would return it. Luke walked around the corner, looking around with a smile. He pressed the inventory button in front of him, thinking that now he could check it. The guy frowned at the system window, looked down and sighed in surprise. An orange soda can that Luke opened. He smiled, sitting in the white hall and looking down at her, thinking that he could not get this item after so many murders, and now it fell into his hands. A golden bracelet with a pattern around which a green light shone. The system window showed a wind bracelet. Luke thought it was a special item with a speed buff. The man who hit the spear, causing a bright blue explosion of energy to occur at the site of the impact. The spear was surrounded by blue lightning, the speed of the attack. The man jumped forward, holding out his hand. There was blue energy around him, and blue lightning around him, agility. Luke smiled, looking forward and holding a can of soda in his hands, thinking that all the characteristics related to speed increase. There are no restrictions on it, so anyone can use the item, so it costs a lot. The guy closed his eyes and put his finger to his lips, thinking that perhaps his destiny was to become a great thief. The guy slammed the door to one of the booths, thinking that he should find out the market value of the bracelet. The guy was sitting at the computer, looking at the monitor where the news tab was open. On the news, there was a man and a woman sitting at a round table who said that there had been an interesting rumor going around among high-level players lately. Another presenter said that there were rumors that some newcomer was hunting the top rankers. The main character smiled while listening to this and said that it looks like some kid is imitating him. The presenters said, "Isn't Luke the worst killer in history doing this? It's just a coincidence." The leading man smiled. There was a photo of Goofy next to him and the man said that thanks to one player they learned about the hunter's appearance. They will take a closer look. Photo of Goofy, who was dressed in black clothes, with a sword and a black sheath on his belt. Luke frowned, looking at this in shock and shouted, "It's that scoundrel." He remembered a guy with short black hair, who clenched his hands into fists and approached him. Goofy frowned, swinging his sword down. Luke clenched his teeth in anger, hit the table with his fist and thought that he would not forget the face of that fool. Someone said that 6 have already fallen. There are 8 left. The situation is difficult. In a large room, people were sitting on chairs at a large round table. The room was lit by candles on the walls. The system window showed the 10th meeting of the heads of the best August guilds. One of the hooded men tapped his finger on the table, asking where Goofy came from. Another man next to him said that he tried to find out, but found nothing. Another hooded man leaned back in his chair, laughing and saying that he was talking about an unofficial high-level guy. The man next to him raised his hand, saying that right now he needed to appear. One of the people put his hands on the table, saying that they need to quickly deal with him, and the other next to him said that they did not know how to catch him. One of the people raised his index finger, saying that this guy looks like Luke. The 3 hooded men's eyes widened in shock. One of them pointed forward, shouting, "Why, remember the name of this pathetic guy." Another scratched his head and said the thought of it made him feel nauseous. The hooded people were angry, remembering the main character in a cloak with his arms crossed on his chest, who smiled, thinking that compared to Luke, Goofy was an angel. One of the people at the table raised his hand, telling them to calm down. The man with black hair frowned, folding his hands in front of him. The system window showed the head of the Goblin Guild, Racino. He said that isn't it time for them to think about how to stop the insolent? They should try for a great cause. A street along which various people walked, some standing near shops. Luke frowned, remembering the guy with short hair, and thought that of course he felt something strange back then. How dare he kill him, a high-level player, in such cheap things? The guy looked to the side, clenching his hands into fists, and thought that it would take him some time to regain his previous strength. He walked next to 2 people talking, his hand glowing blue as he thought that one day, surely. Luke's eyes glowed red and he frowned. The guy looked at the system window, on which it was written, "Theft was completely successful, experience increased, skill level increased, infamy level increased." The guy thought that he took all his items. One of the streets along which the main character was walking was brightly illuminated by the sun. There were barrels and various debris on the road. Luke extended his finger to the system window, frowning and calling up the characteristics window. The system window showed Worst Criminal, Luke, Level 4, Job Best Thief, Stamina 2, Strength 1, Luck 1, Agility 3, Speed 1, Faith -1024, Notoriety 0, Fame 0, Skills Used, Passive, False Identity. Luke smiled and clenched his hands into fists, raising them and thinking that in just 2 days he had reached the 4th level. At this rate he would reach the 10th in just a week. Someone called the main character and he looked to the side with a dissatisfied face. A fat man with red hair, scars on his face, held a dagger in his hand, smiling evilly, asking for a minute. A dark-skinned man next to him raised his index finger, asking if he shouldn't answer when elders speak to him. Luke thought, what kind of non-intelligent life forms are these? The bald man closed his eyes with a smile and laughed, saying that it seemed they scared him. The red-haired man smiled, telling Luke not to be afraid, they are good guys. Red pointed his dagger forward, saying with a wide smile that they had a difficult situation, maybe he should team up with them. Luke turned away, putting his hands in his pockets and closing his eyes, and said that he didn't want to. The 2 men looked at him in surprise. The main character raised his eyebrows when the notification appeared in front of him and thought that this was an unexpected quest. On the system window it was written, "Unexpected quest, clear the village of evil, difficulty level, normal, bandits who usually hide in the alleys want to get into a fight with him. They often bother the residents, you need to teach them a lesson, condition, defeat the village criminals. 0 out of 2, the player will receive a reward from the village leader when he completes the quest." Luke smiled, looking to the side and thought about the village leader, and since he was here, why not try it? The guy turned around at the 2 bandits, shouting to them, and they looked at him in surprise. The bald one asked what. Luke pointed his finger at them, frowned and shouted if they were too talkative, let them hold their tongues. The redhead frowned at the guy, shouting scoundrel. He gritted his teeth as he walked towards Luke and swung his sword, shouting at him to die. The redhead swung his dagger towards Luke, who turned around, dodging the blow and going behind the man's back. The main character tripped the man. The red-haired man fell to the ground, closing his eyes and dropping his dagger, and Luke looked at him with a smile, raising his leg. The dagger fell to the ground, hitting it. The red-haired man put his hands on the ground, clenched his teeth and looked back, cursing loudly. Luke smiled, raising his leg above the man's face and asked what. He stomped on his head, slamming the man's face into the ground, causing him to scream. Luke clenched his hands into fists, looking forward with a smile and standing with one foot on the redhead's head, saying that this was a pleasant feeling. The bald man looked at this in shock, calling out to the redhead. He clenched his hand into a fist and frowned at the main character, shouting at him to remove his foot. Luke frowned at him and asked about cleaning it up. The bald man covered his chest with his hands, looking at him in surprise. Luke pressed his foot on the red-haired man's head and he closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and screamed. The main character bent down, picking up a dagger from the ground. He looked at it with an evil smile, holding it in his hands, and said that he had not done this for a long time. Luke raised his dagger to strike. With a wide, evil smile, the guy lowered the dagger, his eyes glowed red, and he thought that now it was time to become the worst criminal Luke again. The guy stuck a dagger into the red-haired man's neck, causing his eyes to turn white, and he screamed loudly. Luke thought that he would not doubt it. The guy pulled the dagger from the man's bloody neck, thinking that he would never show mercy. Luke stood over the red-haired man, whose body began to disintegrate into pixels, glowing with a bright blue light. The system window showed the condition, defeat the village criminals. 1 of 2. The bald man fell to the ground, looking at this in horror, and called out to the red-haired man again, raising his hand. Luke stood in front of him with an evil smile, raising a dagger in his hand, and mentally sarcastically thanked them for the fight. The dark-skinned man turned his head away, clenching his teeth, tears in his eyes as he asked not to come closer. The man's teary eyes reflected the protagonist, who raised a dagger above him. The system window showed that the level has increased. The level has increased, the quest conditions have been fulfilled, you need to go to the head of the Hamilton village for a reward. A large house, there were trees on both sides of the path, the area was surrounded by a fence, there were 2 guards at the gate, the system window showed Hamilton House, the head of the starting village. The 2 guards in front of the gate were dressed in red and black armor, holding shields and spears. One of the guards noticed Luke walking along the path to the gate. 2 guards put their spears forward, one of them said to stop, saying that this was the house of the head of the village. The second told him to leave if he did not make an appointment. Luke pointed his thumb behind him, smiling, and said that he just dealt with a couple of criminals, let them check on them. The guard asked the truth in confusion, and the guy raised his hand, saying that if they don't believe it, let them go and see for themselves. The guards lowered their spears, and one of them chuckled, saying that it seemed like the truth and they would let him through. The second said that the guy should tell their leader about everything. Luke took hold of the ring on the gate, knocked, and asked for forgiveness. He opened the door, going inside the house. A man in a green vest, with gray hair and a mustache, smiled, closing his eyes and holding out his hand, asking why he was here. The system window showed the head of the Hamilton starting village. Luke looked at him in surprise, raising his eyebrows, and thought that this was an ordinary old man, which means the rumors were embellished. The guy looked at the old man with a smile, who looked at the guy questioningly and thought that the Hamilton house was inaccessible unless there was a special reason, so almost no one saw this mysterious NPC. Luke stood at the door, saying that he was here to report on the village criminals that he had dealt with. Hamilton extended his hand, placing the other behind his back, and said that it was great that he came in person. Welcome. The old man pointed deeper into the house, inviting him to sit down with a smile, saying that he would make tea. Luke said in surprise that he just wanted to pick up the reward. Hamilton took the main character by the hands, raising his head, saying that he really doesn't like to chat. Sometimes it's worth playing along with old people. The man squeezed the protagonist's hands, causing them to tremble. Luke lowered his gaze in surprise, mentally asking where the old man got such strength. He muttered that he understood. Hamilton was sitting at the table, pouring tea from a teapot into a mug. Luke sat at the table, throwing one arm over his back and frowning, and said that he was glad to drink tea, but there was a reward. Hamilton held out a steaming cup of tea, saying that it would taste better if you brewed special tea leaves. Luke looked at the old man irritably, thinking that he was not even trying to listen to him. The guy took a cup of tea, took a sip and thought that it tasted good. A red chest fell onto the table, containing armor, a shield, a dagger, potions, books and a scroll. Hamilton held out his hands with a smile, smiling widely, and told him to now look at the awards. The main character smiled widely as he looked at it. He held out his hands to the chest, saying that he couldn't believe Hamilton was giving him this. He was very generous, as expected from the village leader. The old man grabbed the guy's hand, asking him to wait, and Luke looked down in surprise. The head of the village looked at the guy seriously, frowning, and said that he could only take one thing. Luke put his hands on the table, leaned over and asked if he was joking. Hamilton frowned at him and replied that he was absolutely serious. Just one thing. The main character clenched his teeth in anger, frowned and thought that he was just greedy. The guy looked at the chest in which the items were lying, thinking that he couldn't even steal anything. The skill did not work with these items. He sat down on a chair with one hand raised and asked if he could at least sort through the things. He would just pick something and look at it. Hamilton put out his palm, sighed and replied that of course, let him choose. Next to the chest on the table lay a shield, an ingot of gold and a scroll. The main character hummed thoughtfully. He noticed a token in the chest with a small red crystal in it, which had a purple glow around it. Luke thought it looked interesting. He frowned, holding out his hand for the badge. A system window appeared in front of the guy, on which it was written that he had found the item of the Lord of Shadows. Luke wondered in surprise where the old man got such a thing. The main character lowered his gaze in surprise, parted his mouth and cried out in surprise. He was looking at the chest when his vision began to blur. The system window showed the playback of memories tied to the item. In the room, there was a man in a black robe, from whom a purple light emanated. There were barrels near the walls, small windows were visible, and there were shelves with swords on the walls. The man raised his hand, pulled his leg up to his chest and said, "Funny." He looked at the red crystal token while holding it in his hand and thought that he had collected all the treasures in the world, but he was the first to find something like this. The man opened the lid, and it turned out to be a compass, the arrows of which were swinging in different directions. The man thought that this thing concealed paths to any desires. The compass needle stopped, and the man thought that the compass needle pointed to what the owner needed most. The hooded man smiled widely and wickedly, his eyes glowing red as he said it was a great addition to the collection. Luke opened his eyes, Hamilton stood in front of him, and he called out to the guy in concern. The main character opened his eyes in surprise, looking down and frowning. The old man asked if he was okay and the guy shook his head, looking around in surprise and answering that he was okay. The guy thought it was now. Luke looked forward with a surprised look, his mouth parted. The system window showed that a long time ago the Lord of Shadows collected the treasures he dreamed of. He left his mark on them. Luke can inherit the power of the king, but is still too weak. He needs to increase his strength by collecting treasures, find the values of the Lord of Shadows scattered across the continent, and become the strongest. The guy frowned, looking at the system window in front of him, thinking that he had raised the level, but no new skills or characteristics were opened, which means he must collect treasures. Two system windows showed that Luke will now see the marks of the Lord of Shadows on objects. Some objects will contain memories. The guy took the compass in his hand with a smile, looking at it and thought that the compass points to the thing that the owner needs. The old man sitting at the table raised his hands and said that it was strange of him to choose a broken compass. He was a very interesting young man. Luke asked yes in surprise. The guy frowned, lowered his gaze and asked what. A system window appeared in front of the chest, on which it was written that the selection of the reward had been completed and that no more rewards could be selected. Luke opened his mouth wide, mentally cursing at the Lord of Shadows with tears in his eyes. A black compass with a blue and red arrow, the system window showed, Compass of Eternity, rank, unique. The compass was left by a traveler full of endless dreams, but now the item is broken. The main character was sitting on a chair with a shocked expression on his face. Snow was falling on him when he thought what kind of setup it was. Luke held out his hands with a nervous smile, saying that he was just lost in thought and chose the wrong thing. Let Hamilton give him another chance. The old man put his hand to his chin and looked to the side, saying that he was really asking to be allowed to choose again. The guy shouted, "Yes." Hamilton frowned, looked seriously at the guy and said that he refused. Luke looked at him in shock, his mouth parted and his brow furrowed. The old man extended his hand, saying that it was his job to give him a choice, and then make sure that he could not get another reward. Luke stood up from the table, slamming his palm on it and thought how so. He picked up a mug of tea, causing a few drops to fly out of the mug. Luke drank tea, leaning his elbows on the table, and said that then he would just drink more and leave. The taste was delicious. Hamilton smiled, closed his eyes and thanked him for his kind words. The main character looked away irritably, wondering what he should do. He looked at the old man who was putting the items back into the chest. The system window showed that Hamilton was grateful for the compliment and the level of relationship with the character had increased. The guy thought that he did not need a good relationship with the old man. Luke looked at the gold bar that the elder threw into the chest and frowned and thought that he really should agree to a broken compass. Red energy began to emanate from Luke's eyes and he mentally set a search. The system window showed NPC the head of the village of Hamilton. The target has been selected. The old man examined the green crystal, raising it above himself, and the inscription search appeared above his head. The system window showed the key to the shining chest, 90%. The guy thought about the key. Luke lowered his gaze as the old man slammed the chest shut and took a sip of his tea, thinking that he didn't think this was the one he needed right now. The main character smiled, holding the mug to his face and looked away, thinking that he had an idea. Luke was sitting in a white room at a round table. A couple of other people were also standing in the room. Luke looked at his phone, which was vibrating on the table. The guy took the phone in his hand. There was a call from his sister on the screen and the guy thought it was Ymira. And what happened? He picked up the phone and leaned back in his chair with a big smile, closing his eyes and greeting Ymira, asking how she was doing and saying that he was a little busy and could she call a little later. His sister asked what. The girl with blonde hair and green eyes frowned, looking at the phone next to her ear, loudly asking how her brother could act like this. She sat in the room on the bed, saying that it was the first time she had called in such a long time. Luke smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head and said that he was just joking. What was the matter? Ymira replied that it was nothing special, and would they have him this month? The girl in the pink jacket frowned, saying that her mother was very bored and so was she. Luke scratched his head, closed his eyes and said that he understood. He would think. Ymira replied that he should not just think, but come, saying goodbye, and the guy also said goodbye to his sister. He put the phone on the table, looking at it with a frown and thought that now he had to go to his family. His head hurt from all this. He clenched his hands into fists, remembering Hamilton with an evil wide smile, holding a golden key in his hand and thinking that it was all because of that greedy village leader. Luke put his hands to his head, lowering his gaze, thinking that stealing a key is easy, but finding a chest, and the head is always in his house. Steam started coming from the guy's head while he thought it was annoying. Someone handed the guy a red can of drink, advising him to drink it, and Luke looked at it in surprise. A girl with black hair and purple eyes looked at the guy, lowered her gaze and asked if something was bothering him. Luke closed his eyes, opening a can of drink and asked what was the point of telling her. She wouldn't understand anything anyway. The girl frowned and crossed her arms over her chest, sighed, asking like this. Luke replied that it was nothing serious. He just needed someone to leave one place, but he didn't leave. The girl asked what the guy would do when he left and Luke closed his eyes with a sigh, answering that he wouldn't say. The girl tilted her head, telling the guy to make him leave, and he looked at her, asking if she was even listening to him. The girl put her finger to her chin, looking to the side and said that, simply put, he needs to create a situation in which he simply cannot stay. Let him set up some kind of trap. Luke looked at the girl in surprise, thinking about the trap and how he himself hadn't guessed it before. The guy pointed forward, asking if he could come in from her place. The girl looked at him with a frown, asking now. Luke smiled widely, raising his hand and said that he thought she helped him solve the puzzle and he would repay her later. The guy opened one of the booths, turning to the girl and showing her a thumbs up, and she said okay, but let her tell her later what happened at Aga's. The girl smiled, looking to the side and thought it was great. Luke sat at the computer, looking to the side and placing his hands on the keyboard, thinking that he just had to make it so that he could not leave. Besides, he could freely enter the head's house. A bright blue flash of light. Luke smiled as his real body transferred into the body of the character from the game. He thought that since Hamilton lets him in, he should be prepared to be robbed. A few hours later, the house of the head of the village. Guards stood in front of the gate. The system window showed the house of Hamilton, the head of the starting village. Two guards who stood near the gate and who held spears and shields in their hands. The main character with dirty boots approached the house. Luke waved his hand to the guards with a smile, smiling widely and closing his eyes. One of the guards said that it was he who had come again. They opened the gate, saying that the head was waiting for him, and the guy walked forward, answering in agreement. Luke opened the door with a wide smile, saying that he was here. Hamilton spread his arms to the sides with a smile, saying that Luke had arrived. The main character sat down at the table and rubbed his head, telling him to make some tea. Today he's not feeling well, he just can't forget about his wonderful tea. Hamilton nodded, smilingly telling him to wait a minute. He'll quickly. The guy looked at him, waved his hand and asked him not to rush. Hamilton looked over his shoulder at the guy. Luke smiled, his eyes glowing red, and he said that the man might be late. The system windows showed that the theft was successful. Luke received the key to the shining chest. A mug of tea with smoke coming from it stood on the table. The main character thought that he had received the key, so all preparations were completed. He closed his eyes and held a mug of tea, thanks to Hamilton, who sat down opposite him. The guy thought that only the chest remained to be found. He sipped his tea, frowning, looking ahead and thought that he had already examined the first floor, but didn't notice anything interesting here. He needed to go to the second. Luke looked at the stairs that led to the second floor and thought that he wasn't the only one looking there. Luke smiled widely, closing his eyes and showing a thumbs up, saying that the taste warms his heart. This is definitely the head's tea. Hamilton waved his hand, thanking the guy, and Luke thought it was time. System windows showed that the head of Hamilton was grateful for the compliment, and the level of Luke's relationship with these characters increased. The guy frowned at the old man who was drinking tea and thought that he no longer needed this. He looked towards the door, holding the mug in both hands, and wondered why he was still not there. Someone knocked on the door of the house. Hamilton raised his hand, saying, "I wonder who it is," and let the guy wait a little. Luke raised his hand, answering of course, mentally smiling widely. The door to the village head's house opened slightly. Hamilton stood in front of a tall man with dark skin who looked at the old man. The head asked what brought him here. The system window showed the blacksmith Houghton. A man with dark skin frowned and waved his hand, saying that they had problems with the ditch. They needed to check it together. The old man extended his hand, confusedly asking what happened this time, and the blacksmith, closing his eyes, said that for some reason everything there was clogged with dirt. Hamilton frowned, looked up at the blacksmith, and thought about dirt. He turned around, looking at the smiling protagonist who was sitting at the table. The man looked at the guy's boots, which were covered in mud. Luke asked if something was wrong, and Hamilton squinted, looking down with displeasure. He smiled and waved his hand, answering nothing, and he would go and have a look and let the guy wait here. Luke smiled and waved his hand to the head, telling him not to rush. The door to the house slammed behind the old man. Luke closed his eyes with a smile, waving his hand. He stood up from the table, leaning his hands on it, and thought that everything was according to plan. He had killed so much time to block the ditch, but it was worth it. The guy climbed the stairs to the second floor, thinking that it would take about 10 minutes to walk in one direction. He had to hurry. The guy clenched his hands into fists with a smile, looking up and thinking that this is so exciting, it's time to start the treasure hunt. Luke stood at the door to one of the rooms, opening it. He entered the room where there was a bed, a round table, and a wardrobe. The guy looked around, wondering where the old man could have hidden the chest. Luke put his hand to his chin, looking around, and thought that he didn't have much time, so he needed to act quickly. He noticed a closed passage to the attic on the ceiling, thinking that this was it. The guy reached for a stick that stood by the open door, saying that he would check there before the head came. There was a noise, and Luke looked over his shoulder, frowning. 2 guards stood at the entrance on the first floor. One of them called the guy, and the second asked why he was not here. Luke looked out into the corridor while the guards were calling him and wondered why they had come. The guards approached the stairs, and one of them said that he did not understand why the head asked to wait for them in the house. The second replied that he did too, asking where this guy had gone. The guards climbed the stairs that led to the second floor. Luke held the corner, looking out, and frowned, thinking that they were coming this way. The guy stood at the door of the room, nervously looking around. One of the guards called him, asking if he was on the second floor, and Luke looked over his shoulder with a frown. The guards entered the room. One of them turned towards the corridor, and the second called the main character. The guard looked around the empty room, humming questioningly. Luke was hiding in the dark space, raising his hand and looking nervously to the side. One of the guards looked at the closet nearby, asking if it was there. The main character clenched his teeth, frowning and looking down, beads of sweat running down his face. The guard's hand reached for the handle on the closet door. Luke folded his hands and closed his eyes, thinking that he would pass by. The guard opened the cabinet, which turned out to be empty. He slammed it shut, waving his hand, and said that the guy was not here. The door to the room closed behind the guards. An empty room. Next to the closet, a table covered with a white sheet was visible. Luke stirred under the sheet. He picked her up as he walked out, exhaling and closing his eyes, saying that he was so scared. The guy took the stick, frowning and hitting the door to the attic, thinking that he was almost done, so he needed to get himself together and do it. The stairs to the attic descended. The edge of the stairs hit the floor, and Luke looked at it in surprise, thinking that he didn't know there was a staircase to the attic in the house. The main character stepped on the stairs while climbing and thought it was a good try, but he couldn't be fooled. The guy climbed into the attic, looking forward with a surprised face, his mouth slightly open. Luke approached the sparkling chest, which stood on a pedestal, sighing in admiration. White chest and golden pattern. The system window showed the secret chest of the chapter. Luke thought he had found it. The guy smiled, stretched out his hands to the chest, and thought, this is where it is. He raised the golden key in his hand with a smile, thinking that it was time to soothe the pain of the unsuccessful reward. Luke inserted the golden key into the keyhole of the chest, turning it. Luke opened the chest with a smile. The light from the chest illuminated his face. The chest contained dark armor and a scroll. The system window showed an ancient hunter's hat, an ancient hunter's shirt, an ancient hunter's pants, an ancient hunter's boots, an unknown map. The guy asked about the ancient hunter. The guy had armor in his inventory, and he pointed his finger at the cloak, thinking that all items had a unique rank, so he would take them. Luke picked up a scroll from which a blue light emanated and, looking at it, asked what kind of map it was. It looked like a reward for some kind of quest. The system window showed that Luke had found information related to the secret plot. A white gaming room. The main character was sitting at the table with his legs thrown up on it and thought that this is what it means. Luke frowned, lowered his gaze and muttered about the secret plot. A year ago, August launched its first story. A magician in a black robe, a knight in red clothes with a sword and shield, and an archer in green clothes looked in surprise at the system window, which revealed the main plot. It was a quest related to the history of the continent. Of course, it immediately attracted attention. Many new players have appeared. The pioneers, of course, were high-level players in top guilds. On the mountain in front stood a man with black hair, wearing silver armor. Behind him were other wars. The blue sky and a large city in the distance could be seen. Everyone expected the first in the ranking to complete the quest themselves. The warriors fled towards the castle. Red flags were visible. Dark smoke was flying over the city. The situation quickly changed. Even high-level players were unable to cope with the first stages of the quest. Defeated warriors lay on the ground, shields, swords, and staves lay nearby. One of the knights was holding a sword in his hands, looking at the monster that stood in front of him, looking at the knight with red eyes. Swords were stuck in the back of the monster. The difficulty was hellish. One of the knights stood in a white labyrinth. Inscriptions in an unknown language were flying over the walls. The plot was divided into dozens of routes, and many difficult conditions had to be fulfilled in order to gain access to blocked tasks. Silhouettes of people, behind whom there was a mountain of gold, on which stood an hourglass. The players did everything just to complete the main plot. They wasted time, money, and effort. People stood with wide smiles as they looked at the glowing scroll that flew in front of them. Eventually they found the answer. A scroll tied with a rope, around which there was a white glow. It was a secret plot. There was a bright ring of light around the scroll. Many hands were reaching out to it. It was necessary to find a secret plot in order to continue the main one. When this condition was revealed, top players tried to find all the information related to the secret plot, and to this day they are doing this. Luke sat at the table in the hall, putting his hand to his head and closing his eyes, saying that he thought the map was the first item that needed to be found to trigger the secret plot. He put his hand to his chin, looked up and thought whether he could level up faster if he got involved in a secret plot, no matter how much trouble it would lead to. An open map depicting forests, mountains, and roads. Near one of the roads there was a drawing of a chest, and on it a red cross. The guy thought that the map depicted the southern territory. If you use transport, you can get there in a few days. Luke pressed the button near the cabin, opening it and smiled, thinking that he could always just pass the quest on to someone. If it became too difficult, he still needed to complete the quests that came along the way. The guy sat down in front of the monitor with a smile, looking at it and said that he was coming. City walls with large gates, near which there were guards. 4 people were walking towards the gates, and there were shops with goods along the road. A man with a long thick beard leaned on a cart harnessed to a horse. The system window showed a man in a cart, 03. Someone called the man and he frowned and looked to the side. The man looked at the girl with a blue smile. Behind her back was a sword, and a shield was attached to her hand. She was smiling. She was wearing a short dress and massive shoulder pads. On top was the girl's nickname, Rabbit. The coachman raised his hand, narrowed his eyes and asked if she was ready to go to the main continent. The girl smiled widely, raising her sword and closing her eyes. She replied that yes, she had reached the 10th level, so she wanted to try. The coachman said that nothing would work out for her unless she was determined, and if she was sure of herself. Rabbit's smile became awkward and she said yes. The man pointed his thumb behind him, telling her to climb and they would see if she could survive the trek through the forest. The girl looked forward resolutely, frowning, and answered yes. The system window showed that the carriage would soon depart. Rabbit climbed into the cart. The system window showed the creation of a group, and above the cart there was an inscription. The person in the cart is one of 3. The girl sighed, closed her eyes, and sat down on the bench in the cart. She clenched her hand into a fist and looked forward resolutely, thinking that she needed to try. First she had to get along with her comrades. Rabbit frowned, blushing, thinking about how she smiled awkwardly, blushing and thought that she couldn't always be timid. She was a warrior with a big heart. Tears flowed down the girl's face, remembering how she waved her arms when one of the monsters bit her on the leg, and the other 2 attacked from other sides. The girl thought that getting to the 10th level was difficult. Rabbit shook her head, frowning and thinking that this won't happen again. She should think about good things. The coachman sat down, saying that they could leave soon. The coachman looked at the guy with black hair who climbed into the carriage, saying that he looked ready. But the road could be dangerous. He said that he didn't have to explain. Luke sat down opposite a girl with blue hair, who looked at him in surprise. The main character looked at the girl and she raised her eyebrows questioningly. Luke smiled, closing his eyes and waved his hand, saying hello questioningly. Rabbit looked at the guy in confusion, smiled and also said hello. The guy looked away, scratching his cheek, and Rabbit looked down, blushing and thinking that she was able to say hello. Luke crossed his arms over his chest, raised an eyebrow and thought that once he thought of a way to steal the rewards, he just couldn't stop thinking about it. The guy remembered the chest, which was filled with various items. He sighed and closed his eyes, thinking that how it happened. Luke thought that he had achieved something, so he would forget about the lost treasures. The system window showed the Ancient Hunter set increases the player's agility, increases the chance of a critical hit. A system window with an image of the main character and the armor that he was wearing. At the top there was an inscription window of characteristics, and at the bottom it was written additional effects. The set of an Ancient Hunter increases the player's agility, increases the chance of a critical hit. The main character looked back at the coachman, who was holding the reins of the horse, thinking that with his level there would be no problems in the testing forest. A dark forest in which several pairs of red glowing eyes could be seen. Forest of Tests. A carriage with passengers was traveling through a dark forest. This is the only way to the main continent. There are many glowing eyes in the darkness behind the bushes. The forest lives up to its name. Many monsters are hiding in it. There is only one way to drive along this road. The coachman held the reins in his hands. This is the way to hire a Hom's cart. Players must protect Homs from attacking monsters. Several warriors frowned and looked deep into the forest, holding weapons in their hands. 5 waves await them. White monkeys jumped out in front of the horse, blocking the path. The difficulty gradually increases, becoming high even for 10th levels. Many monkeys jumped into the air, waving their arms or stretching their paws forward with angry faces. If users die, they will have to start the task again. There were a couple of dead bodies lying in the carriage, and next to it the coachman and another passenger. Blood splatters were visible, and the system window showed that the group had been destroyed. The main character looked at the gold bracelet in his hands, thinking that at first he was not going to put it on. It would probably be better this way. Luke put the bracelet on his wrist, thinking that the difficulty was prohibitive. He shouldn't expect help from his comrades. He should be prepared to have to carry the others on himself. 2 system windows showed that all speed characteristics were increased. The item was bound to the player. Luke smiled and looked at the bracelet on his wrist that had a green light coming from it and thought it looked cool. Someone put his hand on the edge of the cart. A bald man in a black and red robe climbed into the carriage. Luke and Rabbit looked at him in surprise, and the system window showed that the user Gulliver had joined the group. Muscles were visible under the man's robe, and the main character wondered if he was a magician. Gulliver sat down on the bench next to the girl, who looked at him in surprise. Luke thought they should switch places. He crossed his arms over his chest, thinking that he hoped they wouldn't interfere. The coachman looked at the 3 passengers, saying, "Great, they can leave." The cart was driving along a forest road, between trees and bushes. The main character silently looked at the other players, thinking that it was boring here. His eyes glowed with red energy, thinking that he might look for something to do. The system window showed, User Rabbit, target selected. The girl with blue hair looked up, blushing. The system window showed a search, acorns 88%, glass beads 90%. The system window showed electro 2%. Luke put his hand to his mouth, remembering the dagger in the form of lightning, with sparks flying around it, and wondered if it really was electric. He smiled and clenched his hand into a fist, mentally asking where she got such a unique dagger. An insane coincidence. He was so lucky. The main character looked intensely at the girl who was sitting awkwardly opposite him. Rabbit looked away, putting a finger to her face. The system window showed 2% electricity, and the guy thought that the chance was too low. Only 2%. If he failed, he would be caught. The main character called up the skill window, looking at the theft skill, where it was written that after an unsuccessful theft the probability of success drops, and if the probability drops to 0, the victim will notice and take it for an attack. He thought that if he gets caught, he will become an enemy for them. You can't make mistakes, otherwise you'll be branded a thief and dragged into battle. Luke looked down with displeasure, thinking that there was nothing to be done. He needed to increase his chances. First, he would start a dialogue with the group and become a leader. The guy smiled widely and waved his hand, saying that since they work together, they can get to know each other. The 2 looked at him in surprise when the main character said that his name was Luke. Let them introduce themselves too. The bald man frowned at him, saying his name. The girl modestly lowered her gaze, also calling her name. Luke raised his hand, saying that he watched a few videos and learned a few things. They probably know this, but teamwork is very important. A map on which there were icons of the coachman and players in front of the road. Icons of various monsters were scattered along the road. The guy said that there would be 5 waves. They need to stop at the beginning of the attack, defeat everyone, and then continue moving. On the first there will be wild wolves, enemies a lot, but they don't attack at once. The guy waved his hand towards Rabbit, saying that he and she could take on the main defense. The main character pointed to Gulliver, saying that he would cover their backs. The man asked if the guy was sure. Usually tanks are in front, and melee classes stay among the group. Luke pointed to the driver in front, saying that he knew, but they needed to protect the cart. The main character and the girl stood in front of the wolves, while Gulliver and the coachman were at the cart. The guy said that this is why it is important to be in front together. Melee players are quite capable of taking turns going forward. Luke smiled and waved his hands, saying that he wasn't very good at this, so if they didn't like something, let them say it. Gulliver smiled, waved his hand and replied that everything was fine. Without him they wouldn't have had a conversation. The girl also smiled, saying that everything was right. She was grateful that he explained everything to them. The main character smiled contentedly, mentally narrowing his eyes slyly, and thanked him for the kind words, thinking that they were so easy to deceive. Night, the cart continued to ride through the forest. Red eyes of monsters in the bushes. One of the wolves jumped out of the bushes, opening its mouth predatorily. 3 wolves raised their heads and howled. The horse twitched its ears when it noticed this. She suddenly reared up while the coachman looked at her in surprise. The cart's wheels came to a sudden stop on the ground. The 3 players in the cart looked to the side in surprise, frowning. The coachman turned to them, saying that these were wolves. They would not reach the main continent if they did not break through them. Let them protect the cart. One of the players' feet landed on the ground. Luke swung his sword as he jumped off the cart and shouted that they were coming. Luke frowned and looked away. He stood with a sword in his hand in front of many wolves that surrounded him. The wolf opened its mouth predatorily, its eyes glowed red, and the system window showed a level 9 wild wolf. Rabbit and Gulliver also got off the cart, the girl landing on one knee. They stood next to the guy who held a dagger in front of him, saying that he would hold out as long as he could, and then they would change, and let the girl wait in the back. Rabbit looked at him confusedly, asking if she could go first, and the main character turned to her and said that she had less stamina. If he went first, she would last longer. The protagonist held his dagger forward, frowning, telling Gulliver to cover them and provide support, the man clutching his staff, telling them to leave it to him. 3 wolves, clenching their teeth, approached. The main character frowned, gritting his teeth as he looked at them. One of the wolves opened its mouth wide and jumped forward. His paws pushed off the ground. He jumped on the guy, howling loudly. Others were also approaching. Luke dodged the wolf's strike, causing it to slam its teeth into the air. The guy looked at the back of the wolf, who jumped in front of him and shouted that he had opened. Luke suddenly raised his leg, hitting the wolf in the stomach, causing it to open its mouth and whine in pain. The guy clenched his teeth and plunged his dagger into the back of the wolf's head, causing its mouth to open wide. The wolf fell to the ground, sticking out his tongue, blood spreading down his neck. Luke pulled his dagger from his body, standing over him, and said that it was one less. The other wolves bared their teeth and looked at the main character, who shouted to them why they froze. Didn't they want to devour them? One of the wolves howled, also pushing off the ground. The main character dodged to the side, calling the girl, and Rabbit ran forward, shouting that she knew. She put out her shield, looking at the wolf that jumped in front of her, screaming. The wolf swung his paw, striking the girl's shield. She waved her shield, throwing the wolf back away from her. Luke waved his hand with the dagger, throwing it forward. The dagger stuck right into the back of the wolf's head, who barked and closed his eyes. The other wolves bared their teeth, turning back. Gulliver shouted a ball of mana, causing the wolves to turn to the side. Many bright blue balls were flying at them, emitting a bright light. The balls crashed into the wolves, causing them to open their mouths, whining loudly in pain. Luke leaped forward over one of the wolves, raising his dagger to strike. The wolf looked up at the guy in shock, opening his mouth. The dagger stuck into the monster's mouth, blood sprayed out, and he fell to the ground. The guy crouched in front of him, pulling a dagger from the wolf's body. He looked at Gulliver and Rabbit with a smile, saying that they had finished with the first wave. He thanked the girl for protecting him and Gulliver for his work. They smiled. The girl happily said that it was great, and the man said with a big smile that his last attack was great. Luke nodded with a smile, thinking that they couldn't be called weak either. Gulliver walked towards the cart, turned to the guy and said that they needed to go back. The guy agreed in surprise. Luke noticed something in surprise, raising his eyebrows. He looked at the girl with blue hair who was looking at him and called Rabbit. The guy approached her, asking if he could help her with something, and the girl looked at him in surprise and asked what. Rabbit looked down, putting her hand to her chin, and asked if he had any other weapons. Luke asked again. The girl turned around, ran to the cart, and asked him to forget, while Luke absent-mindedly looked at her, thinking what it was just now. He remembered how Rabbit looked at his dagger in his belt. With a gloomy face, the protagonist thought of the girl who was holding the electric dagger in her hands, thinking hard. Luke lowered his gaze, frowning with displeasure, and thought that this couldn't be happening, and had she really noticed that he wanted to rob her. The guy looked after the departing Rabbit, who with an embarrassed smile thought that it was too early, it would be awkward, maybe there would be another chance. The guy noticed how Rabbit smiled happily at him, turning over her shoulder. He lowered his head, gloomily looking at the girl from under his brows, and wondered how she even guessed and why she was silent. He walked to the cart behind her, in which Gulliver was already sitting. Luke wondered if there was even a chance to steal the dagger. Rabbit looked in surprise at the sad Gulliver, who opened his inventory, saying that it's hard without a priest on the team. He's afraid that the bandages will quickly run out. The girl looked at him in surprise, saying that she only had one left. Gulliver looked at her and asked if she was sure. The girl answered in agreement with tears in her eyes, and the man, closing his eyes, said that he had very few of them. Luke turned his head in their direction, looking at them. He opened his inventory, mentally asking how much he had. The system window showed 285 bandages. Can be used to treat bleeding and wounds. The guy thought that he had a lot. He didn't need that many. He smiled, looking ahead. Rabbit frowned and lowered her gaze, asking what to do, and the guy thought she only had one left. With a satisfied smile, the main character thought that when she spent the last one, he would have a chance. Third wave, dark forest, light was breaking through the trees. Evil monkeys level 10. The three monkeys screamed furiously as they jumped forward, their eyes glowing bright red. One of them waved her paw towards Rabbit, who screamed, blocking the blow with her shield. The girl sighed loudly and frowned, looking at her. She looked behind her where the edge of the bandage hung, screaming at Luke that she was going to die. The guy turned to her, bandaging his hand, and shouted for her to hold on a little longer. The monkey struck the girl's shield again, causing her to scream, and looking at her, Luke thought that he could change, of course. He smiled slyly, looking to the side, thinking that he would wait until she used the last bandage. She would have to suffer. Three monkeys opened their mouths, one clenched its hands into fists, another waved its paws, and the third sat on the ground. Gulliver gritted his teeth and waved his staff forward, with a blue light shining around it. He shouted with it trembling at the guard, summoning a ball of mana. Three bright blue balls flew through the air towards the monkeys, who jumped away from them. One of the monkeys screamed, kicking her legs at Rabbit, who was holding a shield above her. The girl screamed, gritting her teeth and closing one eye. Gulliver turned to the main character, shouting how much more time he needed. He looked at the man, answering very little. The monkey hit the girl's shield with his fist, and she, with tears in her eyes, asked the guy to hurry up. Luke turned to her, bandaging his hand, and said that he had only half his health restored. Two monkeys with clenched fists screamed loudly, opened their mouths, and jumped forward. The two of them struck at the shield of Rabbit, who closed her eyes. The girl turned away, frowning, and shouted to Luke, please. Gulliver turned to the main character, asking if he was still being treated and she would soon die. Luke smiled, looked down, and said that almost everything. Holmes put his hand to his face, closed his eyes, and said with a sigh that this is how it is. He looked at the two guys, saying that nothing could be done. They had already gone too far. The man frowned, telling them to abandon the cart. They must survive and meet again. Luke frowned and looked at him with displeasure, shouting that it wasn't over yet. Gulliver also frowned, shouting that if they abandoned the cart, they would have to do the quest again. Rabbit looked forward determinedly as the monsters hit her shield, screaming that she needed to survive. She closed her eyes, with tears in her eyes, asking him to save her. At the girl's scream, the birds from the trees took off into the air, flying across the sky. The rising sun was visible between the trees. Rabbit sighed heavily, wearily leaning her back on the cart. She opened her eyes slightly, looking at the system windows, which showed that she had successfully survived the third wave, and when all the group members were in the cart, she would continue on her way. Gulliver coughed, looking at her with crossed arms, and Luke hummed thoughtfully. He remembered how the monkey beat the girl when Luke waved his hand, saying that they were changing. He fought with the monkey while Rabbit sat on the ground with a smile. The guy ran past her, smiling and saying that they were changing. Two monkeys beat the girl. While Luke wiped the sweat from his forehead with a rag, he thought that she really had a hard time. She was the only one tanking. The guy closed his eyes and put his hand to his chin, thinking that this is inevitable, otherwise he won't be able to rob her. He had his main rival was capable of, and he didn't think that he would be afraid to at least show up. The presenter makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that if the challenger doesn't hurry up to the 15th arena, he will start a 10-second countdown, and at the end of the countdown he will be automatically disqualified. The main character looks at the present presenter in the arena. He yells at the man that he doesn't need to bother with the report. The guy jumps high. He shouts that he is already here. The young man lands on the 15th arena. Those present shout his name in surprise. The teacher with glasses smiles widely. He is happy that the guy made it to the exam. The teacher looks at what is happening in surprise, while the guy standing next to him holds his chin with his hand, reflecting on the situation. The first one says that his friend likes to be late, and he is also a show-off. The second one replies that he has not seen the boy for more than a month, and it seems that he has become even stronger. A student with blonde hair turns his head towards the arena. He does not understand why his opponent did not die in the Fortress of Light. He makes a crazy expression on his face. The guy says that this time he will kill him with his own hands and will certainly succeed. The presenter spreads his arms, standing opposite the students. He asks the parties to get ready. The blue-haired student makes a malicious expression on his face. He says that his opponent is the worst disciple of the 29th group, and he should not think that if he could resist his main enemy, then he can too. The main character smiles widely, showing his little finger. He says that even though the guy is above the 100th place in the Academy's combat rating, he can't be impressed by this level. The student furrows his brows aggressively, and veins appear on his forehead. The presenter lowers his hand down. He gives the signal to start the battle. The blue-haired man raises his weapon upward. He shouts at the boy to back off. The main character calmly stops the enemy's axe with both hands. The student clenches his teeth in anger. He says he doesn't understand what's happening. The young man holds his axe with his hands by the blade and kicks him in the stomach, and this causes the enemy to fly to the side. The enemy falls to the ground far from the boy. He wipes the blood from his mouth and says it's just a small thing. The student runs at the young guy with an axe filled with furious fire. He uses the bronze skill of the 9 forms of falling leaves. The main character dodges an enemy swinging at him. The guy smiles sarcastically. He says it's his turn now. The young man swings his fist, in which power is concentrated. He uses a tearing fighting method. The forces collide and the student is thrown aside. The student somehow stays on his feet and covers his face with his hand. He thinks that the guy's blow is too hard. The enemy opens his mouth wide in rage and swings an energy axe. He screams at the youth to die, and he, as a piece of trash, has no right to look down on him. The guy concentrates all the energy in his weapon and jumps up to finish off his opponent. He uses the silver skill of Star Waterfall. The students watch in surprise from the stands. One of them says that Star Falls is a unique combat skill, and he would never have thought that in the very first battle his friend would be forced to use such an energy-consuming method. The second guy replies that Lin Zhu did not touch the weapon and fought with his hands all this time. The third student says that he is too arrogant, and if he never uses a weapon, then the most unpleasant death awaits him. The main character raises his head and sarcastically watches the enemy jumping at him. He thinks that he likes the 9 form series moves and the like, and he only has to dodge such a move once and his anger meter will be completely filled. In addition, he will only need to fight 1 battle a day, and he won't have to worry about recharging his anger scale. Energy fills the guy's fist. He raises it up, swinging it at the flying opponent. The main character uses a blow of accumulated power called a ripping fist. The opponent is about to strike with an axe charged with energy. A blow of energy in the form of the protagonist's fist hits his face and throws the opponent far to the side. He falls into the arena unconscious. The boy stands with his hands at his sides. The host says that number 1024 has won. The teacher opened his mouth wide in surprise. He is surprised at how strong the young student has become and how quickly he dealt with the warrior ranked 150th in the academy's ranking with his bare hands. The guy's other teacher yells at him from the stands that he's cool. The men approach the winning student. The low teacher says that the guy just returned and has already caused a powerful defeat. The guy replies that they are frivolous, so sometimes you want to get a little rowdy. The student and teacher look at each other. The teacher asks the guy where he went for a whole month and why he didn't take him with him. The main character replies that the place he was going to was dangerous and therefore he did not want to drag a burden along with him. Otherwise he would have played the game himself. The teacher pats the guy on the head. He laughs and says that the guy is looking for a fight. The young man holds his hand to his chin, looking at his characteristics table. Bearer, Lin Zhu, level 15, strength 148, endurance 89, speed 65, total combat effectiveness 1249, is a first rank warrior, anger accumulation 0 divided by 100, abilities, Eye of Analysis, explosion of anger, disguise, attribute points 15. He thinks about how he lost consciousness after defeating the lone warrior, so he never had time to check his status after leveling up. The main character reached the 15th level and the first spin for successfully reaching the 15th level, and also received the camouflage ability. Disguise, activating the ability allows you to hide the warrior's aura, changing it to that of ordinary people. Only warriors who are more than 2 ranks higher than the character are able to detect the effect of camouflage. Note, you can activate or cancel the ability at any time. The guy has access to genetic locks and has the ability to open a first-degree lock. The main character holds his finger to his chin and makes a thoughtful expression on his face. He thinks that he has accumulated a lot of notifications, and the disguise tells him in plain text that there is an opportunity to show off, pretending to be a pig, you can eat a tiger, and he finally has the opportunity to open the genetic lock. A system notification alerts him that when the genetic lock is open, there is a 10% chance of death, a 20% chance of loss of consciousness, and a 30% chance of unforeseen circumstances occurring. The guy opens his mouth wide from tension. He thinks that there are a lot of random factors in this system, and, in addition, there is a chance of dying. So in any case, he is not going to put his own life on the line and asks the system to simply throw 15 stat points into the force. The guy spreads his arms while sitting on the podium. The host calls him to the 13th arena. The teacher encourages him and says that he must pass the exam. The main character thinks that he feels good after adding strength. A man in a gray suit and a red tie is watching what is happening in the arena. The head of the academic department at Starlight Academy silently watches as the young student uses force to defeat his opponent. He holds his hand tightly to his chin. The man thinks that he could not even imagine that the young student would be able to return alive from the mission to clear the Fortress of Light and at the same time become much stronger than he was before. And he does not know how to explain himself to the clan now. The manager turns his head to the woman sitting next to him at the computer in a white shirt. He thinks that it would be a good idea to match him with the strongest opponent so that he would at least be maimed in the arena, and so that the guy would understand that he should not have gotten involved with the clan. Table of the draw of pairs of 100 finalists of the final competition. The main character together with the teachers are watching it. The guy and the teacher open their eyes wide in surprise. The man says that he hopes that the guy will be given a novice warrior as his opponent, and in this case, victory in the first round will go to him without any extra effort. The main character replies that he doubts it, and he will be grateful if he is at least given an opponent not from the top 10 of the rating. Table with a couple for a young man. The main character will fight with a guy from 10 winners. The man standing next to the young guy opens his mouth wide in surprise, and he, in turn, folds his arms over his chest. The teacher says in horror that it was unexpected. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He says his opponent's name is Gulin. The teacher raises his hand in surprise and makes an irritated expression on his face. He says that he came across one of the strongest opponents, and also a third-year student who ranks 4th in the rankings. The teacher explains that he regularly practices in high-risk areas where zombies and evolved beasts exist with each other, and he has a wealth of combat experience, plus he himself is angry and treacherous. The guy holds his hands to his nose, massaging it. He says that he will have to face Tang Tian in the first round. He knows that this guy has returned from practicing on the path of death, and his strength has already reached rank 1. The teacher pats the guys by the shoulders. He tells them that their opponents are not easy and therefore they must be careful. The boys tell the teacher that they understand him. A man watching the fight sits at a table. The man behind him warns that Mr. E has come to see the principal. The teachers turn to see a man with a long beard walking towards them. They greet him and ask if he has arrived. A man with a mustache raises his hand in greeting. He greets everyone present. A man with a short black mustache and hair smiles at the man sitting down. He says that this time the old man arrived early, and he thinks that the man would like to see the strength of the students of their academy as early as possible. The director approaches the men from behind. The man with the mustache asks the teacher to bring a table with information about their best students and give it to Mr. E. The man raises his hand and waves him off. He asks them not to bother as he is going to enjoy the competition now. The presenter calls number 1023 and number 208 to the field. Guys with swords in their hands stand opposite each other. One of them asks the main character if he is in the 29th group. The guy replies that this is so, and although his opponent is strong, he is not going to give up. The guy shows his hands with veins and licks his lips with a crazy look. He replies that the guy should forget about surrender because he is not going to spare anyone from the 29th group. The young guy's eyes turn red and he raises his weapon up. He shouts to his opponent that they will still have to see who will have to be spared. The young man swings his sword and misses his opponent. The guy grabs the young man by the arm and forcefully twists his arm. The guy screams in pain. He drops his sword. The opponent lowers the main character to the ground and steps on him with his foot, smiling broadly. He laughs and says they're not done yet. The enemy makes a crazy expression on his face and smiles, showing his teeth. He tells the guy that he will break all his bones. The opponent is wary. Someone behind him demands to let the young master go. The main character runs out onto the battlefield and hits his friend's opponent's fist with his fist. The enemy makes a crazy look. He recognizes his main enemy. The young guy makes an angry expression on his face. He demands that the opponent not touch his classmates, but try to do the same with him if he has the courage. The guy swings his fist at the main character. He says that when they officially meet in the arena, he will break all his limbs. The opponent comes close to the main character and shows his hand. He says that before he kills him, he will know what pain is. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, remembers how he killed third-rank mercenaries. He says that he is also going to settle accounts with him, and even if his father comes, he will still arrange such a thing that death will seem like a deliverance to him. The presenter approaches the arena and points the guy's hand to the side. He asks what group he is from, and he should know not to rush into the arena and interrupt the battle. The main character makes an irritated expression on his face. He says that a man, as a teacher, must ensure that students are not killed in the arena. The presenter makes an irritated expression on his face. He watches as the guy approaches his classmate and helps him up. The man demands that the warrior be taken to a doctor for examination because he did not even admit defeat. A hospital bed, headed by the chief physician, drives up to the arena. The doctor asks the guy to help his classmate go down. The girl examines the guy's body and his broken arm. The presenter says that number 208 won. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks the doctor why he hasn't seen her the past few days. She looks at the guy with a flirtatious look. The doctor playfully asks what the problem is and if the guy misses his older sister. The girl puts her hand on the young guy's shoulder. She says that with the day of the competition and hundreds of finalists, it is obvious that the degree of bitterness will increase, and that is why she was worried about him and came to the arena. The guy from the bunk raises his trembling hand to the surprised protagonist. He says his name. A classmate is crying from pain and resentment. He tells his friend that he is not going to give up so easily because he could not repel even one attack. Two teachers, a doctor and a young guy, look at the beaten student. The beaten guy asks his friend to be extremely careful if the fight is against his opponent. The main character asks his friend not to worry. He makes an angry expression on his face looking at his opponent. He promises that he will pay for his classmate. An overhead view of 14 arenas. The presenter calls number 1024 and number 8 to the 9th arena. The main character glances at his teacher with glasses. He says it's his turn to fight. The guy holds the spear on his shoulder and walks away from his support group. The doctor shouts to the guy that she believes in him. The main character glances at the guy with a huge hammer behind his back. The director holds his hand to his chin, watching what is happening. A large guy with a hammer weapon and red hair smiles slightly. The main character approaches his opponent in the 9th arena. The enemy asks him if he is the famous Lin Zhu. The guy with an arrogant expression on his face watches the main character. The characteristics table says that the enemy facing the warrior is Yi Guilin, and he is a second-rank warrior, and his specialty is a war hammer, and in addition, his combat ability is 1847. The main character thinks that being a second-rank warrior, his overall combat capability is almost no different from that of a lone wolf. The guy makes a scared expression on his face. He is confident that the enemy is ranked 4th for a reason. The students stand opposite each other in the 9th arena. The leader asks the parties to get ready and then go into battle. The opponent immediately uses his huge hammer and runs towards the main character. He hits the arena with his hammer and it falls apart. The main character steps aside, standing in a fighting stance. He watches what is happening anxiously. The guy thinks that the arena is made of a special rock, the hardness of which is comparable to steel, and with just one blow he was able to create splits in it. A student holds a hammer on the floor. He says that his opponent is a nimble fellow. The guy approaches the split and holds the hammer, looking at the enemy. He says that no matter how agile the guy is, he will still break his head. The student runs his finger over his lips and frowns. He says that the young man will not feel anything. The main character runs away from the enemy while his support group watches. He says that he is striking fiercely and does not know whether Lin Zhu will be able to resist further onslaught. Toughnut smiles widely as he watches the scene unfold. He laughs and says that he didn't think that Lin Zhu would face an opponent of such strength. The teachers, together with the doctor, look at the ward with displeasure. The girl says that he should keep his mouth shut and watch the competition. The man confirms her words and says that it is not a fact that someone will ultimately be the winner. The guy holds his hands on his chest while standing next to his friend. He smiles and replies that it is obvious to anyone that Lin Zhu is doomed to defeat, and he is ready to eat a piece of the arena if he can win. The doctor turns to the guy and smiles slightly. She says that the argument has begun, and in this case she cannot wait to see the meal with her own eyes. The brute swings a huge hammer at the protagonist standing next to him. He misses the guy because he dodges. The young man makes a thrust with a spear. It also misses when the opponent dodges. The opponent asks the main character if he has eaten in the morning. The guy clenches his teeth in anger, watching the thug. He thinks that he did not expect the power of the enemy's hammer to be so strong, and now his only option is to use an explosion of anger. The guy frowns and makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that this is not an option because his ability has too long a cooldown, and the final round has just begun, so he will not be able to use it yet and will leave this ability as his last trump card. The main character runs with a spear towards the enemy. The opponent shouts that if the high school student is not capable of anything else, then he should simply accept death. The guy does a spear strike and uses a pear-colored flurry while doing so. The third-year student opens his eyes wide in horror. He tries to dodge the blows using his hammer. The main character hits the enemy in the back with a spear. The guy and the hammer fly off to the side. The bullies open their eyes wide in horror. They cannot believe that their friend could be injured. The young guy's cheerleader looks arrogantly at the bullies as they grit their teeth in irritation. The girl says that her ward is not doomed to defeat and asks how the bully will eat the arena. He glances at the group and makes a mischievous smile. The guy says that they shouldn't rejoice ahead of time because their friend just hasn't taken the matter seriously yet. The main character watches as his opponent stands aside, holding his bruised shoulder. He chuckles slightly. The enemy looks arrogantly at the main character. He replies that the guy did a good job. The opponent makes a wide smile, showing his teeth. He says that since the guy plays seriously, he is also going to get down to business and use his power to the fullest. The third year raises his hammer up and imbues it with energy. The hammer in the guy's hands is filled with energy. Strength fills the body of the protagonist's opponent. He opens his eyes wide in horror, watching his opponent. The guy understands that he is using the accumulation of source power. A huge explosion occurs. The senior student takes a leap, swinging his hammer at the young guy. He uses the Taishan Mountain Collapse Silver skill. The main character clenches his teeth in irritation. He thinks that the waves of source energy emitted by the warhammer were able to suppress him and make it impossible to move. His legs are shaking as he stands on the ground. The guy's spear is endowed with energy. He thinks that since there is no way for him to evade, all he can do is respond with everything he has. He extends his spear forward. The main character uses the majesty of the phoenix and a flurry of pear color on the enemy. The teachers watching what is happening open their mouths wide in surprise. They wonder what kind of fighting skill he uses. The second man replies that it looks like it was an attack involving two fighting skills combined. Mr. Yi opened his eyes wide in surprise. He didn't believe that a high school student was capable of something like that. The two forces connected and created an explosion. The main character flew to the side and coughed up blood. His opponent was also at a distance. The enemy releases the power of a tiger, which flies towards the main character. He says that he has not felt the joy of battle for a long time, and as a reward he will split the skull and give him a painless death. The main character clenches his teeth in irritation. He doesn't understand what's happening. A third-year student hits the ground with a hammer. He uses the silver skill of the fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The bully raises his fist in the air and smiles widely. He says that his friend used his main skill, and therefore the enemy is doomed. The support group watches in horror. They ask the main character to quickly jump out of the arena and dodge. A huge magical paw of a tiger breaks the floor of the arena. The bullies look at each other and smile widely. One of them says that the main character is naive and therefore did not shy away, and, most likely, all that was left of him was mincemeat. The second one tells him that it's a pity for him, because if he jumped from the arena, he would have lost, but at least he wouldn't die. The teachers open their eyes wide in horror. They shout the name of the main character. The doctor watches in horror what is happening. His opponent opens his mouth wide, observing the fog that has formed. He laughs and asks if his opponent is dead. The main character kneels in front of the student. He replies that he was close to it. The guy thinks that he was again forced to activate an explosion of anger, and he does not understand why he has to constantly face abnormal opponents. The senior student opens his mouth wide in horror. He asks the guy how he could survive. The main character leans on a spear and rises from his knees. He asks the enemy for forgiveness for remaining alive. The guy makes a malicious smile, watching the enemy. He says that the warm-up was over. The main character spins a spear in his hands and creates a force field. He shouts to his opponent that now it is his turn to have fun. The red-haired man opens his mouth wide. He laughs and says that simple technique against him is useless. The student holds a hammer in his hands and also spins it. The guy extends his spear forward to aim at the enemy. The senior student makes several turns with the hammer around himself to repel the main character's attacks. He uses the silver hammer hurricane skill, while the main character uses pear flurry. The main character points his spear at the enemy. He somehow stays on his feet. The guy clenches his teeth, holding a hammer in front of him. He thinks that the high school student is too strange. He looks in horror at his hammer, all battered by the blows of the protagonist. He thinks that the guy is too strong. The student swings a hammer towards the main character. The opponent shouts that he cannot lose and has no intention of doing so. He uses the power of hammer hurricane. The main character's body is pierced by lightning. The teachers watch in horror with their mouths wide open. The man with glasses says that the two of them fight almost to the death. The second one tells him that this is bad, because his ward is bogged down in the opponent's attacks. The doctor makes a malicious smile, holding his chin. She says that the teacher does not understand anything, and her student's opponent will be defeated. The enemy clenches his teeth in rage. He shouts that the guy couldn't resist. The undergrad lifts up and releases his tiger power. He shouts to the high school student that he will kill him. The guy uses the power of a ferocious tiger breaking out of a cage. The main character pulls a spear in front of him and smiles maliciously, watching his opponent. He says that his strength is running out and it will all be over soon. The guy uses a blow of accumulated force. The hammer comes into contact with the young guy's spear. The main character puts a spear to the enemy's neck. A high school student and his opponent hold weapons opposite each other, and the main character presses a spear into the neck of the loser. The cheerleader smiles and raises their hands up. They shout that their guy won and defeated the 4th-ranked player. The doctor looks sarcastically at the bully. She ironically asks him how he is going to eat the arena. She offers him a choice of raw or fried. The bullies look at each other irritably. The guy doesn't say anything in response to the doctor's words. The director watches in horror what is happening. He doesn't understand how one of his best students could lose. The host raises his hand up while the defeated senior student watches. Everyone shouts the young guy's name. An angry opponent holds a small bomb in his hand. He throws it at the main character in a rage. He screams for the guy to go to hell. Lindsay watches the mini-bomb in horror. They shout at him to quickly dodge. The guy jumps from the arena. A huge explosion occurs. His opponent flies to the side. He rises from the ground and smiles widely in rage. He laughs and ironically asks if his opponent survived, because this is impossible since there is no point in competing with him. The main character opens his eyes wide in horror. Master Yi makes a protective dome in front of him with both hands. The guy looks at the back of an elderly man. He thinks that he is using an advanced technique of energy application, and only warriors of the highest 6th rank are able to release the energy of the origins from the body to the outside, creating a dome that can hold back all kinds of attacks. The guy looked at the old man with relief. The man asked if he was okay. The guy replied that he was fine and thanked the old man. He realizes that this man is a 6th rank warrior. The guest patted the main character on the shoulder. He said that the guy is great and should continue in the same spirit because he believes in him. A man watches the loser sitting on the grass. He says that the desire for victory, although commendable, is too much to try to kill your fellow student without disdaining any methods. The old man turns to the teacher running behind him. The teacher behind asks the man if he is okay. The old man replies that their outstanding student, who was recommended to him, turned out to be terrible. The man bowed respectfully to the old man. He apologized to the master and said that the student would certainly be punished for such unworthy behavior. The main character watches the teacher talking to the master. He thinks that, judging by the way the director fawns over him like a dog, this gentleman is not in the lowest position. A doctor runs up to the guy to examine his body. She says that she would like to examine him quickly and wonders if he is injured. The guy replies that he is normal and should not be touched from all sides. A teacher wearing glasses comes up to him and looks at his student with a smile. He says that due to the incident, the matches until noon have been temporarily suspended, and he recommends that he check his wounds and then return to the dorm to rest a little and stock up on strength, since the competition will continue in the afternoon. The guy, along with the teacher, watches the men leaving along with the master. He asks the teacher who the old man is. An old man with long hair and a mustache looks forward with a calm expression on his face. The teacher replies that he himself is not sure, but most likely this is the scientific director of one of the 5 great academies, who arrived there to study their educational institution. The guy, looking at the old man, opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He says it would take him a long time to achieve that kind of power. Dormitory. Dorm door. The main character sits on his bed in the pose of a monk and looks at the Wheel of Fortune in the system window. He says that he received 1 spin for reaching level 15, and also 1 spin is issued monthly, and now he has 2 chances to win something worthwhile. The guy smiles widely, raising his finger up. It requires the system to spin the wheel. The main character folds his hands in front of him in prayer. He says that he wants Lord Lao to give him his blessing and make the prize worthwhile. The Wheel of Fortune stops on a silver card with a sword. The guy irritably holds the card in front of him and opens his mouth wide in dissatisfaction. He says he doesn't need the Silver Blade Technique skill card. System window with 3 maps and a circle in the middle. The system says that he has an excess number of skill cards, and therefore the synthesis system is activated, so he must use any 3 cards of the same rank to synthesize them into a new combat counterpart card of the same rank. The main character folds his hands in front of him with eyes shining with joy. He says he likes the new feature. The main character watches the Wheel of Fortune located in front of him in the system window. He says he has 1 more spin left, so he wants to pull out something decent. The guy demands that the system start rotating. He opens his mouth wide and makes a 2-finger wave. The guy shouts that he wants a big prize 3 times. A box with a prize appears in front of the guy's face, and he raises his hands up. The system says it congratulates him for winning the skill card category prize. The guy shouts with joy that the system is top. The main character puts his hand into the box. He takes out 3 technique cards with swords and a spear from there. One of the cards is the Rainbow Piercing the Sun Spear technique, which is the phenomenon of a white rainbow covering the sun, and in ancient times such a phenomenon was considered an omen of disaster. The second card is the Blade Technique of Cutting Kin and Kun, and the third technique is the Sword Strike, Raising Frost. The main character looks in bewilderment at the cards dealt to him. He reads that a rainbow piercing the sun releases a deadly attack using the energy and mobility of the body, and has absolutely no difference from a blow of accumulated force. If we look at it in terms of speed, then the pear-colored flurry is much better. The main character snaps 2 fingers because he has an idea. He says that since he has 3 silver cards in his hands, he could try using the synthesis system. He adds all 3 power cards to the slot in the system window and, watching this, smiles maliciously. The guy demands that the system synthesize a skill map. The system window requires the main character to select the spear technique category he desires. A notification appears in front of him to start synthesis, and the guy presses the confirmation button. The system synthesizes the cards received into it. A card with a fist appeared in front of the guy. The system says that the synthesis of the silver rank skill card is complete, and he is congratulated for obtaining the silver spear technique skill card verdict. The main character looks at the received card with a wide smile. He says the verdict sounds cool and bold. He holds the card in front of him and closes his eyes. The guy thinks that he will study it right now without wasting time. The main character imagines the character using a spear, and it makes strikes from several sides at once. Verdict is a skill that makes it possible to turn the combat skill of the enemy who made the attack against him, and the strength of the skill directly depends on the power of the reflected attack. Its use requires the warrior to expend significant amounts of source energy, and it also has a brutal time frame for repelling enemy attacks. If there is a significant difference with the enemy's rank, repelling the attack is impossible. The main character smiles widely, looking forward. He laughs and says that while others use force to push back, he now has a spear to do it. The host calls numbers 1024 and 520 into the ring. A girl with a hoop enters the arena. She holds her hands at her sides and looks at the boy with a surprised expression on her face. The girl asks if he is the famous Lin Zhu. The main character scratches the back of his head in a relaxed manner. He replies that she understood everything correctly. At the same time, the guy was sure that he would not get caught against the girl, and did not know how to resist her now. The opponent smiles broadly and raises the hoop up. She catches the main character in the grip of her weapon while the guy watches what is happening in bewilderment. He asks her what's going on. The girl makes a malicious expression on her face. She says that the guy got caught and now he won't get away from her. The rival approaches the main character and kisses him on the cheek. A girl leaves a lipstick mark on a high school student's face. The main character's opponent holds him in a hoop and raises his hand up, smiling widely. She chuckles and asks the referee to stop the fight as she is giving up and doesn't want to fight her idol. The guy looks at her in bewilderment. His support group opens their eyes and mouth wide in shock. The judge turns to the girl leaving the arena. She says that since she gave up, Lin Zhu won. The teacher holds his finger to his mouth and looks at what is happening with bewilderment. He says that he, unlike the student, has no luck. The doctor frowns with anger. She says that the little girl is too brave for deciding to seduce her baby. The doctor grabs the guy by the t-shirt. She pulls him towards her and kisses him on the lips. The boy covers his mouth with his hands. He asks in horror what the woman is doing. The doctor sarcastically wipes his lips after the kiss. She replies that she had nothing else to do, because her baby was being taken away by another girl right in front of her, and therefore, without further ado, she decided to take his kiss first. The boy fell to his knees in front of the woman and began to sob. He said it was his first kiss. The woman lovingly asked him not to worry because she would take responsibility for him. Fans from the stands look at a huge screen. The presenter says that there are 25 participants left in the competition, and 12 of them will advance to the next round, so he begins the draw. The director watches the fight with his hands folded in front of him. He thinks that he has prepared a worthy treat for the hated student. The table of participants indicates that the main character will fight 2 opponents at once. The guy opens his mouth wide in horror. He says that he was most afraid of what happened because he was forced to participate in a battle for 3. The guy turned to the teacher in bewilderment. He told the boy that in the academy rankings, one of the guys was in 10th place and the other was in 12th place, and he heard that these 2 guys were on pretty good terms, and therefore there was a high probability that a 3-on-1 battle would turn into a 2-on-1 battle. The main character scratches the bridge of his nose irritably. He thinks about what the teacher just said and how unpleasant it is for him. The main character holds his hand to his chin. He thinks that if they are not too strong, then he can defeat them, and now he has new trump cards up his sleeve. Opponents enter arena number 7. The host says that number 1024, number 100 and number 69 must go to the 7th arena. They were told to get ready. Rivals look at the main character. The leader demands that they start the fight. The guy with the claw gloves starts using the force. This time, he will use the silver 9 claw judgment skill. His friend also joins the fray. He uses the silver skill all-round concussion. The enemy attacks the main character and makes a blow. His friend behind uses his claws to attack the youth. He swings his spear to deflect the blows of 2 opponents. The main character crouches down to dodge the blow. He makes several strikes with his spear at his opponents. The guy uses the greatness of the phoenix. The opponent makes a terrifying expression on his face. He smiles widely and uses his claws. The guy uses the lightning whirlwind silver skill method. The main character opens his mouth wide in horror. He understands that the enemy was able to break his phoenix greatness. The enemy stands in a stance, holding his claws in front of him. He explains that his lightning whirlwind skill creates a high-speed spin that can deflect many attacks from other combat skills. The main character looks in bewilderment at the enemy holding his claws in front of him. The rival says that they have studied his skills and therefore know that the greatness of the phoenix will be able to delay his skill. The guy swings his two clawed hands. He goes on to say that he also knows about the pear blossom flurry, so he can only direct it at one of them. The opponent swings his two claws and directs his energy at the main character. He uses the silver crosscut skill. The enemy shouts that the protagonist's defeat is a foregone conclusion. His friend begins to spin his weapon. He says he uses the silver skill. His weapon is imbued with power when spun. He uses the iron staff spinning method. The fighting classmates watch in horror. One of them says that cross-cleaving and iron staff spinning are their strongest skills. The second responds that this is really harsh. The doctor watches in fury. She says that they have no shame at all, since they not only took up arms against one, but also began to use their best skills in the first turn. Holding a spear in front of him, the main character makes a malicious smile. He asks if his opponent can really repel combat attacks. The guy holds the staff in his hand and makes an arrogant smile. He replies that he also has such a skill. The main character swings his staff. He uses the silver skill of the verdict method. The main character made a protective circle around himself. The enemy's force hitting him is stopped, and then she goes to the person who sent her. The opponent opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. He is overcome by his own energy and knocked off his feet. The enemy watches in horror as his friend is thrown from the arena. He shouts the name of his comrade. The main character glances at the second guy. He says it's his turn now. The youth extends his spear forward. It uses the accumulated force strike method and pear-colored flurry together. The enemy is hit by many blows from the spear. The main character takes a stance in front of the enemy. The opponent lies outside the arena and does not move. His friend is also defeated. The leader approaches the student lying on the ground and checks his pulse. He raises the protagonist's hand and looks forward with a smile. The man shouts that Lindsay won. His support group smiles widely. The teacher with red hair shouts that he is great for being able to defeat the two by himself. The doctor lovingly says that there is no one cooler than her boy. The director watches what is happening irritably, gritting his teeth. He thinks that the guy was able to win even in terrible conditions. One of the best students with white hair comes up behind him. He says that next there will be competitions among the 20 past participants, so he should make sure that he gets into the tour along with the main character, and otherwise he doesn't have to worry. The man looked at the student with enthusiasm. He replied that he would do as he asked. The guy points forward with a furious expression on his face. He says that he will not let him feel like a winner for another half a day, and after noon in the next round, he will personally destroy him, and for all the torment that he had to endure because of him on the path of death, he will pay double. The main arena where the presenter stands. He says that this is the stage that will determine the 6 participants who will continue the competition, and asks the first pair number 1024 and number 85 to come out. The students look at each other in bewilderment. One of them says that the main character once defeated his rival, but since then both of them have increased in strength, and so he wonders if the high school student will be able to defeat him again. Because, judging by the performance, the enemy has already reached the second rank. A guy with freckles and white hair smiles widely. The second student, in bewilderment, says that this cannot be since only 1 month has passed, and during this time he would not have had time to rise to the second rank, and the doping he took should have had a serious impact on his improvement. The opponent looks at the main character in the arena. The second continues the dialogue and replies that no one knows about this for sure, but they say that he practiced for a whole month in a dangerous place, such as the path of death. The support group encourages their ward. The teacher with red hair shouts at him to defeat him again. The main character shows his thumb as a sign of approval. A young boy with white hair and freckles approaches their group. He laughs and says that he will not be able to defeat his older brother, and this time only a cruel death awaits the high school student. The teacher makes a malicious expression on his face. He replies that he did not expect to see a weakling here and, probably, he came to see how his brother would be knocked over by the main character. The student gritted his teeth in displeasure and showed his fist. The enemy holds the weapon with his hand, while his brother says that they all will not understand what suffering his brother suffered on the path of death in order to defeat his main rival, but they will soon see everything for themselves. The student makes a malicious expression on his face and goes at the young man with a sword. He says that time flies fast and he didn't think that after a month they will meet again at the same place, but this time he is going to kill him. A system window appears near the enemy stating that his name is Tian Tian, and he is a warrior of the second rank. His specialization is considered to be a sword, and his combat ability is 1908. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that his opponent not only has the second rank, but also has a higher combat capability than him. The main character holds a spear in front of him. He replies that from the moment his father sent assassins against him, he will not know peace until he settles scores with his clan. The enemy runs towards the main character. He deflects the enemy's sword with his spear. The guys move away from each other. The main character watches the enemy and clenches his teeth in anger. He thinks that his power is too high. The opponent holds out the weapon in front of him and makes a malicious smile. He says that it took him 100 million to buy his weapon, whose name is the Blood Demon, and it was created from a special metal obtained from the blood red star, and he does not read the rubbish that the main character fights with. The enemy jumps, swinging a huge red sword. He says that he paid a high price to defeat him, and his blood will be sacrificed to the bloody demon. The student makes a swing, but the youth dodges the blow. He holds his spear out in front of him and opens his mouth wide. The main character attacks with his best blow, but the enemy multiplies. The guy uses a pear-colored flurry. He opens his eyes wide in surprise. The guy understands that the enemy is using a movement technique. The teachers watch what is happening in surprise. One of them asks the second whether the opponent used a movement technique. The second one replies that this is simply impossible, because in order to free up motor combat skills, a warrior needs to reach the 3rd rank, and he is only at the 2nd. The cheerleaders look at their opponent's little brother with bewilderment. He replies that this is not impossible, and they should just watch as his brother kills their ward in front of them. The student holds the sword in front of him, filling it with energy. He uses a silver arc-cutting skill. The guy swings his sword and throws the main character away. He gives strength to his fist and swings at the boy. The enemy shouts that these are not all his skills. He slams his charged fist straight into the protagonist's chest. The student uses the splitting fist method. The guy flies to the side from the blow. He coughs up blood. The beaten protagonist wipes blood from his face. He thinks about how his splitting fist has become much stronger than it was before, and since he can use the movement technique, his overall skill has already reached a standard rank 3 warrior. The young man clenches his teeth in pain. He thinks about the fact that his anger outburst is still on cooldown and therefore he will have a difficult fight. The enemy approaches the guy, holding a sword behind his back. He says that his attacks were still rather weak. The guy looks at his opponent with anger. He thrusts his spear, charging it with power. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. The enemy smiles widely, looking at the boy. He says that he has not been afraid of this technique for a long time. He strikes a pose, gathering magic in his hands. The guy says that in addition to buying a bloody demon for exorbitant amounts of money, he also acquired many combat skill cards, and this is also that he can find something that can interrupt the high school student's combat skill. The enemy extends the sword in front of him, repelling the attack of the spear. It uses floating clouds and flowing water. The opponent's sword absorbs Phoenix energy. He sucks all the strength of the main character into the sword, and then he makes a swing and dispels all the energy. The support group watches in horror. They don't understand how he was able to dispel the reception. The main character watches what is happening in irritation. He thinks that this is the 2nd time this day that he has encountered a skill that can neutralize the greatness of the Phoenix. He gets into a fighting pose, holding a spear in front of him. The guy says he demands a 2nd try, and this time his opponent will definitely not be able to parry the blow. The main character runs at his opponent with a spear. It uses the flurry of pear color and the majesty of the Phoenix together. The opponent holds a sword in front of him and smiles. He says he is ready to test his words. The bully swings his sword at the guy's blow, and the main character opens his mouth wide in surprise. He looks at what is happening in panic. The guy screams in horror. His opponent opens his mouth wide, looking at him with joy in his eyes. He screams with pleasure. 2 energies touch. An explosion occurs. The main character watches what is happening in bewilderment. He realizes that his power has indeed been dissipated. The opponent raises his hand and smiles broadly. He says it's his turn to play. The guy jumps on the main character with a sword. In flight, he makes a swing, and then uses the silver life drain skill. The main character manages to swing his spear around himself. He uses the verdict to reflect. 2 forces are in contact with each other. The protagonist's spear cracks. The enemy's strength overtakes him. The people in the stands open their mouths wide in horror. The guy flies to the side, but stays on his feet. He looks at his hands, which no longer hold the spear. He realizes that the verdict did not work because his opponent has a significant superiority in strength. And this is the only case where he is unable to repel the attack, and it turns out that his opponent has actually achieved the strength inherent in 3rd rank warriors. A senior student runs at the main character with a sword. It pierces his hand. The guy clenches his teeth in pain and holds his hand in a fist in front of him. He uses the accumulated force punch of the ripping fist method. He punches his opponent. The opponent flies to the side. He looks arrogantly at the main character. The guy says that he shouldn't have shied away, because if he had died from his sword, he wouldn't have had to suffer. The student hits the youth in the face. He says he's going to break every bone in his body. The opponent uses the splitting fist method and delivers multiple blows to the opponent's body. The support group watches from the stands. The teachers ask him to admit defeat, otherwise he will be killed. The guy covers his face with his hands. He says he can't just give up. The enemy makes a powerful blow to the protagonist's face. The teachers and the doctor on the podium open their eyes wide in horror. The leader runs up to the soldiers and spreads his arms. He screams in horror to stop quickly. The game curator looks irritably at the white-haired guy. He shouts to him that the enemy is already unconscious, which means he had to stop. The guy raises his hand forward, making an irritated expression on his face. He says that it would be strange to kill with so many people, so even though he survived, he is now little different from a cripple. Lying on the floor of the arena, the main character spits blood. He thinks that this time he screwed up big time and now he will most likely die. The guy stands in front of the galaxy, reading the system message. He is asked to open the genetic lock, but when it is open, there is a 10% chance of death, a 20% chance of losing consciousness, and a 30% chance of unforeseen circumstances. The main character comes closer to the system message and pulls his finger to select. He says that he must win the competition and destroy the clan at any cost. The guy in the galaxy rises up with his arms outstretched. The system says that the initialization of opening the first level genetic lock was simply successful, and all the characteristics of the host's body will soon increase. The main character and his entire body are saturated with lightning charges. The system congratulates him for successfully opening the first level genetic lock, in which he gains improvements in the attributes of strength, endurance, and speed, as well as overall combat effectiveness. In addition, he receives 3 rotations of the Wheel of Fortune, promotion to the 2nd rank, and, in addition, another rotation. The title of a warrior of the 2nd rank along with the advantages of the rank, that is, bonuses when using ranks and the amount of a 5% increase in the strength attribute. The presenter raises his hand, holding a piece of paper in front of him. He wants to say that the protagonist's opponent won. The guy lying on the floor behind him raises his hand. The cheerleaders from the stands look at the judge. They shout that their charge has risen, and he is almost up. The judge glances at the guy sitting on his lap. He stands up, looking at his hands. The guy thinks that he feels as if every cell in his body is saturated with explosive power. A master sits at the table, observing the young guy's performance. He thinks about how the boy didn't take any doping and didn't feel nervous about using any fighting skills, but suddenly he somehow became stronger, because just a few months ago he was a loser on all counts, and now his physical fitness is almost up to par, to the level of 3rd rank warriors, and he still couldn't believe it. The enemy turns in bewilderment at the protagonist who has risen from the floor. The coach says that this is simply impossible. The opponent tells the guy that he is just an annoying guy. The student runs at the opponent with a fist. The opponent also pulls his fist in front of him with rage. He shouts that his ripping fist is no match for what the protagonist uses. They punch each other and the power connects. The enemy opens his eyes wide in horror. He doesn't understand where the guy got so much strength. The skin on his arm peels off, revealing mechanized parts underneath. The opponent's hand is made entirely of iron. The main character watches what is happening in bewilderment. He doesn't understand where his opponent got his mechanical arm. The opponent bends down to pick up the sword from the ground. He says that this is all because of his rival, and through his efforts he became a half-human, half-mechanized monster because in order to increase his level of hardening, he went to practice on the path of death, but those monsters damaged his limbs, and in order to survive, he had to transform. He looks at the guy with an angry expression on his face. The rival continues to say that although his changes allowed him to gain the strength of a 3rd rank warrior, he will never be able to rise higher again. The weakened opponent runs at the main character, swinging his sword. He shouts that all his problems are because of him. The enemy swings his sword in front of the main character. He screams for the guy to die. The young man puts his hand on the ground. Due to his semi-sitting position, he punches his opponent in the chest. He shouts that his opponent himself got what he deserved. The main character throws the high school student up, and then he punches his opponent with a horrified expression on his face. He understands that the main character is acting too quickly. The guy makes multiple punches to the opponent's body. The cheerleaders from the stands open their mouths wide in surprise. They shout at him to defeat the high school student. The enemy's brother opens his mouth wide in horror. He yells at the guy to stop. The main character punches his opponent in the face and blood flows from his mouth. He then hits him on the left cheek, and then again from below in the face. The young man throws his opponent aside. He lifts him off the ground and tries to finish him off, but the referee standing behind is not happy. He shouts for the guy to stop the fight since the opponent has already lost consciousness. The main character rises from the ground, leaving the enemy in the arena. The judge raises the high school student's hand up. He shouts that Lin Zhu has won. The cheerleaders in the arena smile broadly at the scene. They are happy that their players have defeated their opponent in the arena for the 2nd time. The brother of the defeated student clenches his teeth in anger. He thinks that the opponent is too strong because his brother was also of 3rd rank. The master and the director of the academy open their eyes wide in surprise. A man with a mustache says that the guy is quite a promising talent. The director thinks that there is no way his student could defeat young Master Tang. Lying on the arena, the opponent shoves his hand into his pocket. He takes a syringe out of it. The defeated student swings a syringe at the main character with one hand. He screams for the guy to go to the next world. The young man stops the opponent's hand in front of him. He demands that the guy stop because the fight is already over and he shouldn't use what he has in his hand. A guy with a beaten face holds a syringe in front of him. He answers the main character that this is a special gift that he brought for him from the path of death, a virus that with just one drop turns a person into a zombie. A high school student tries to inject the main character with a syringe. The presenter shouts to the guy that he is committing a crime. The distraught opponent opens his mouth wide in a smile. He laughs and shouts that he just wants to turn the guy into a zombie, turning him into a monster. The young man smiles widely. He says that the opponent asked for it himself. The guy grabs the enemy's hand and snatches the syringe. He injects him in the neck. The guy mutates, turning into a red zombie. The main character watches his transformation with a calm expression on his face. She says that his rival has now mutated into a zombie. Near the main character's leg lies the tip of his spear. He kicks it, sending it flying. The guy screams for the enemy to die. The tip hits the mutated guy's neck. Sitting in the stands, the brother of the defeated student opens his eyes wide in horror. He shouts for his opponent to stop and not kill his brother. The main character, together with a disgruntled judge, watches what is happening. Behind him, a man's voice screams for the guy to bring his son back to life. The young man opens his eyes warily. The head of the Tang clan appears behind him and uses his hand charged with energy. The main character dodges the opponent's father's power. The man, with an angry expression on his face, tries to throw another punch. He asks the guy not to shy away. An old man comes to the defense of the main character, and the guy is surprised by what is happening. He shouts that the man should not show such impudence. The old man protects the guy with his powers, taking energy from the angry father. The man stands with a surprised expression on his face. He glances at the master, who is covering the young guy. The head of the clan thinks that this is simply impossible, and does not understand when a 6th rank warrior arrived in the city. The man looks down. He says that Mr. Lin Zhu killed his son and he wants to detain him and take him to the police station, so he asks the old man not to interfere with him. The master looks at the man with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he saw a young guy acting for the safety of the academy by killing zombies, and this is legal in the city of Starlight. The man looks at the old man furiously. The wards standing nearby turn to the head of the clan. The man raises his hand up. He demands that his son's body be taken away. The ward replies that he understood the order. Teachers from the academy run towards the arena while the old man scratches his mustache. He says that in order to prevent the spread of the virus, the corpse of a person who has turned into a zombie is not allowed to be disposed of as he pleases. The head of the clan looks at the old man and the guy with irritation. He silently accepts his words. One of the teachers looks at the head of the clan, pointing forward with his hand. He says that since the incident happened on the territory of the academy, he will have to leave the arena and wait a bit until the police finish checking and can take the body. The young man bows to the old man. He thanks him for his help. A man covers the body of a young guy. He says that there is no need to thank him since his actions were not wrong, and if anyone, under the pretext of what happened, plans to create difficulties for him, he will first have to go through the old man. The head of the clan frowns with anger. He doesn't say anything. The teacher and the director look at each other. Building in a military building. Federation military unit. Dormitory area. A man's voice says that their brother is very cool. 3 military men watch a video on a tablet. The bully says that his brother is just a beast and, barely returning from the mission, has already managed to finish off the eldest son of the Tang clan. His friend says that even though this happened due to the fault of the eldest son of the Tang clan, given his influence, they will not let it go so easily, and therefore this time his brother got into a big mess. The commander-in-chief enters the room. She says that she just received news about the appearance of a mutated zombie at Starlight Academy, and therefore, on orders from her superiors, they will go there tomorrow morning to find out everything. The men rise from their chairs and open their mouths wide. They shout that they understand everything. The bully plays his knuckles, and he and the military man look at each other. The soldier says that he was just racking his brains over how to help his brother. The friend laughs and says that there will be an opportunity to look at his alma mater again. The commander watches the guys with a smile. She thinks that the young guy probably didn't think that he would see his older sister so quickly. A man's hand knocks on the door. The sleepy main character in pajamas opens it slightly. He asks who the difficult woman brought to him early in the morning. The director points his hand at the guy and looks at the blue-haired man behind him. He tells him that this is Mr. Lin Zhu. A man with blue hair shows the guy his crust. He says that the guy is suspected of committing murder and therefore must go with them. The young man glances at the director. He says that he quickly came to his senses, and he realized that he had also gone to the Fortress of Light on his initiative. The man irritably points his finger at the boy. He shouts that he is insolent for talking to the director like that while he is a student, and he really belongs in prison. The main character looks into the director's face with a malicious smile. He replies that such a terrible person like him has no right to be called the director of the academy. A man with blue hair raises his hand up. He says that he has enough of his rant and they should handcuff him. The guy looks at the servants of the law with arrogance. He replies that he is the holder of the Order of the First Star, so his detention is not in their jurisdiction, and if he can be arrested, then only by servants of the Federation Army. The men look at the young guy in bewilderment. The director gives them a displeased look. He opens his mouth irritably and points his finger at the guy. The man shouts that there is no need to listen to him because he is just a high school student and he cannot have such an order. Therefore, the deceitful killer cannot stay within the walls of the academy for a second longer and he needs to be taken away quickly. The man takes out handcuffs while the main character in pajamas calmly watches. He tells them to consider the possible consequences. Military vehicles are approaching the academy building. Several military men get out of their cars. The commander walks next to his platoon. She shouts to the director that he has completely lost his fear. The girl raises her hand up and opens her mouth wide. She says they have no right to attack a decorated Federation soldier. The director opens his eyes wide in horror while the guy looks at his reaction with a malicious smile. The man is at a loss where he got such a warrant. The soldiers raise their guns and hold them in front of them. The men raise their hands in horror, and the director opens his eyes wide. He does not understand what is happening and what the Federation soldiers are doing on the territory of the academy. The man with blue hair replies that he is also on duty and is just doing his job. The main character mockingly says that he warned them about this. The military ties up the director while the commander stands next to his lover. She says that she will contact their superiors, and if his actions did not turn out to be an abuse of power, then he will be released. The girl comes closer and holds the guy by the shoulder. She says it was an unexpected meeting. Two military men approach the main character and hug him. Toughnut says they somehow managed to arrive on time. His friend replies that after seeing the news, the instructor immediately sent them here because everyone understood that the Tang clan would try to smear him. A teacher with glasses approaches the guy. He says that he knows that the guy is not guilty of anything, but since the Tang clan is one of the largest shareholders of the academy, under their pressure, the academy issued an order regarding yesterday's incident. The main character opens his mouth wide in horror. He does not understand what order the teacher is talking about. The man hands him an envelope. He says that he himself only found out about the notification in the morning, and the academy believes that he deliberately injected the student, knowing full well that syringe contained a virus that ultimately led to his mutation. And despite the fact that it was not intentional murder, this act was qualified as malicious infliction of bodily harm, which indirectly led to the death of the young man, so the academy ordered his expulsion. The guy irritably crumples the order sheet in his hand. He shouts that they are all terrible people. The man looks at his subordinate with a frustrated expression. He apologizes to him and says that his abilities as a teacher are very limited and therefore he cannot stop it. But nevertheless, the other teachers have discussed everything and will try to transfer him to another educational institution. The guy raises his hand in doom. He says thank you to the teacher and thanks for his good intentions, but for him, as an expelled student, transferring to another academy is an almost impossible task. The girl smiles widely, looking at the main character. She says that everything will be fine, and there is no point in wasting his strength where he is not valued. Since this time the instructor sent her, among other things, to convey to him an official invitation to join the ranks of the Federation troops. The young man smiles doomedly. He replies that this is her truth, since he will still not be able to enter the university without finishing his last year of school, in which case it would be better to join the Federation army and cut up zombies shoulder to shoulder with his brothers. An elderly man comes into the corridor. He tells the guy that such measures are not necessary. The main character looks at the old man in bewilderment. The man holds his hands behind his back, looking at his ward. He says he actually has one more choice. A man with a long mustache looks at the main character. The guy pronounces his name admiringly. The man hands the young man an envelope. He says that the student can join their educational institution. The soldiers look at each other with displeasure. The girl whispers that some old man jumped her. The soldier standing nearby also quietly replies that this old man is quite a tough figure. The second confirms his words and says that is why she is in no hurry to get into a quarrel with him. The commander-in-chief looks irritably at the frightened guys. She tells them to keep their mouths shut. The soldiers open their eyes wide in surprise. The guy holds an open letter in front of him. It says that he is being notified of his admission to their university through a special admission process and is asked to come to register at the university. The guy screams with joy. His friends around him open their mouths wide in surprise. They suddenly ask him again if he really didn't mix up anything. The man pulls his hand in front of him, touching his mustache. He says they got it right, and it is also known as the sacred region. The old man is a university teacher, and he is responsible for the admission of students by special admission, because every year during this period of time he visits educational institutions in search of talented students who are given the opportunity to be among the students admitted to them for special reasons. And he observed main character for some time, and given his talents, he fully qualifies for special circumstances credit. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He replies that he was expelled. The man continues to stroke his mustache, watching the boy. He replies that their university and others like it have a mechanism for admitting students under special circumstances, and he will not need to take the final exam, and given his talents, there will be no need to study in the third year of high school either. All he needs is to come to registration on the 1st of September. The student raises his hands in front of him and smiles broadly. He says he will definitely come. The main character looks again at the piece of paper that the old man gave him. He thinks that you never know where you will find it, and when you lose it, he could not even imagine that after expulsion he would have great luck. The guy with a smile on his face recalls the image of a girl with white hair. He thinks that he will soon see his baby. The main character turns to the old man in bewilderment. He asks the old man how he can get to the university because he previously tried to search for information on the internet but did not find anything, and this study also does not say anything. The man looks at the young man with a calm expression. He replies that when he reaches the end of the path of death, he will be met there and taken to the university. The soldiers open their mouths wide in horror. They ask in bewilderment how a guy can be sent there. The main character tensely watches the reaction of his friends. Many zombies are confused in the dark forest. The path of death is not a road, but a special area. This place is massively populated by zombies and high-ranking evolved beasts. As the name suggests, this is one of the most dangerous areas on the planet. Monsters of different types and classes. According to rumors, these forests are home to the strongest evolved beast that has reached rank 9. Monsters in test tubes. Along that path there are also various secret laboratories that are relics of wartime. The man frowns, looking at the student. The old man asks if the guy was scared of the story. The main character smiles widely, holding his fist in front of him. He replies that he is not afraid, but simply excited. The guy looks at his hand. He thinks that he is not afraid of the path of death, since the more animals and zombies he kills, the more experience points he will receive, and for him this is just heaven. The old man holds the guy by the shoulder. He asks what he is going to do. The young man replies that he is first going to go to the city and get a warrior's license, and then go to registration. The man replies that he will really need a warrior's license for further development. Holding his hands behind his back, the man walks away. He treats the guy. The soldiers come closer to the main character. The girl says that he is great and will become a student. All his friends congratulate him on this. The men smile broadly and touch the guy's shoulders. The commander invites them to mark. The joyful soldiers shout that they are going to have a blast. The protagonist's friend turns to the teacher. He asks him to join them. The man says he is going to invite a few more friends. The main character scratches his chin. He replies that the more people there are, the merrier. A multi-story building with windows with lights on. The doctor holds a glass of alcohol in front of him and smiles widely. She asks to pour her more and wishes her baby to fly to the skies, and also offers to drink to his boundless prospects. The group clinks glasses with each other. The girl grabs the main character by the neck and pulls him towards her. She says that as soon as he gets a job at the university, he should join her, because with his older sister he won't be afraid of the slightest wound. A classmate touches a guy on the shoulder. She says that she will definitely follow in his footsteps and will do her best to skip the class and get to his university as soon as possible. The commander folds his hands on the table and with a dissatisfied expression on his face watches the girls who show interest in her lover. The teacher sitting next to him makes a malicious smile. He replies that his brother is indeed a true role model, because on his left is a mature and attractive woman, and on his right is a classmate who is interested in him. The teacher watches the military woman sitting next to her with a smile. He says that an alpha woman in a military uniform, sitting on the sidelines, who is just thinking about how to get him to join her, also wants a relationship with the guy. A man gets punched in the head by a girl. She says that if he continues to talk nonsense, she will call her guys who will make a chop out of him. The girl hits the table with her hand. She asks when her brother plans to go to town. Girls squeeze the guy's head with their breasts. The military woman asks if it's worth giving him a ride to the city because she feels quite confident behind the wheel and, well, she won't tip over the car. Tired of attention, The student makes an irritated expression on his face. He replies that there is no need for this because he is going to go there on foot, alone, and along the way he will continue to gain experience because the city is clearly replete with talents, and besides, he will have to go through the path of death, which in itself is already extremely dangerous, so he's going to continue to get stronger. Peripheral district of Starlight City. The main character in a plain black suit walks through the forest. He says that his silver spirit was shattered into pieces and could not be restored, so he had to purchase a regular long spear. The guy looks at his simple weapon. He says that once he gets his warrior's license, he can finally register on the Alliance website and buy a decent weapon. The swaying of the grass. The main character glances behind him. He thinks that he is not alone, and, judging by the aura, they are not zombies or evolved beasts, but people and, most likely, warriors. A weapon appears behind the main character. He squats to evade and clenches his hand into a fist. The guy charges him with energy. He makes a powerful blow to the enemy. The main character uses a ripping fist. The attacking man with red hair flies away. Two strangers run towards the main character with weapons. They shout that they want to avenge their young master. The man with green hair grins and swings his sword. He shouts to the guy that he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. The main character hits him in the chest with his fist. He uses the ripping fist method. The guy shouts that he shouldn't do this. The green-haired stranger is thrown aside onto the ground. The men watch the strong schoolboy in bewilderment. They say that his aura was originally much weaker, but then they don't understand why his power is so terrifying. The young man lowers his head down, clenching his two hands into a fist. He chuckles and says that they still can't get enough of it. The main character reaches out to his spear behind his back and makes a malicious smile. He says that the people of the Tang clan have never learned anything. Four men with weapons run towards the main character. They scream at him to die. The guy holds out a spear in front of him. He uses the greatness of the phoenix. All four warriors fly away under the influence of his power. The main character holds a spear with one hand and walks away from the explosion with a malicious smile. He says that he's finally finished with the little things and it's time for him to show himself to the big fish. The man holds a sword in his hand. He is surprised that so many people couldn't deal with the high school student. The head of the clan makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that his warriors are just a worthless herd. The man holds the sword in front of him, looking at the main character. He says the guy is just a brat. The head of the clan makes an angry expression on his face and frowns. He tells the guy that he will pay for the death of his son. The main character makes a malicious expression on his face, holding a spear in front of him. He replies that if he is worried that his son is lonely now, then he will send him to meet him. The man extends his sword towards the main character. He screams for the guy to die. The main character holds a spear in front of him to hold back the enemy's onslaught. It charges him with energy. The guy uses his spear to attack, and the head of the clan makes a surprised expression on his face. The guy uses the pear-colored flurry method. The man dodges all 5 blows from the young guy's spear. They leave marks on trees behind the enemy. The man turns around in horror. He thinks that the kid is quite strong and he was able to perform 5 instant strikes, each of which contain the strength of the peak of the 2nd rank. The old man frowns. He tells the guy that he is using childish tricks. The man swings his sword. He uses the Silver Moon sickle execution skill. The main character dodges the enemy's blow. He thinks that the man has impressive energy, and the guy only has 3 minutes left to recharge his outburst of anger, so he needs to hold out until that time. The man opens his mouth wide in rage. He asks how the guy could dodge his blow, and is sure that he won't be able to with the next one. The head of the clan makes 3 swings of his sword. In each of them, he uses the Crescent Moon execution method. The guy holds out a spear in front of him. He uses the method of Phoenix Greatness. The young man swings his spear, repelling the enemy's energy. A huge explosion occurs in the forest. The man remains in his place, covered in fire. He absorbs the energy of the main character into himself. The guy opens his mouth wide in horror. He doesn't understand how the man could do this. The head of the clan is charged with fiery energy and goes towards the guy. He thanks him for the fire and says that his attack will now be more powerful. A man swings a sword at the main character. He says he is using the golden skill. The head of the clan directs energy to the main character. He uses the 9th Heaven Wind Dance. The guy makes a frightened expression on his face in horror. He is surprised that the man is using a golden skill and realizes that he cannot avoid it. The main character clenches his teeth, looking at the enemy. He shouts that he must hold on. The young man twirls the spear in his hands, creating barriers. He uses his verdict method to repel the attack. The 2 forces come into contact and an explosion occurs. The guy clenches his teeth, straining to repel the attack. He says he can do it. The man extends his hand in front of him, grinning. He shouts to the main character that he could not repel his attack. The guy's spear cracks. The main character flies to the side from the opponent's blow. A huge explosion occurs. The young man hits a stone and it cracks. The opponent runs towards the main character. He shouts to him that he has lost his weapon and now he will not be able to fight him. The sword hits the main character's shoulder and he clenches his teeth in pain. The man looks at the young man furiously. He wishes him to go to hell. The high school student holds the sword with his hand, moving it away from his shoulder. His eyes and body are filled with energy, and the guy smiles maliciously. He says it's time for him to use his greatest strength. The main character holds the enemy's sword with one hand and swings at the head of the clan with the other. He activates an explosion of anger. The man opens his eyes wide in shock. He doesn't believe what's happening. The guy clenches his teeth and shouts that it's finally his turn to play. The main character uses an explosion of anger with a ripping fist. The guy makes a power blow to the man's body. A high school student hits the head of the clan with his fist. He doesn't understand why the guy's aura suddenly intensified, because he didn't take any drugs and no energy flows or sources came from him using special combat skills. The man opens his eyes wide in horror. From the blow of the main character, he flies to the side. The man rises to his knees, holding his sore shoulder. The high school student approaches him, picking up his sword from the ground as the boss looks on in horror. He says the man has a good weapon. The head of the clan glances at the young man. He says that he cannot kill him since he is the head of the clan and he will never let him go to jail for killing the boss. The guy looks at the man with a malicious smile. He replies that he never cared about their clan and he left the city because he received an acceptance notice from the university and now he is their student. The man opens his mouth and eyes wide in horror. He doesn't understand how this could happen because he was expelled. The main character makes a calm expression on his face while watching the clan boss. He replies that his family can't even dream of achieving the results that he will receive in the future. The high school student swings his sword, cutting off his opponent's head. The system window says that the third rank warrior was destroyed, and for this the guy receives 547,821 experience points. The main character breathes out a sigh of relief. In an alarming voice, he says that he was finally able to defeat the man, and they gave him a lot of experience points since the head of the clan was already on the verge of reaching the 4th rank. And if the main character had not used an explosion of anger, he would have been lying motionless on the ground, not a rival. The high school student looks forward at the black forest in front of him. He says that the path ahead will be even more dangerous. Destroyed buildings of the settlement. The main character, without a t-shirt, wraps his body with bandages, leaning on the wall. Carrier, Lenzu, level 15, strength 263, endurance 100, speed 75, total combat capability 1900, is a second rank warrior, anger accumulation 0, 100, abilities, eye of analysis, explosion of anger, disguise. Number of available spins 4. The guy says that he needs to increase his efforts and when his combat efficiency indicator reaches 2000, he will become a warrior of the 3rd rank. And when this moment comes, he will be able to improve his movement techniques and his combat potential will become an order of magnitude higher. And, as it turns out, the guy has accumulated as many as 4 rotations, and therefore he believes that he needs to use them while he is recovering. The main character looks at the Wheel of Fortune, on which slots are in the form of question marks. He asks why the winnings are not shown there. The guy raises his hand and smiles widely. The system congratulates him for getting the chance to participate in the lucky draw lottery, and he has a chance of winning multiple times. The main character says he understands what the question marks symbolize in a multi-win lottery. He chuckles and says he wants to get started. The arrow of the Wheel of Fortune is spinning. The young man says that he already wants to find out what is there. The guy looks at the spinning wheel in bewilderment. It stops and crystal stones fall out of it as the guy watches with a big smile. The system notifies the main character that he has received a large amount of anomalous crystal. The guy says that the amount of crystal is really huge. A high school student sits on the ground, leaning on the wall and looking at the crystal stones lying near him. He says that 3 of them are of the 3rd rank, 5 of the 2nd, and 10 of the 1st, and although they are of little use, he can sell them for a round sum. The young man smiles widely, putting the stones into his backpack. It tells the system to keep spinning. The arrow stops at one of the question marks. The system notifies the guy that he has received the legendary Blood Moon weapon. The main character opens his eyes wide and, smiling, watches the legendary gloves that he holds in front of him. He says that they are made of soft metal and are simply not like everyone else, which is why they are legendary. The guy admires the gloves, pulling them on his hand. He says that the hand-to-hand combat technique is the only thing he can use besides the spear technique, so these gloves are perfect for the ripping fist technique. And since his spear is broken, and he is not used to the sword of the old clan head, now for him these gloves are like rain during a drought. The main character opens his mouth and points his finger at the Wheel of Fortune. He asks the system to spin him further since now luck is coming to him and therefore he must use all the spins. The Wheel of Fortune stops on one of the question marks and cards fall out. The system notifies the guy that he has received a massive amount of combat skill cards. The main character reads the techniques described in the cards. He says that the drop was really massive since he came across 3 silver cards and 12 bronze ones, but none of them relate to spear techniques, so they are of no use, but it's still worth sending them for recycling, and perhaps it will be possible to synthesize a skill card that will be useful to him. The guy inserts cards into the system message slots. The system says it synthesizes combat skill cards such as the bronze file technique card, the bronze kitchen knife technique card, and the bronze whip technique card. The main character asks the system to start synthesis. A card with a silver spear appears in front of him. The system notifies the guy that the synthesis was successful, and he receives a silver card for the heavenly support spear technique. The main character smiles at the map created for him. He says that 3 bronze cards were able to transform into 1 silver. It turns out that when synthesizing 3 silver cards there is a guaranteed probability of transforming them into gold. And if this is so, then even if the synthesis does not turn out to be what he needs, then it will be possible to sell it for an impressive amount since any gold card is very highly valued. The guy looks intensely at the card, imagining a combat skill. A blow with a spear that splits stones and makes the heavens tremble. Such an attack is carried out by using the accumulated energy of the sources. The reception reaches its highest power at dawn during awakening. The guy says that this technique is similar to the one he already uses, and therefore he does not need it, so its place is only in sending it for synthesis. The system notifies the main character that the synthesis of bronze category combat skill cards has been successfully completed. A map with the sea appears in front of the guy's face, and then a card with a girl in a fighting stance. The system says it congratulates him for receiving the silver staff technique card, and the synthesis of the bronze category combat skill card is successfully completed, and he receives the silver whip technique card. An explosion occurs. The system congratulates the main character that the synthesis of bronze category combat skill cards has failed. The young man makes a displeased expression on his face and raises his sword. He says that the system is behaving strangely since it congratulates him on the failed synthesis. The main character holds several cards in his hand. He says that he now has 6 silver cards and he only has 2 attempts to synthesize them. A high school student kneels in front of the system and prays, holding his hands clasped in front of him. He asks that he get the required golden card. The system notifies him that it congratulates him. The main character exhales calmly. She continues to say that the synthesis of silver category combat skill cards has failed. The young man lowers his hands and makes a frustrated expression on his face. The guy, dissatisfied with the situation, grabs the system window in his hands and grins at it. He demands that she return the silver cards to him. The main character falls to his knees in front of the system window. He pleads that the synthesis be successful this time. The hero understands that gambling addicts are not worthy of sympathy. The guy pulls his finger towards the system window and confirms the start of synthesis. He says we need to start synthesizing. A card with an image of an atom appears in front of the guy's face. The system congratulates him for successfully synthesizing the silver category combat skill cards and obtaining the gold Milky Way fall spear technique card from them. The main character smiles widely and raises his hands up. He laughs and says that he was lucky again because he received the golden spear technique card. A map showing a spear against a galaxy background. The stream falls hundreds of meters down as if the Milky Way had been left up. The peculiarities of the combat skill Milky Way fall are its speed, as well as the rapid flow of a colossal amount of energy. The guy with a satisfied expression on his face says that, despite the fact that second-rank warriors are not able to improve golden combat skills, he is still a cheater and in any case will soon reach the 3rd rank. The guy looks at the system window with a malicious smile. He says he has one last spin left, so he'd like to get started and hopes the system surprises him. The guy jumps away in horror from a huge box falling on him. The system says it congratulates him on receiving the gift for rapid growth of the 2nd degree. The guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face points to a box that weighs 165 kilograms. He shouts to the system that it is trying to kill him. The main character changes into his suit and sobs while sitting on the floor. He says that he is ready to suffer for the sake of 50 stat points. The system notifies him that the preparation is complete and it starts rapid growth. The system window informs you that the guy's current progress is 0 out of 50,000 and the reward upon completion is 50 stat points. Destroyed city buildings. The guy says that his gift is too heavy and he still has a long way to go. A stranger runs through the grass. He shouts that there is like a 2nd-rank black bear behind him and asks someone to stop him. The beast swings at the stranger. The hero quickly runs forward, leaving an energy trail. He jumps and hits the beast in the face with his fist while the stranger hides his face with his hands. The beast falls motionless to the ground. The main character looks at his charged gloves. He thinks about how he knew that the legendary weapon enhances the power of the ripping fist, but he didn't think that he would be able to kill a rank 2 beast so easily. A stranger runs behind the young man. He thanks him for saving him and says his name. The main character raises his hand up, walking forward. He says his name is Lin Zhu. The guy takes a crystal out of the bear's body. The stranger asks him if he is going to the city. The guy thinks that his savior killed a rank 2 evolved beast with just one blow of his fist, but his aura corresponds to the level of a warrior candidate. The main character glances at the stranger. A system window appears in front of him stating that the guy is a warrior of the first rank. The young man replies that he plans to get a warrior's license there. Behind the stranger, the steel men from the squad are running. They ask him if he is alive and how he could survive in front of a second-rank beast. The guy looks at his girlfriend with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he's just tired today and has absolutely no strength left to fight the bear, otherwise he would have killed it long ago. The guy extends his hand forward, pointing at the main character. He says that he is alive thanks to him, and he too is heading to the city to take the test to obtain a warrior's license. The stranger looks at the main character and holds him by the shoulder. He says they are all going there for the same purpose, so he suggests they go together and look out for each other. The guy glances at his new friends and smiles slightly. He says he agrees with his opinion. The stranger smiles slightly, raising a finger up. He says that there are actually 5 of them, and there is another person they met along the way, just like him, although her mannerisms are a little quirky. The guy points to the shadow of a girl sitting on a tree. He says he meant that gloomy princess. A girl with pink hair sits on a tree and eats a bun. The stranger introduces her, calling her Boli Haoling. The girl comes down from the tree. She heads towards the main character, clapping her hands at the same time. The girl says that her name is Boli Howlin and asks the name of the main character. The girl moves closer to the guy. He replies that his name is Lin Zhu. The stranger smiles widely, looking at the guy. She says that he has good strength and meets the criteria to become her student. The girl points a finger at herself and smiles widely. She invites him to become his teacher. The main character looks at the girl with bewilderment. The guy says that it's strange to ask her to become a student at the first meeting, because she's even younger than him if he's not mistaken. A stranger standing next to him whispers to him that when the girl first met them, she also started with similar conversations and asked one after another if they would agree to become her students. The main character walks away with a dissatisfied expression on his face while the girl holds her hands at her sides, looking at his back. She asks him to stop and says he will regret it a lot if he refuses. The guy apologizes and says that he had no plans to have a little teacher. He thinks that the girl is behaving very strangely and looks like an eccentric. Human bones lying on the ground near an abandoned building. A guy with blonde hair watches in horror at the remains lying on the ground. He asks why there are so many human bones there. The young man picks up a bone from the ground and examines it. He says this is a rank 2 man-eating bird case. A huge eagle with a long neck looks at the bones lying on the ground. The main character explains that these are evolved birds of prey that live in flocks and attack people. A guy with a short haircut looks at the bones. He asks how the main character knows this, and it is possible that this is the work of another huge beast. The young teacher casts a dissatisfied glance at the boy. She says he is stupid for not seeing bird marks on the bones. The stranger opens his mouth wide in anger. He tells the girl that she should not call him a fool because, despite the fact that she is of the opposite sex, he can give her a thrashing. The girl looks at the main character with a smile on her face. She says that he really has quite good knowledge, and he meets her conditions. The guy standing behind shouts that the girl is not listening to him at all. The group looks up and sees a bird in the sky. A huge mutated beast flies towards the main characters with an open beak. The guy with the short hair throws his sword at him. He cuts off the bird's head in mid-flight. The stranger frowns, looking at the defeated bird. He asks the group if they are sure that it is a rank 2 beast. The guy looks forward. He says this is just the beginning of the fight. A dozen birds of prey fly up to their group. The stranger shouts in horror that there are a lot of them. Monsters open their beaks wide, exposing small teeth. The main character asks everyone to be careful. He charges his fist with energy. The guy warns everyone that they are approaching. He extends his loaded fist forward. With one blow, the youth captures several birds and they fall from the force of the energy. Looking at his actions, the girl opens her mouth wide in surprise. She says he has incredible physical fitness and increasingly meets her criteria for becoming an apprentice. The guy turns to the words of the future teacher. He asks her to demonstrate her own strength before calling anyone to be his disciple. The girl smiles widely in response to the guy's words. She says that she agrees to kill the birds if he agrees to become her student. The girl jumps from the ground straight into a flock of birds. She tells the young man that she will allow him to see her strength. The guy stretches his hand forward in horror. He shouts to her that there is no need for such sacrifices. The girl furrows her eyebrows in anger. She swings her two swords several times. The main character looks at what is happening with bewilderment. He says that she has a strong murderous aura but does not understand where she comes from or who she is. With two swings of her swords, she creates a cycle of energy into which a flock of birds falls. The monsters are cut into pieces and feathers fly from them. The girl lands on the ground amid a flurry of bird remains. She smiles maliciously and turns to the main character. The stranger asks if he now agrees to become her student. The guy with blonde hair opens his eyes and mouth wide in surprise. He tells her that she is tough because she was able to kill the entire pack in an instant. The main character thinks that the girl is very strong. A short-haired warrior points his finger at the blades behind the girl's back. He says that you can only cut birds in half so easily if you have such an extraordinary weapon, and asks where you can buy it. The stranger turns to the guy and smiles slightly. She replies that nowhere, since her mother forged them especially for her. The group looks at the girl's weapon in bewilderment. One of the guys says that her mother is very cool if she can create such amazing weapons. The main character thinks that they don't understand at all that the weapon isn't actually anything overly exceptional, and the reason she cut up the birds with such ease is because of its strength. A stranger with red hair looks in surprise at the corpses of birds. He does not understand where the anomalous crystal went from their bodies. The girl behind him lifts the bag in front of her. She asks if these are the stones he is talking about. The main character looks at the future teacher with bewilderment. He thinks that while killing the birds, she at the same time collected the anomalous crystal, but it is unclear how because none of them saw it. The girl hands the main character a bag. She asks if he needs it. The guy points to himself in bewilderment. He asks if she really wants to give him all the crystal. She replies that yes, and he should consider it a gift from the teacher in honor of the official meeting. The young man looks at the offended girl with bewilderment. He replies that he does not need this since he has not yet agreed to become her student. The guy thinks that the girl has problems with her head because she is very obsessed with the idea of taking someone as her disciple. And we are talking about several dozen anomalous crystals of the second rank, which can be sold for a considerable amount, but at the same time she is so easily part with them. The teacher makes an upset expression on her face. She replies that if he doesn't want it, then she herself will absorb these stones, and she still didn't want to give it to someone else. The girl absorbs the power of anomalous stones. The main character, shocked by this action, opens his eyes wide while the girl throws the bundle of stones aside. The young man looks at the stones in the bag, which have lost their strength and color as a result. He thinks that there were several dozen of them, and she absorbed them almost in an instant, and in addition to enormous strength. The girl has already achieved frightening progress in the cultivation technique based on the absorption of anomalous crystal. Two guys from the group cry looking at the used stones. One of them thinks that she should have just given these stones to them, and the second, that for this crystal he would have become her student without hesitation. Pieces of meat are fried over a fire. The girl says it's just delicious. The main character sits next to a stranger eating meat. He says she has terrible manners and asks if she's ever eaten barbecue made from evolved beasts before. The strangers turn to look at the couple sitting behind them. They chuckle and say that they should not rush since there is enough meat for everyone. The main character turns to the girl. The system window states that she is a rank 4 warrior, but her characteristics and overall combat capability are unknown. The guy asks if she is a resident of Starlight City. She says no. The guy looks forward in bewilderment. He thinks that the girl is a rank 4 warrior, and since the system analysis could not determine her strength, it means that she is almost at the same level as Tang Mubai. The girl feels bad, and everything is swimming in her eyes. She throws the meat on the ground and falls down. The stranger says that it was as if all the strength had been sucked out of her body. The guy looks in horror at the fallen teacher. He asks what's wrong with her and if she might have just overeaten. The main character opens his eyes wide in horror. He also falls to his knees, feeling pain. He says he also feels a similar effect. The guy clenches his teeth in anger. He asks the three sitting in front of the fire if this is their job. Raising her head from the ground, the girl makes a search. She says they poisoned the meat. 5 with weapons approach the couple lying on the ground. They say they didn't poison anything, so they can relax because they're not killers. They just want to save some money, so they just made them lose their powers. The guy with blonde hair makes a malicious smile and a crazy look. He says that he secretly added Arlene to their kebab, which is a light and odorless liquid, and just a couple of drops of it can completely deplete the strength of first-rank warriors for a short time. The main character kneels before the thief. He says that this drug only works well against first-rank warriors, and therefore its strength is small, but nevertheless it can only be purchased on the black market, and at a high price. He smiles maliciously, looking at strangers. The guy says that they are clearly not afraid of large expenses. The leader of the gang spreads his hands and smiles widely. He replies that you can't cook an omelet without breaking a couple of eggs, and given their strength, they don't run into those who are higher than them in level, so they can only attack such first-rank warriors. Every year, many first-rank warriors pass through there, heading to the city to obtain a warrior's license, and as for expenses, all they need to do is meet a couple of majors like the two of them. A guy with a short haircut approaches the main character and, holding a sword near his neck, smiles widely. The thief demands that the young man give up his combat gloves, because this thing is clearly not easy and is probably legendary equipment. The stranger looks at the bag with the main character's equipment. He says he wants to take supplies from his overfilled bag. The thief turns to the girl. He turns to her. The teacher lies on the ground with a dissatisfied expression on her face. He lifts her face towards him, and the girl makes a grin. The guy says he wants to take her blades and equipment, and then he'd like to do something else with her. The main character smiles maliciously while listening to their conversation. He chuckles and replies that then they will have nothing, since an uninvited guest came to the smell of meat. The bandits turn in horror at the glowing eyes in the shadows. A huge wolf with red eyes comes out to the fire. The bandits understand who is in front of them. The monster grins, showing its teeth. He jumps on the guy with red hair and bites his head. The gang leader grins in horror. He shouts that he shouldn't have let his guard down. The remaining three run towards the monster eating their friend. They swing their weapons using Crazy Cut, Swift Wind Execution, and Rending Axe. The beast calmly dodges all blows. The three surround the monster on all sides. The bandit says that the beast is unusually resourceful, and therefore it is necessary to attack it, encircling it. The boss extends his weapon forward. He looks at the monster in front of him. The thief says that the three of them cannot defeat him. He glances at the victims rising from the ground and thinks about how he can redirect the beast towards them. The monster runs after the trio as they run into the forest. He shouts at him to let the beast chase the couple and not them. The leader runs first. The trio runs past a couple rising from the ground. The gang boss shouts to the main character that he will have to become the beast's lunch, and when he is full, they will come back and take his belongings. The monster bares its teeth, looking at the boy. The main character answers him with a malicious smile. He leaps and hits the beast in the face with his fist. The guy uses Rip Fist to punch. The monster makes a grin, looking at the main character while thieves are watching the battle from the bushes. The guy says that the beast has good defense, because it's not for nothing that he is a third-rank monster, and surprisingly his head didn't burst under the pressure of his rending fist. The boss opens his mouth wide in horror, watching the guy calmly fight the beast. He asks why the main character feels fine. The guy replies that the drug is intended against warriors of the first rank, and he has the second. The thief opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror, pointing his finger at the guy. He says that a second-rank warrior should have had a warrior's license long ago, and it is unclear why the guy would go into the city unnecessarily. The main character scratches his chin, making a thoughtful expression on his face. He says his family is tight on money, so he was unlicensed the entire time. The wolf behind the guy grins and raises his clawed paw to strike. The main character stops his claws with his hand. The thief shouts that a man who owns combat gloves that can withstand the blow of a blood wolf's claws cannot be tied on money. The monster runs its claws along the protagonist's protective clothing. He looks at his torn vest. The guy thinks that because of the kit he cannot realize his power. The girl lies exhausted on the ground while the young man watches her. He shouts for the girl not to pretend and to help him with the monster. She raises her head with a malicious smile. The girl chuckles and replies that she knew that this was not all he was capable of, but she was still going to help him a little. The thief makes a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't understand why the girl is okay, because she can't also be a second-rank warrior who simply doesn't have money. The girl rises from the floor. She says they misunderstood her and she didn't go to town to get a license. The stranger stretches her hands and smiles widely, looking at the monster. She says that she is going there to act as an examiner. The main character smiles widely, pointing his finger at her. He laughs and says she can't be an examiner. The wolf looks with irritation at how the guy and the girl are arguing. He bares his teeth, opening his mouth, and then attacks the girl. She takes out her blades, looking at him. The girl replies that she likes it. She separates her legs with force and pushes off the ground. The examiner dodges the monster's jump and cuts off its tail. She glances at the beast standing behind her. The girl says he has good speed. The guy looks at the situation with irritation. He shouts that he shouldn't have cut off his tail, and her blow is too far from the neck, and besides, her technique is not very good. The girl turns to the beast, making a malicious smile. She laughs and says that her teacher was just setting an example for him. The stranger makes an angry expression on her face and frowns slightly. She says that the boy should watch her actions more closely. The girl's blades become saturated with energy. The beast makes a grin, looking at the girl. She runs at him, making several swings with her swords and cutting the monster into pieces. The girl used the silver skill of the autumn and etch, cutting through gems. The beast behind the girl explodes. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face, opening his eyes and mouth wide. He thinks that she distributed the energy of the origins simultaneously in her legs and blades and thereby significantly increased her own speed and the strength of the twin blades. He didn't know that energy could be used like that. The girl turned to them with a malicious and embittered smile. She says that the stupid robbers should get their bills. The three of them open their mouths wide in horror. They fall to their knees in front of the girl. The gang leader asks to spare them since they did not intend to kill them, but simply wanted to rob them. The bald guy confirms his words and says that they will not dare to do this again and will definitely correct themselves. The teacher looks at them with an angry expression on her face. She hits the bandit in the chest with her sword. Drops of his friend's blood fall on the bald, frightened bandit, and scraps also fly on his second henchman. The henchmen fall to the ground in front of the girl. The man asks the stranger to spare them. His girlfriend says she doesn't want to die and asks him to spare her life because she won't do that again. The teacher makes a displeased expression on her face and waves them away. She replies that she has no desire to kill them, but their chief repaid the boy with black ingratitude for his kindness. After all, her student saved him, and despite this, he deliberately tried to use him as bait for the wolf, and because he harmed her ward, she decided to get even with him, while the others could leave and no longer come into her sight. Frightened thieves run away towards the forest. They shout that they understood her and are already leaving. The main character holds his hands on his sides, looking at the killed bandit. He says that he is sorry. The girl holds herself, her hands folded on her chest, and makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She answers the guy that the bandit wanted to kill him, and murderers cannot be shown mercy, and, being a warrior, no one has the right to show Lady mercy. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he just wishes he had dealt with him personally. The guy thinks that he did not intend to show mercy, but simply wanted to take away his experience points. The girl puts the blades behind her back. She says that they are left alone and now they can discuss their affairs. The main character makes a malicious smile, and the girl responds with displeasure. The guy asks what kind of affairs she is talking about, because there can be no affairs between them except romantic ones. The teacher slaps the insolent guy in the face. She demands that he shut up, because she is his teacher and must be treated with respect. The girl shows her fist to the beaten protagonist. He says that she is just a sad little girl, and he did not agree to become her student. The girl holds her hand to her chin. She says that he seems to be able to use the power suppression skill, as she feels that he has much more power than she sees. The main character makes a distant expression and looks away from the girl's contemptuous look to the side. He does not answer that he does not know what suppression she is talking about, because his strength is his strength. She says that he may not talk about himself, but if he has questions for her, he can ask. The guy raises his index finger in front of him. He replies that he has many questions, and the first question is whether she is really a 4th rank warrior, the second question is whether she is an examiner, and how old she is the third question. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face and folds her arms over her chest. She says that he has a lot of questions, but replies that she is a warrior of the 4th rank and is indeed an examiner, but during the exam he may not expect special attention from her. The examiner makes a dissatisfied expression on his face and frowns. She says that age is a girl's secret and it is indecent to ask about such things. The teacher smiles sarcastically, looking at the boy. She says that if he becomes her student, she will teach him everything she knows while they get to the city, so that when they are there, he will certainly be able to get a license. The guy replies that he is already a 2nd rank warrior, then he has no chance of failure, and, most likely, she is just pranking him. The main character shyly holds his finger to his mouth while the girl stares at him. She asks the main character if he has a teacher, and if not, then she is obviously stronger than him. The guy replies that even though he doesn't have a teacher, it's not a fact that she is stronger than him. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face and extends her finger forward. She shouts that the young man should not doubt her strength, and if this is so, then they should fight, and after she wins, he will become her student. The girl will deliberately suppress her strength to the level of a 1st rank warrior and will not use weapons in battle with him. The examiner points his finger at the guy. He adjusts his gloves and clenches his hand into a fist. The young man replies that let it be as she wants. He thinks that he will have a great opportunity to teach her a lesson and make the girl afraid, because she has more chances to become his partner than his teacher. The girl lures the guy with her finger. She asks him to come closer. The main character imbues his gloves with energy and runs forward. He yells for her to take the hit. The young man swings at the girl. He uses the power of his ripping fist. The teacher makes an angry expression on her face and simply raises her hand in response to the guy's strength. Out of misunderstanding, he opens his eyes wide and frowns. The main character thinks that she has gone crazy for deciding to resist his tearing fist, but at the same time he does not want to hurt her hand. The girl's fist comes into contact with the guy's fist, saturated with energy. An energy charge occurs around them. The main character looks at the enemy with bewilderment. He thinks that her strength is great. The girl throws the guy far to the side with an ordinary blow of her fist. He shouts that she is too strong. The teacher raises her head to see where the guy flew off to. There is smoke in the bushes from the fall. The young man splits the stone he hits. The girl approaches the guy sitting on the ground. She asks if she was able to convince him of her superiority. The guy asks how she could do something like that. The girl looks at him with a malicious smile. She says that if he is interested, she can teach him, but first he must clearly call her teacher. The girl holds a stone in her hand and looks down at the boy sitting on the ground. He thinks that despite her age, the girl really has high skill, and she managed to defeat his tearing fist, which clearly means that she surpasses him in combat strength. And nothing will happen to the main character if he calls her teacher and let him first teach him the techniques, and then everything will be clear. The guy looks away. Mumbling a little, he says that the girl is his teacher. The teacher extends her hand to her ear, turning to the guy. She said she didn't hear it and wanted him to repeat it. The main character bit his lip irritably. He said she shouldn't overdo it. The girl holds the stone in front of her and smiles widely while the guy behind her makes an annoyed expression. The stranger laughs at him. The guy thinks that she doesn't resemble the master at all. The girl glances at the main character sitting on the ground. She says she won't tease him anymore. The young man looks in surprise at the stone levitating in the girl's hand. She says it's time for him to find out why his recent blow failed to withstand hers. The girl turns her back to the young man. She says that his method of using the power of origins is wrong. The guy doesn't understand what erroneous means. She glances at him, smiling slightly. The girl asks him to watch carefully. She throws the stone aside using her strength. He flies into a nearby cobblestone. The stone leaves a crack from the impact. The girl holds her hands behind her back, looking at the main character. She says that, despite the fact that after the infusion of the power of the origins, the hardness of the stone increased, it still remained just a stone. The teacher picks up a small earth stone. She says that after infusing the power of the origins, its hardness can increase by a maximum of 50%, so after impact the stone should crumble into dust. The girl imbues the stone with energy again. She says that you need to infuse energy not only into the stone, but also to cover the outside of it. The teacher throws a stone at a cobblestone. He splits it into small pieces, and the stone itself, imbued with energy, rises up absolutely intact. The main character looks at the girl in bewilderment. He asks if this is exactly how it works, because he believes that if you want to realize the power of the origins to the maximum, then it needs to be poured inside the weapon. The teacher reaches for the blade behind her back. She replies that the cultivation technique allows warriors to draw energy from space and concentrate it in their body, but they use part of this energy to strengthen the muscles, skeleton, internal organs, and even cells, and accumulate the other part in the body. The girl shows the guy the blade she holds in her hand. She replies that the part that is in the body is the power of the origins, and the warrior pours this power into his weapon, thereby comprehensively increasing its quality indicators, such as hardness and sharpness. But even having become harder, the weapon is not able to free itself from the qualitative properties of the matter from which it was created. But when a warrior uses the power of the origins, it covers its surface, changing everything. And the higher the strength of the warrior, the higher the power of the origins, and the greater the power the weapon can release. The main character looks at the blade in bewilderment. He asks why he doesn't notice any changes in the weapon she holds in her hands, because he only sees a white layer of origin power on its surface. The girl points her finger at her eyes. She replies that he has never used the power of origins on his own eyes, and he should try to do it and concentrate it there. The protagonist's hands become saturated with energy. The guy sends it to his eyes. He opens his eyes and energy is released from them. The guy saw that the girl's hand was saturated with violet energy. The teacher says that only by doing such an action, it is possible to more clearly discern the power of the origins of other people. Warriors of orange, blue, purple, and gold colors stand in front of the ground. The girl explains that, looking with the naked eye, the guy can only see a faint glow emitted at the moment of the explosion of the power of the origins. But in fact, for warriors of the 1st to 3rd rank it is blue, for warriors of the 4th to 6th rank it is purple, for warriors of the 7th to 9th it is orange, and above the 9th it is golden. And, having met an enemy, he can easily determine his strength using this method based on color. The girl swings her sword, imbued with the power of origins. She explains to the guy that although her blade was indeed created by her mother, the material from which it is made is quite unusual, and its market value is approximately 10 to 20,000 in Alliance currency. But, if you cover it with the power of the origins, then the sharpness will be comparable to a weapon whose market value is several tens of millions. The teacher swings her sword near her. She says that if you pour the power of the origins exclusively into the weapon, it will quickly wear out. The guy looks at the girl in bewilderment. He says he doesn't understand why warriors want to get high-quality weapons. The girl smiles sarcastically and waves her fingers. She says that he does not understand anything, and to maintain the balance of the weapon, it is necessary to both cover it with the power of the origins and pour it inside. The sword, filled with the energy of the origins, hits the spear and splits. The teacher explains that each weapon has different quality indicators, and despite the external coating of the source power, each blow and the vibrations created can cause damage to the inside of the weapon. Therefore, his low-level counterparts have low-quality indicators of internal parts, and, despite the fact that after such a weapon is wrapped in the power of origins, the degree of its sharpness is almost no different from a high-class weapon. Nevertheless, when struck, it is much easier to damage it than something that is high-ranking. The guy holds his chin with his hand. He says that the thought came to him that before the fight she said that she would suppress her power to the level of a first-rank warrior. However, the origin power that she poured into her fist and covered its surface was completely not at the level of the first rank. Smiling, the girl scratches the back of her head. She says it's true. The main character makes an angry grin and points his finger at the teacher. He shouts to her that the girl cheated, and that means their bet cannot be counted. The examiner holds his index finger in front of him. She replies that he already called her a teacher, so he can't change his mind now. And, on top of that, the fact that she became a mentor won't hurt him in any way. The girl hands the guy her blade. She says that he should also try to use the power of the origins by wrapping it on top of the blade. The guy with a calm expression looks at the sword in his hands. It infuses the hilt of the sword with energy. The main character makes a tense expression on his face. He sweats and sticks out his tongue. The young man says in an alarming voice that he was only able to cover a fifth of the blade, and sweat was already flowing from him, and he did not think that it would be much more difficult than pouring the power of the origins into the weapon. The girl watches her ward with a malicious smile. She says that no one can learn this right away, and evenly covering the surface of a weapon with the power of origins is an extremely difficult task even for third-rank warriors. The teacher looks at the young man with a calm expression and holds his hands on his chest. She thinks that he was able to evenly cover 1/5 of the blade's surface on his first try, and he clearly has talent. The main character remembers a fight with the leader of the Tang gang. He thinks that during the fight with him, he did not feel how he used this technique, since it is difficult even for third-rank warriors. The main character holds the sword in front of him and gradually imbues it with energy, starting from the handle. He says that he would like to continue, since he must learn this method. Destroyed multi-story building. The guy sleeps on the floor while the teacher tries to unbutton his clothes. He suddenly opens his eyes. The girl, frightened, removes her hands from his clothes. The guy covers his body with his hands in surprise with his mouth wide open. He shouts that he is not the kind of person with whom you can do something like that without any ceremony. The girl hits him on the head out of anger. She screams that he should put his ceremonies far away, and she did absolutely not what he thought, because the girl just noticed that for some reason his clothes suddenly recovered on their own, and she became curious. But the teacher already realized that the guy simply put on a suit of weights. Sitting on the ground, the guy cries from 2 huge bumps on his head while the girl gives him a thumbs up in approval. He thinks that he didn't have to be beaten. The girl says that the guy is great, and she didn't expect anything less from her student, because he was able to achieve great results, even while wearing weights from head to toe. A girl stands in front of a guy sitting on the ground. She says they will have to start training now. The girl and the main character approach the edge of the room and point to a huge mountain ahead. The teacher says that since he is wearing weights, this task will be ideal for him, and their goal is to reach the mountain by nightfall. A guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face leaves the building. He says that she still hasn't woken up, because he was studying the map, and that mountain is more than 100 kilometers away, and he has weights on him, so the hike will beat him to death. The girl runs forward, glancing at the guy standing behind her. She asks him not to make a sad face, because he will not have to run alone, and she would like company in his person. The guy stretches his hand forward in horror. He says she forgot about his weights and he won't be able to keep up her pace. The guy turns back in horror. Behind him, a crowd of birds flies, trying to attack from above. He shouts that there is a crowd of vultures behind him who almost caused his death. The main character reaches for the sword. He swings and cuts through the hawk's chest, then catches the emerald that fell from it. The girl runs forward, glancing at the guy standing behind her. So I decided that he would not stop, but kill on the run. Birds of prey fly towards the main character. The guy runs after the teacher. She says that the birds are his task for the next 10 kilometers. He must run and, at the same time, kill the birds, but stopping is forbidden. The guy slows down and turns to look at the bird flying behind him. He waits for her to get close and then jumps to cut off her head. The teacher smiles broadly and raises her finger in front of her. She says that this is a kind of test of speed, accuracy, and speed of reaction, because he must determine the location of the anomalous crystal in the bodies of the birds and, making precise blows, remove them. The guy blushed from fatigue and opened his mouth wide in surprise. He was surprised that he had to run and kill birds and also determine the location of the crystal. The main character says that he does not understand how this can be done at the same time. A girl runs towards a flock of birds. The ward shouts to her to be careful. The girl with a calm expression on her face reaches for the blades behind her back. She says it's entirely possible. The girl makes several strikes with swords. Anomalous crystal falls from birds. She catches him with her hands as she goes. The girl replies that there is nothing complicated in all this, and all he needs is to achieve unity of speed, accuracy, and reaction. The girl hands the guy an anomalous crystal, showing it in her hand. The main character hits the bird while running. Shards of the anomalous crystal that he cut fall near his face. The young man makes strikes at the birds one after another. The guy says that it cannot be that he cannot make at least one precise cut. The main character sits down on the ground out of fatigue. The girl stands next to him, holding her hands at her sides. The guy says that he is tired and it seems that they ran 50 kilometers. The teacher replies that he can rest for 10 minutes. The guy, sitting on the ground, looks at the examiner with bewilderment. He asks why the birds only attacked him. The girl makes a malicious smile, looking at the guy. She says that while he was sleeping, she rubbed a product that attracts birds onto his clothes. The guy opens his eyes wide in horror. He looks at his defense with surprise. The girl smiles widely, looking at the perplexed guy. He says she really does smell funny and she's already gone too far. The teacher makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She tells the guy that she did this for his own good, and he should not be rude to the elders, and since 10 minutes have passed, the rest is over and they will have to run in one breath to the mountain, and there will be no more rest until they will get there. The main character throws his head back in displeasure. He tells her that only 2 minutes have passed. The high school student looks at the blade near his neck with a frightened expression on his face. A girl with glowing red eyes holds a blade towards his face. She says that he shouldn't contradict her, and if he doesn't want to taste her blade, he should be smart and move his legs. The guy somehow gets up from the ground, leaning on a tree. He looks at the system window in surprise. It says that in the rapid growth system his progress was 6,021 out of 50,000. The high school student thinks that after his morning run, his progress has increased to more than 6,000, and judging by the pace of the tasks, it will be completely completed before he even gets to the city. The student becomes alert when he hears sounds behind him. He thinks that the birds have returned again. The guy makes several swings of his sword and cuts off the heads of flying monsters. A high school student thinks that, despite the dubiousness of his teacher's methods, he cannot deny that they are effective. The main character catches a whole piece of crystal with his hand and smiles maliciously. He thinks his speed, accuracy, and reaction are steadily improving. Mountain slope with a lizard sitting on the roots. The main character runs forward. He stops and falls to the ground. The guy swears at the teacher and says that they have finally reached it, because he is already tired of running more than 100 kilometers, dressed from head to toe, and at the same time killing monsters. The guy falls at the teacher's feet. She says that it is not that hard, and in her age she ran more than 1,000 kilometers. She turns her head to the side. The examiner says that ahead of her there are ruins in which they will have to spend the night. The guy opens his mouth wide in displeasure while an arrow flies into his neck. The girl makes a blow with her blade, stopping the flying arrow. The guy turns around in horror with his eyes wide open and asks what is happening. Behind them are 2 men with weapons. The girl tells her ward that they followed them for 5 hours and only now decided to attack. Thin and plump strangers in purple clothes are holding weapons in their hands. The tall man chuckles and replies that he is surprised that she managed to find them, because he planned to finish off the youth with one blow when he was completely exhausted and then take on her with special care. The guy holds a sword in his hands, looks at the men with contempt. He thinks that the strangers followed him for a very long time, hiding their aura, and during all this time he could not detect them. Therefore, if not for the girl, then most likely only a cold corpse would have remained from him. The girl, like the guy, holds a sword in front of her, looking at her opponents. She says that these are the Yin and Yang brothers, known for their attacks on warriors in the vicinity of Starlight City for the purpose of robbery. The teacher makes a contemptuous expression on her face. She says that the brothers are wanted by the Federation, and the reward on their heads is 50 million. The man smiles widely at the girl's words. He says he didn't expect the young lady to be so familiar with them. The brothers run towards the main characters using their weapons. The system window states that they are warriors of the 4th rank, but nothing is known about their characteristics and general combat effectiveness. The guy clenches his teeth in horror. He thinks that they are both warriors of the 4th rank, and therefore it will be difficult with them since his teacher has this rank, but he does not. The girl walks forward, holding blades in her hands. She asks the student to open his eyes wider and watch carefully as she uses the power of the origins to deal with them. The main character sees that the girl is using her power to its full potential. He thinks that its source energy is many times greater than that possessed by the brothers, and moreover, it is continuous. A stranger with black hair runs towards the girl with a weapon. He shouts at her that she will have to say goodbye to her life. The girl swings her blades, deflecting the blow. She kicks her opponent and he flies to the side. On the other hand, his brother is running towards the girl with sickles. He screams for her to die already. The teacher repels the bandit's blow. She smiles maliciously, looking at him. The girl says that his blows are too weak. She makes several swings with her weapon. The bandit dodges, and the brother standing behind him opens his mouth wide. He yells for them to use the combined combat skill. The brothers look at each other. The thin brother smiles widely. He laughs and says that the power of their combined skill can reach the level of a rank 5 warrior. The second brother opens his mouth wide with crazy eyes. He screams for the girl to accept death. One brother jumps up and places a weapon in the second. The fat brother opens his mouth while the other one jumps in front of his round weapon. They do not use the combined skill of stargazing in pairs. Big brother's rounded sword becomes energized and glows pink. The second brother throws a couple of his arrows through him. Passing through the dome, they multiply, and then fly in a whirlwind towards the main character and his teacher. The guy opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. He says it's a combined combat weapon that requires 2 or more people to use, and despite its weird name, it actually has quite a bit of power. The girl smiles maliciously, looking at what is happening. She laughs and says that these are just children's tricks. The girl raises 2 swords up, creating a barrier around herself and the young man. She uses the defensive combat skill of the dome. Using her strength, the teacher reflects a barrage of all arrow strikes. The guy looks at the girl in bewilderment. He thinks about how the dome she created is equal to rank 6 in strength. The teacher holds the barrier, holding swords folded in a cross in front of her. The main character thinks that some high-level warriors, having reached a certain level of improvement, are able to forcefully reduce their body. The girl smiles maliciously, looking at her opponents, while her silhouette in old age appears behind her. The guy thinks that most likely she has achieved a rejuvenating effect and is an old woman in the body of a young girl. The 2 brothers watch in bewilderment as she repelled all the attacks. One of them says that only green suckers go on these roads to get a license. He asks where the 6th rank master is from then. The brother replies that this cannot be. The girl makes a malicious smile, holding swords in front of her. She shouts to them that it is her turn to play. The girl imbues her swords with energy and runs towards her opponents. She runs through them, swinging her swords. The girl doesn't say what skill she uses. She makes a calm look at the opponents, and then calmly says that she used the golden skill of the 13 moon slash method. The opponent's deeds were cut with swords. The main character opens his eyes and mouth wide in shock. He shouts that he realized that he is the power of a 6th rank warrior because she killed 2 4th rank warriors in the blink of an eye. The main character looks at the immobilized opponents lying on the ground. He thinks that the 2 of them are still alive and he wonders what will happen if he finishes them off. The guy raises his sword over the bandit. It pierces his body and he raises his hand in pain. The girl turns to the main character, who is laying a sword in the bandit. She says he has strange hobbies. The young man looks at the sword in his opponent with a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that nothing happened and the system did not count him points. He leaves the sword and opens his mouth wide with joy and raises his hands up. The system sent a notification that 2 warriors of the 4th rank were destroyed. Because of them, he receives 1,845,485 and 1,684,687 experience points. And the guy also reaches level 16 and receives 16 points characteristics. He thinks about how he managed to get more than 3 million experience points for a couple of brothers and, in addition, gained a level of 16 stat points. System characteristics window. Carrier, Lenzu, level 16, strength 263 with the ability to increase to 269, endurance 100 with the ability to increase to 106, speed 75 with the ability to increase to 80. Overall combat effectiveness is a warrior of the 2nd rank, accumulation of anger 0, 100, abilities, eye of analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The teacher looks at the guy in bewilderment. She asks why he is smiling and if he should tell her that his brain was overworked after running. The guy makes a mysterious expression on his face and scratches his chin with his finger. He says that if they suddenly come across a high-ranking warrior, then she does not need to kill him, but only wear him down, and then he will deal the final blow. The girl folds her hands at her waist with displeasure. She says that the guy is daydreaming, and if he really wants to earn some pocket money, he must kill himself. The girl points to the phone in her hand with a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that the fact that they stumbled upon criminals for whom the federal government had put out a reward was purely an accident, and the reward just turned up, so he must have a conscience not to take her winnings for himself. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face, looking at the teacher. He understands that she thinks that he is going to take her award for himself, but the value of his experience points is not even close to this award. The guy opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. A system window appears in front of him which says that an error has occurred and the repair process starts. The young man does not understand what is happening. He makes an angry expression on his face and scares the teacher standing in front of him. The system says that the error has been successfully corrected and the carrier has caused less than 40% of the damage to the war, which is at a high level relative to the carrier. For this reason, the amount of experience gained will be a tenth of the total, and the level of the carrier will be reduced to 15, and the characteristic points will be withdrawn. The main character shouts in displeasure that he was duped, since it is not his problem, that she mixed up something. The girl turns to the guy yelling behind her. The system responds that, due to the detection of an error, the carrier receives a reward in the form of 3 spins, and he remains at level 16. The young man replies that the system still has a conscience. The teacher comes up to him and holds him by the forehead. She asks if he is okay. The guy chuckles and replies that everything is fine. The friend stretches her hands, turning her head towards the ward, while he doomedly lowered his hands to the ground. She says that in this case they will have to continue running, because the goal is to reach the city before dark. The boy is unhappy that he will have to run away again. Neat shish kebab is fried over a fire. The guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face looks at the girl who is eating very quickly. He asks the girl why, at the age she has not had the opportunity to try the fried meat of evolved animals. The main character slowly chews his kebab. He asks why his teacher is in such a hurry since no one will take the food away from her. A girl with her mouth full holds a kebab in front of her and glances at the young guy. She replies that the guy is talking to her disrespectfully, and his training was not intense enough since he has the strength to complain, so the guy should speed up his food, and when he finishes, he will have an evening training session. The main character, in horror, throws the kebab on the floor and opens his mouth wide in surprise. He screams that he doesn't want to train again. The girl replies that this is necessary since they will soon arrive in the city, and if she misses the opportunity to hone her skills, she may fail the exam. The guy replies that he cannot fail since he is already at the 2nd rank. The guy looks at the teacher with skepticism. He says that he thinks that since she is an examiner, she might deliberately put a spoke in his wheel so that he doesn't pass. The girl stands up and motions him with her hand to get up. She says he's making things up too much and she's not that careless. The teacher says dinner is over and he must get to work. Night sky over mountains, forest. The girl says that he must continue to train his control over the power of the origins. The teacher holds her hands on her chest, looking at the guy who is holding her sword in his hands. She says that first he must cover the blade with the energy of the origins. The main character closes his eyes and covers the sword with energy. The girl replies that he is doing a good job, and now he must cover his entire body with this power. The girl looks sarcastically at the trying guy. She says he's still doing pretty well. The girl smiles and holds out her fist in front of her. The teacher punches the guy in the body, and he opens his eyes wide in horror. She says that now she can test his progress with her fist. The girl hits the young man directly in the chest. From the impact, he flies into a tree. The guy raises a column of smoke, falling to the ground. He stands up and opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. The main character screams that she tried to kill him. The girl looks at the boy with a malicious smile. She says he must have felt his defenses being strengthened. The guy looks at his body in bewilderment. He replies that if she hadn't said anything, he really wouldn't have felt anything, because the force of her blow was high enough and, logically, he should have been injured, but he only feels a little pain. The girl approaches the guy, stretching her hands. She says that right now his origin energy is quite weak, and as it becomes stronger, covering his body with origin energy will provide him with even greater protection. The main character, horrified, asks what is on his teacher's mind. The examiner saturates his body with energy and stretches his arms. She says that now there will be a special part of their training, and it involves taking a beating. Venice opens her eyes and mouth wide in horror, raising her hand. He shouts that he doesn't want to take a beating. The girl makes a malicious smile. She replies that it is necessary. The teacher hits her student in the face. He tried to stop her to wait a second. The girl makes several blows to the guy, raising a column of smoke in the forest. The main character with a beaten face opens his mouth wide. He yells for her to take it easy and not keep hitting him in the face. The girl folds her arms over her chest with a malicious smile, while the guy with a bruised face holds his hand in pain. He says that he asked her not to touch her face and does not understand how he can appear in front of people now. The girl chuckles and replies that it was a pure accident and she will definitely make amends. The young man makes a malicious expression on his face while the teacher casts a displeased glance at him. He says that she can only do this by paying with her body. The examiner makes another blow to the young man's face. She says he should calm down a little. The teacher holds her hands at her sides, looking ahead. She says they will have to start training. The girl points her finger forward at the silhouette of the city. She says that he will need to run there before evening. The girl angrily kicks the guy. She shouts that he shouldn't hesitate and should run already. The guy screams in pain that she is again at her own pace and is already addicted to beating him. The main character runs towards the city while the teacher catches up with him. She chuckles and tells him to hurry up, because if she overtakes him, the guy will feel bad. He shouts back that there is no need to do this. One of the city buildings in daylight. An old man with a long beard sits on a chair in his office. He says that Mubai was smart all century and, only becoming stupid for a moment, died at the hands of a high school student. A ward in a green suit comes into the old man's office. He says there's no way the kid could have committed the murder on his own, and they suspect that someone was helping him. And according to available information, he is on good terms with the Starlight City Federation Army and was also awarded the Order of the First Star. The old man twirls his gray mustache. He answers that initially the guy was an ordinary loser, but within 6 months his strength increased significantly and he not only reached the second rank, but also received the Order of the First Star, so such a person should not be taken lightly. The old man clutches the armrest of his chair fiercely and the veins in his arms bulge. He says that the Tang clan cannot lose any more than it already has. The man behind the mask cries in grief and holds his clenched hand in front of him. The old man says that the boy is heading to the city to get a warrior's license, and he has an old friend there, and the old man enlisted his support, and he, in turn, agreed to destroy the boy. The main character and the teacher look at the city's high-rise buildings. High City. The couple comes to a building whose cutout states that it is a hall of hidden treasures. The girl looks sarcastically at the boy while he holds his hands on his chest with a dissatisfied expression on his face. She asks the student to come with her to look around the hall of hidden treasures. The guy replies that there is no need to call him a student in front of everyone. The teacher sticks her tongue out at him with displeasure. She says that she is not forbidden to call him a student after he himself called her a teacher. The guy asks her to shut up. The saleswoman points to the assortment. She greets them with a smile and invites them to the treasure room. Weapons of various types hang on the shelves. The woman says that their assortment includes combat skill cards, anomalous steel, weapons, and combat equipment. In other words, they have everything that every warrior needs. He looks at the assortment and holds his hands on his chest while the guy turns away. She says that the student should follow her so that she can pick up a couple of combat skills for him. The girl looks at the counter with a surprised expression. She asks why there are only silver cards on it. The girl turns displeasedly at the saleswoman while she makes a calm smile. The teacher asks why they don't have diamond cards. The woman replies that there are none in the whole city. The men in the store make dissatisfied expressions on their faces. One of them says that he immediately realized that the girl had dragged herself from the village, because he had never seen anyone like her, even though he had lived for many years. The second responds that such cards are a treasure that can serve as a relic of an entire clan. The third man confirms the words of the two friends and says that for a warrior below the 6th rank, diamond cards are useless. The main character watches what is happening in bewilderment. The teacher says that since they are not there, the student must go through the silver cards and find those that may suit him. The men watch the dialogue between the protagonist and the teacher. One of them says that this girl is very beautiful and that he himself would agree to call her a teacher. The second one replies that the guy is strange if he bows to a hillbilly, and besides, he calls her a teacher. The guy makes a calm expression on his face, looking at the saleswoman. He says that he doesn't need them since he uses a spear, and all the cards are sharpened for swords and blades. The teacher makes a surprised expression on her face. She says that he always runs around with a sword behind his back, so she thought that it was his weapon, but then the girl does not understand where his spear is. The main character holds his hand on the counter while standing next to the teacher. He says that his weapon broke during one battle in the vicinity of Starlight, and so after receiving his warrior's license, he planned to buy a new one through the Warrior Alliance network. The teacher looks at him with a calm expression on her face. She replies that fine then and will buy everything herself. The girl points her finger at the cards lying on the counter. She says she needs some cards and packaging for them. The saleswoman picks up the customer's card. She says she will do this for the young lady. The girl puts the cards into a package. She says that the total amount for acquiring the 8 silver martial skill cards was 2,560,000. The teacher hands the cards to the student. She says this is her welcome gift for him. The guy holds a pack of cards in front of him. The main character says that she bought a fist of power, a chain of kicks, a fiery hand, and 5 more spear category cards. He's sure she went a little overboard, and besides, something tells him that the spear cards are unlikely to surpass the ones he already has. The girl holds her hands on her sides and smiles, looking at the boy. She says that she didn't see his spear dances, so she chose them at random, but if he doesn't think they suit him, then he should just sell them and that's it. The teacher and student leave the shop. She says that everything that was presented from the weapons did not attract her attention, but he should not worry since after the successful certification, the girl prepared a big surprise for him, which the guy will definitely appreciate. The remaining men in the store sob, biting their handkerchiefs. They shout that this girl simply gave cards worth more than 2 million, and they would also like to become her students because they want to get the powerful beauty as their teacher. View of the city building at night. The main character is wondering who the girl who teaches him is, because without any hesitation she rented 2 luxury rooms worth $500,000 in one night. He scratches his chin while standing in the hotel building. The guy says that he could save a lot of years from hardships and wars having such a fortune, and, besides, he wonders how old the girl is. Because, after all, if she really is an old woman who has regained her youth, then why would such a person help a young man like him? The main character sits in the center of the room in the pose of a monk, holding cards in front of him. He says that he will start studying 3 melee cards first, and the spear category cards are of no use, but he still uses them for synthesis later. The guy imagines the characters doing fighting moves. They use the silver fighting skills of Force Fist, Chain Strike, and Flame Hand. The young man closes his eyes with a calm expression. He thinks that with the help of the Power Fist boost, he will be able to increase the power of his attack while using the Ripping Fist. The main character extends his hand charged with energy in front of him. He thinks that using the Flaming Hand after hitting a target with a Rending Fist, or moments before, will create the effect of surprise so that he can destroy the opponent's hand with one blow. Sitting on a pedestal, the main character is alerted by a knock. He asks who came to him because it's already quite late. The guy goes to the door. He says that he would not like the girl to give him a new stage of training because it will look strange since they are a lonely guy and girl in the same room late at night. The main character looks at the door in bewilderment. He asks who came to him. A man's voice outside the door says that his friend ordered a late-night snack. The main character smiles widely at the man's words. He thinks that his girlfriend is very attentive, because after an evening of training he is actually a little hungry. The main character opens the door, smiling widely. The man greets the gentleman and says that he brought him a late-night snack. He takes the sword out from under the cart. The hand hits the main character in the stomach. The sword stops near the main character's body as it is charged with energy. The man is shocked by what is happening. The guy kicks, throwing the mercenaries aside. He uses Silver Chain skill. A short man with a sword bounces off the wall. He kicks the man, but misses and he dodges. The guy is wary because of the enemy behind him. He jumps on the young man with a knife. The man screams for the fool to die. His sword is stopped by the protective energy of the guy on his back. The man opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. He doesn't understand how this is possible, because the guy is a second-rank warrior. The main character pulls his hand back, imbuing it with energy. He says he is using the Silver Flame Hand skill. The man is horrified that the guy's hand is filled with energy. The main character makes a punch and throws the enemy to the side. He exasperatedly puts out his burning hand. The man thinks that they screwed up, since the data about the target turned out to be unreliable. The main character extends his fist in front of him, and the man opens his eyes wide in horror. The young man uses the Tearing Fist method. He delivers a powerful charged punch to the opponent's face. The mercenary flies into the wall from the blow. The system window says that the second-rank warrior was defeated, and 150,000 victory points were received for him. The second mercenary wipes his face, watching in horror at the victory of the main character. He says that this cannot be true, because his file does not say that he specializes in anything other than wielding a spear. The guy with a dissatisfied expression on his face turns to his opponent. The man makes a frightened face in horror. The main character runs towards a man standing near the wall. He stores energy in his hand and uses the power of a tiger to run towards the enemy. The guy uses the accumulated force strike method. The man tries to get away from the wall in horror. He screams that because of his technique, he was pinned down and immobilized with one impulse. The mercenary extends his hand forward in horror. He shouts that he is a member of the Deification Palace and the guy cannot kill him. The young man punches his opponent in the chest. The system window says that the second-rank warrior was destroyed, and 150,010 experience points were received for him. The impact causes the man to break the wall and raise a column of smoke. A defeated mercenary with a hole in his chest. The guy says the Deification Palace sounds impressive. He keeps his hands on his sides, looking at the man. The main character says that without hiding the power that camouflage gives him, the guy would hardly have been able to deal with them so easily. But he still does not understand why they planned to kill him, and, most likely, these are the tricks of the Tang clan. The girl behind watched what was happening. She tells the guy that he's done well, because he did it quickly and it's not for nothing that he's her student. A girl in a nightie sits on the balcony in a young guy's room. She says he was able to coat his vital points with source energy in an instant, preventing the blade from piercing him, and her outdoor training seems to be paying off. The guy looks at the teacher, holding his hands at his sides. He asks how long she has been sitting in his room. Holding her hand in front of her, the girl looks at the boy with a malicious smile. She replies that from the moment the man raised a weapon at him. The young man points his finger at her and opens his mouth wide in anger. He says that she cannot call herself a teacher since she calmly watched on the sidelines as two big guys tried to kill him. A girl drinks a drink while sitting on the balcony with her legs crossed. She says that the ward coped with it and therefore she did not interfere. The student asks what he should do and what to do with the corpses. A girl in slippers in the shape of bears comes down to the floor. She says he should pack his things and she will arrange for another room to be allocated to him. The teacher walks out the door, raising her hand up. She says that he doesn't have to worry about the corpses since everything will be cleaned up after him. The next day, the task of the city with a glass dome. A man in a suit stands at the reception. The girl behind the counter smiles broadly, pointing to the side. She says that the assessment will begin at 10 o'clock and those who have already registered, she asks them to go to the side to confirm their participation. And after that they will need to head to the northern pavilion where their combat effectiveness will be measured. The girl looks at her dissatisfied ward with a wide smile. She says that he should stand in line while she goes to the examiner's room and reports her arrival. The main character looks at the girl walking away, folding his arms on his chest. He thinks that she really is an examiner. A huge warrior pushes other people in line. He yells for them all to get out of the way. One of the guys in line makes a displeased expression on his face while the man standing next to him holds his hand to his mouth. The man asks who this warrior is. The second one whispers to him to be quiet. A large warrior with a mustache and an eye patch, as well as a rope at his waist. The man says that this guy already has the rank of warrior, so it's better not to interfere with him. The giant reaches out his hand to the main character. He says that his ears are full of flies since he does not move out of the way. The young man holds the big guy by the hand, despite him with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that he should not crowd, but just stand in line. The man opens his eyes wide in anger and bares his teeth. The main character holds a man's hand. He says that every year he has to meet stupid people who think they are immortal, and his license is cancelled again this year, but this is not a problem for him because the thug loves to put stupid people in their place like the main character. Two men in line look at each other. One of them says that the guy provoked their best fighter. The second one chuckles and says that it will be hard for him. The young man pushes the thug's hand aside. He makes a threatening expression on his face and swings at the young boy. The man shouts that he himself got into a fight. The guy clenches his hand into a fist, looking at the enemy. He uses the ripping fist method. The main character makes a blow with a charged fist to the enemy's normal blow. The young man, charged with energy, smiles widely. The man's body is filled with energy, and he clenches his teeth in pain. The opponent falls to the floor with a crippled arm. The main character says that he, as he wished, will not receive a license. The guy makes a dissatisfied look, looking at the others. He asks if there are any among them who want to skip the line. The crowd is wary of what is happening. They all hold out their hands in front of them, making a scared face. The men answer that they definitely want to skip the line, and they are all decent people, and none of them would think of committing such meanness. Building with a glass roof. The warriors approach the apparatus for measuring strength. They call the combat effectiveness of warriors within 800-900 units. The man bites his pencil while looking at the tablet. He allows Lindsay to follow. The guy approaches the apparatus for measuring strength. He thinks that the combat effectiveness of the warriors undergoing certification here is on average plus or minus 800. In other words, they have only recently reached the first rank. The guy looks at the force measuring device and comes closer. He does not know whether the device will be able to reveal his true combat capability if his camouflage is activated. The young man watches how the machine performs the analysis. He stands with a dissatisfied expression on his face and frowns. The machine says his combat rating is 1,499. The main character exhales calmly. He thinks that his indicators did not exceed 1,500, because otherwise he would already be at the level of the second rank, and a warrior who does not have a license in his hands is a laughingstock to others. People standing nearby are watching the main character's test. The elderly man says that he is close to the second rank, and he is very jealous since the guy is young and already has enormous strength. The second responds that it is not surprising that he was able to beat their best fighter. A burning sign in the hall for a strength test. A male voice says that the participants must go to this room for verification. The main character's teacher in a red suit stands behind a tablet in front of a strength testing machine. She says she asks all participants to line up and the next step in the program will be to test their strength. The main character opens his eyes and mouth wide in bewilderment. He thinks that the girl really is an examiner, but until the last moment he hoped that she was joking. The tall man looks down at the examiner arrogantly. She says that the test will be considered passed if the force of a single fist strike reaches 1,000 kilograms. A man with an arrogant expression looks into the girl's face. The question is asked if she is an examiner. The teacher looks up at him and makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says it is and asks what is the problem. The man turns to the other participants in the line with a wide smile. He laughs and says that she is joking, since an underage girl cannot be an examiner and, moreover, she herself cannot hit 1,000 kilograms. The men in line smile broadly as they look at the girl. They say that everyone in the Alliance is stupid for entrusting certification to a little girl, and given her age, she most likely does not even have the first rank. They consider her a baby and offer her candy. The teacher removes the tablet from her hands. She says they asked for it. With a calm expression on her face, the girl hits the stand. She frowns in anger, looking at the participants. The girl says that they should take off their eyes and look at the result. The scoreboard shows that the girl gained 99,999 kilograms. The men open their eyes wide in horror. They don't believe that she was able to hit that many kilograms. One of the fools in line makes a displeased expression on his face and rolls up his sleeve. He says he doesn't believe her and wants to try it himself, since the equipment is most likely broken. The man hits the machine gun. The examiner looks at the results on a tablet while the man makes an aggressive expression on his face. She says that he didn't pass because his weight was 895 kilograms. The guy points his finger at the girl. He shouts that this can't happen, and she obviously set everything up. The teacher makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that his strength indicators are unsatisfactory and therefore he can be free. The man swings his fist at the girl in rage. He says she's picking on him. The examiner stops the guy's fist in flight with his hand. It twists several times until the girl takes her eyes off the tablet. The student falls to his knees in pain, holding his crippled hand. She looks arrogantly at the loser. The girl says he has 30 seconds to disappear. She frowns, looking at the cripple. The girl continues to say that otherwise he will have to stay with her forever. The frightened participant, holding his hand, runs out the doors of the building. He asks her for forgiveness and says that he is already leaving. The girl looks at the crowd of frightened participants. She asks if their doubt needs to be cleared. Nobody answers. The examiner reads the participants' names on the tablet. She smiles widely and looks up at the main character. The girl shouts that her capable student will be next. The guy makes a bashful expression on his face. He whispers to her not to call him a student in front of other people. The girl replies that she understood her student. He makes a surprised expression on his face. The guy asks if she really is the examiner. The girl folds her hands behind her back, smiling broadly at his question. She replies that it is, and besides, she is a 3-star member of the Warrior Alliance. The main character opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. He asks if she is lying. Warriors of different types and ages hold weapons in their hands. The main character thinks that the hierarchy of members of the Warrior Alliance has 5 ranks, in which 5-star members are the leaders of the Alliance, 4-star members are the heads of various states, and 3-star members of the Alliance are at least outstanding warriors with enormous strength. The guy approaches the machine for measuring force. The girl says that the teacher is very cool and he can start. The guy hits the machine gun with his hand. The numbers on it show that he was able to make 2,000 kilograms. The men in line look at his result in surprise. They say that he gave out a huge amount of kilos without stress, and most likely this is due to the fact that he is a student of the dashing examiner, and that is why he is so cool. And returning to the topic of the student, his teacher is very young, and this is probably her specificity. The main character thinks that she is not his teacher at all, and he has only known her for a couple of days. The girl extends her hand to the student. She says he took a weak shot and had to show what he was really capable of. But next he still had a 100-meter race, which would test his maximum physical strength, developed in a minimum time, as well as a 50-kilometer marathon, which would test his endurance, and now he can go further. Warrior Alliance, reception. People sit on chairs in front of the windows. The girl says she congratulates him for becoming part of the Alliance. She smiles widely and hands him a card through the reception window. The girl says that this is his personal card and the identification number is on the back of it. The initial password is the last 6 numbers of his ID. Having this card, he can log into the Warrior Alliance network via phone or computer and also make information requests, purchase weapons, or accept various tasks. The guy looks with enthusiasm at the card in his hands. He thanks the employee for her. The teacher comes up behind the guy. She asks if he got his license. The girl drags the guy along the corridors. She says that her duty as an examiner has been fulfilled, and just a couple of minutes ago she received a new task from the Alliance, so she will have to leave soon, so the teacher will not be able to accompany him in training. The guy thinks that he will finally get rid of her. The girl turns to him with a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that he has a terrible attitude towards her, since he should have persuaded her to stay at least a little. The guy shows sadness on his face and pulls the girl's hand. He says in an anxious voice that he asks her to stay and continue to monitor his training. The teacher punches a student in the face. She says there is no sincerity in him and she wonders where he plans to go next. The guy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face, looking at the teacher. He says that he is on the path of death because he was accepted into the university, so in order to get there, he will have to cross this path, and, in the end, he will not get anywhere without a diploma. The girl with a dissatisfied expression on her face, folding her arms on her chest, says that it is a dangerous thing to go there, being the teapot that he is, but nevertheless, since he was accepted there, refusing is also not an option. The girl points to a wooden case lying next to them. She says that, as promised, after successfully completing the certification, she has prepared a prize for him, and this spear is a gift to him. The guy opens his eyes wide with joy while the teacher stands behind him, holding her hands on her chest. He excitedly asks where she got it. The girl replies that she convinced the head of the local branch of the Warriors Alliance to part with him, and, despite the effectiveness that weapons achieve when you turn them into the forces of the Origins, the presence of high-rank weapons still has a serious impact on the increase in its combat effectiveness. The main character opens the box and looks at the contents in bewilderment. He realizes that this is a high-ranking weapon. The main character looks at the spear in front of him. The girl says that the name of this spear is Black Ray, and it originally belonged to a master of the art of wielding a spear. The guy turns to the girl in bewilderment, and then onto the spear. He opens his eyes wide in surprise, looking at the girl. He says that this man is really the head of the Warrior Alliance branch. She replies that it is not so. The guy opens his mouth wide in surprise and points his finger at her. He says that he knew that she was his daughter, and he gave this spear to the head of the branch of the Warriors Alliance, and she returned it. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face, looking at the guy. She says that with such imagination, he needs to write web for villas because she cannot be the daughter of this man since she is not that old. He slaps his fist on his arm, making a wicked smile as the girl punches him in the forehead. The guy replies that it means she is his granddaughter. She shouts that he is not right in the head since their same last names are just a coincidence and he should just try the spear instead of chatting in vain. The main character holds the spear with his hands. He says it's heavy. Gritting his teeth, the main character tries to lift it. He asks the girl how much it weighs. She smiles sarcastically and shows 5 fingers. The girl replies that 500 kilograms. The guy says that now he understands why he somehow lifts him off the ground. The girl watches the young man holding a spear in his hands. She replies that it must weigh a lot since it is forged from iron aerolite, and in the whole world there is no other spear forged from this material. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise, remembering the huge meteorite that destroyed the city. He understands that we are talking about a meteorite that fell to Earth 100 years ago and destroyed an entire city, but at least by that time the city was already filled with zombies and evolved animals. So there were no casualties. A huge stone with a crowd of people looking at it. The guy says that in the crater that he formed after his fall, there was a rather large black stone left. A blacksmith forges a spear. The guy continues to say that a group of people took it and used all their skill to forge 12 unique weapons. And although the sharpness of the forged weapon does not claim to be the best, however, in terms of strength it ranks highest in the whole world, and each individually costs as much as a whole city. The guy turns to his girlfriend with tears in his eyes. He asks if she really wants to give him such an expensive weapon. She replies that of course, because she keeps her word. The girl looks at her tablet. She says that duty calls her, and now their paths will diverge. The teacher goes to the door in the opposite direction from the guy. She says that they will see each other again someday, and if he has the opportunity, he can visit the heavenly city and there he can find her. The guy opens his eyes and mouth wide in surprise. He asks about the heavenly city, the levitating rock on which the city is built. The guy says that he is the largest in the whole world, and he was raised in the air using advanced levitation techniques. Just anyone is not allowed in there. And for people who want to get there, the minimum threshold is the 5th rank or outstanding achievements in the field of science. The guy looks at his leaving girlfriend with a smile. He says that she is a wealthy middle-aged woman, and so he should consider the prospect of falling under her wing as a patron. Having tied the spear to his back, he moves on. The guy says that it is better to go on the path of death with dignity. A building illuminated by daylight. A man sits in a chair, and a subordinate kneels next to him. He shouts that they are non-entities, since both are second-ranking warriors and could not cope with one first-ranking one. The servant lowers his head in fear. He says in a trembling voice that the strength he has demonstrated is not limited to the first rank. The man hits the table with his hand. He shouts that this is a curse. The stranger clenches his teeth in anger. He says that he originally just wanted to show kindness to the Tang clan since he is on friendly terms with them, but now the kid has killed his people and should not get out of the city alive. People crowd in the subway. A female voice says that the train en route to the city of Scarlet Birds has departed, and passengers who missed their flight can go to the main hall to change or refund their tickets. The guy comes up to the reception area with a surprised expression on his face. He asks if the train has arrived yet. The guy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says trains should go there 3 times a day. The girl looks at the surprised client. She says that as he knows, the death route is an extremely dangerous place, so few people travel this route, and due to its unprofitability, the daily number of departures on this route has been reduced from 3 to 1. He says he understands her and asks for a ticket for the next day. The controller hands the ticket to the guy. She gives him a ticket, and the guy replies, "Thank you." The main character walks through the streets of the city. He says that his train is tomorrow morning, and he will spend the night in the same hotel, although the price there is steep, but the conditions are really comfortable. The guy turns to the strangers behind him. He thinks that he is being watched and that the deification palace has decided to give him an experience again. The main character begins to run away. The men catch up with him and stop. One of them says that he has a commendable diligence because he goes jogging even at night. The guy looks at the men around him. He asks if they are tired of following him from the very station. The guy looks at the men who came to him with a malicious smile. He says that almost all of them are second rank, and it seems that the deification palace has decided to take him seriously. The main character makes a malicious smile. A system window appears in front of him, saying that he has completed the task under the rapid growth system and therefore receives 50 stat points. The guy thinks that he was finally able to complete the task. A group of mercenaries look at him with contempt. 5 of them have the second rank. The leader points his sword at him and frowns. He is a third-rank warrior and has a sword specialty. The man says that he is glad that he understands everything himself. The armor falls from the main character's body. He frees himself from the heavy armor and spreads his arms. The guy asks the system for all 50 stat points in effect. Carrier, Lenzu, level 16, strength 269, endurance 105, speed 80, total combat efficiency 1935 with the possibility of promotion to 1980, is a second rank warrior, anger accumulation 0, 100, abilities, eye of analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The bandits open their eyes wide in horror. They are puzzled by how he carried the heavy equipment. The gang leader runs at the enemy with a sword. He tells the guy not to try to fool him. The man swings his loaded sword. He opens his eyes wide in horror. The guy swings a loaded fist at the man behind his back. He doesn't understand how the guy developed such enormous speed. The main character stabs the enemy in the back, uses the silver swift fist skill. The rest of the gang watch in horror as their boss is hit. The guy kicks his opponents. He uses the silver chain skill. The young man runs towards the enemy. He shouts that he wants to continue the fun. The guy hits him in the face. He uses the silver rip fist skill. The system says that the second rank warrior was destroyed and 150,000 experience points were received for this. The 2 men run towards the high school student. The main character catches their fist blows. They fall from twisted arms. The men scream in terrible pain. The guy used the silver skill of the flame palm. The young man lifts his foot off the ground. He swings it and hits the 2 fighters. 2 second-rank warriors were destroyed, and in total the guy received 300,000 experience points. The remaining bandits open their eyes wide in horror. They say he doesn't have the strength of a second-rank warrior. The gang leader rises from the ground, leaning on his sword. He says that the boy's strength is impressive, and if not for his defensive technique, his blow could have broken the bandit's spine. The man runs towards the enemy with his hand extended forward. He shouts that he will kill his rival so that it doesn't cost him, and for this he uses the technique of pompous movements. Bandits surround the main character. The guy hits one of them. He uses a ripping fist. His fist becomes saturated with energy. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He realizes that this is not a real body in front of him. The enemy attacks from behind, and the main character turns around to face him. He dodges the man's punch. The opponent opens his eyes wide in bewilderment. The main character holds himself by the shoulder, looking at his opponents. The man jumps up and the guy watches him. He holds his sword in his hands. The man uses the golden skill. Many doubles of the bandit appear. He uses the execution of 1,000 illusions. The shadows, along with the bandit, jump on the main character. The man shouts that his technique will cut the guy into thousands of pieces. The main character smiles maliciously. He replies that it will be easier for him than steamed turnips. Illusions land on the ground. The bandit screams for the main character to die. The guy uses his energy in front of his eyes. He understands that the man is using illusions. The guy dodges the bandit's blows. The young man smiles maliciously, looking at the man. He greets him, saying his name. The bandit opens his eyes wide in horror. He shouts that this is impossible, because the guy absolutely managed to find out his name and location. The main character imbues his fist with energy while looking at the enemy. He chuckles and says he is a cheater. The guy uses his fist, filled with energy, and swings. He uses the power of a rushing and tearing fist. The guy hits his opponent straight in the chest. The man twists in pain. He opens his eyes wide in horror. The bandit shouts that if he is destined to die, he will drag the main character down with him. The opponent concentrates all his energy in his chest. With its help, he creates a vortex that attracts the guy to himself. The main character realizes that the man is using self-destruction, and they are all using the same techniques. The man's eyes roll upward. A huge explosion occurs. The guy flies off to the side. He hits the wall, breaking it. The young man with a tired expression on his face looks ahead. He thinks that if his unlucky teacher had not taught the guy to use the power of drains to increase protection, then now he would definitely have died. But the main character had to instantly use all the energy of the drains in his body to cover his body, and because of this, the young man begins to feel strong weakness. Bandits approach the main character. They say they were carried away because they managed to find shelter from the explosion. Men surround the guy. One of them chuckles and says that even though the self-destruction of their boss did not fry him, he still, judging by his appearance, will not be able to raise his fist. The bald man opens his mouth wide. He chuckles and says that they will still finish what their boss started and cut him to pieces. The young man smiles sarcastically. He says that they were wrong to decide that he wouldn't even raise his fist, and he wonders since when did the phrase "won't rise" appear in the vocabulary of men. The main character imbues his entire body with energy. He uses a burst of anger. The guys are gritting their teeth in horror. They don't understand how he became back in action, because a couple of seconds ago he looked weak. A huge explosion occurs. The guy gets +3 experience. The men shout that he should not come near them. Hotel building. The main character is sitting at the computer with a tired expression on his face. He says he feels great when the rage blast is activated, but when it wears off, he feels like someone has survived him. The guy looks at the site's search bar. He says that he will need to go to the death path the next day, so in the meantime he has time to gather some information online. The system message states that in order to view the site that the main character is trying to go to, it is necessary to deposit 10,000 of Alliance currency. The guy opens his mouth wide in displeasure. He shouts that they are mocking him, since for viewing one unfortunate page you have to pay money, and besides, as much as 10,000. The main character looks at the card in his hands. He thinks that as long as he has several million in his account, he will definitely not be disappointed in purchasing the information he needs. An evolved snake and raven against a gray landscape. The information says that the landscape of the Path of Death consists entirely of black rock and is absolutely devoid of any vegetation. And among the evolved animals of the 3rd rank, the main representatives are rock snakes, whose habits are to hide under the rocky ground. The venom of rock snakes has a paralyzing property. The bite effect on warriors below the 3rd rank is equal to strong anesthesia, and there are also giant crows, which are evolved beasts of the 4th rank. They reach colossal sizes, and in their habits they know how to hide their body behind their wings, thereby merging with the local landscape. They are known for their savagery and immediately attack at the sight of a person. The main character opens his eyes wide in horror. He says that there are too many species of evolved beasts, ranging from small to huge. A monster with a huge body and a toothy mouth. Atom Smasher is a rank 5 evolved beast with incomparable strength and the ability to provoke an attack. A huge chicken with red eyes holding a ball in its claws. The Cicatrice is a rank 5 evolved beast, whose specialty is its strength and long-range attacks with stones and other projectiles. The main character opens his mouth wide in horror. He understands that on his way there will be beasts of the 5th rank, from the photographs of which it is clear that they are unrealistically strong. The guy closes the search page. He says that there is nothing to do, and let it be what will be. The young man looks at the computer with a malicious smile. He says that he wonders how much his unlucky teacher bought him a spear for. A picture of swords made from meteorite black iron, the starting price of which is 1 billion. The main character realizes in horror how much his spear could cost. He remembers his teacher who gave it to him. The guy says that 1 billion is just the starting price, and he didn't think that she would be so rich that she would give him such a valuable gift. And then it turns out that she really has a high opinion of him or wants to touch him enough to marry him. The girl scratches her nose. She sneezed and said that she had been sneezing too much lately. City building. The man shouts in displeasure that the gang boss was also killed. He stands with his back to his charges. He shouts that he is surrounded by only mediocrities, and this matter no longer concerns only the Tang clan. Now that the guy has killed several members of the Palace of Deification, he will not rest until he is finished. He turns to his charges. The man shouts for them to set a reward for the guy on the Hunter's network, and the size of the reward is 10 million, and also attach information about him. The ward makes a surprised expression on his face. He understands that they themselves will not fight him. A man holds his hand to his nose with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that if the center finds out about the Ascension Palace department, and that he is not able to deal with some kid and even lost so many people in the process, their reputation will come to an end. A train that travels through the desert. A man with white hair walks through the station. The main character is in the toilet looking at his phone. He smiles maliciously. A system window appears in front of the main character. Carrier, Lenzu, level 16, strength 320, endurance 107 plus 20, speed 80, total combat effectiveness 2102, is a warrior of the 3rd rank and plus 20 to the endurance attribute. Anger accumulation 0, 100, abilities, Eye of Analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The guy looks at the phone in bewilderment. He realizes that someone is calling him. He doesn't know who because he only bought a phone a day ago and told his number to friends whose contact information he had. The guy holds the phone near his ear. He greets Teacher Lau. The man asks where the guy is. The teacher opens his mouth wide, holding the phone to his ear. The guy replies that he is now on the train on the death route. The teacher says that his name is on the Hunter's network. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks what kind of network this is. A hacker is trying to hack a website. The teacher replies that it is a bounty platform and little is known about it, including who its founders are and where the server is located. In addition, the site was created using advanced technology, and even the most famous hackers could not hack it, so the federal government had to come to terms with its existence. The guy makes a calm expression on his face. The teacher asks him to be on guard, because there will probably be many who want to cause trouble for him. The guy replies that he understands him and will be careful. He accesses the site via mobile phone. The guy says that he doesn't know who could put a reward on him, only if it's the Palace of Deification. The site contains a photo of a guy with information that he is a 2nd rank warrior and his specialty is the spear and he uses the kicking technique. The reward for his capture is 10 million. The main character is surprised that the reward is very small and is glad that they consider him a warrior of the 2nd rank, because this only benefits him since not a single high-ranking warrior will bother for pennies and the reward can only attract low-ranking warriors. In addition, he has already reached the 3rd rank, so the greedy warriors will give him experience. The liquid in the glass began to shake. The main character holds his hands in front of him in bewilderment. He doesn't understand why the high-tech train began to shake. He glances at the door. The guy realizes that something happened outside. A man's foot breaks down the door. The mercenary hits the main character in the face. The guy, perplexed, asks who he is. The young man swings his fist. The bandit dodges his blow. The main character hits him with a charged leg. The man falls to the ground in pain and spits water. The guy glances ahead in bewilderment. He understands that someone has taken it into his head to seize the train. Bandits in red clothes attack people sitting on a train. The protagonist understands that in tight spaces, warriors using large weapons are at a disadvantage. The plane flies next to the train. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face, looking at him. He understands that the bandits had prepared in advance. The man behind makes a swing to hit the youth. The main character grabs his hand on the fly. Holding it in his own, he charges the opponent's hand with energy. The guy uses a fiery hand. The man's hand becomes saturated with energy and curls while he clenches his teeth in pain. The young man strikes his opponent's face with a charged fist. The main character uses a ripping fist. The man flies to the back of the train. He sits motionless against the wall. Standing with his back to his opponents, the guy turns back. He sees a bandit holding a stranger by the clothes, threatening him with a weapon. The man shouts that if a stranger has no money, then he has no life. The main character runs up to the bandit, swinging his loaded hand. He uses a ripping fist and punches the man in the face. The guy, with a calm expression on his face, glances at his fellow traveler. He asks if he is okay. The man exhales calmly, wiping sweat from his forehead. He replies that he is fine and will live. The main character holds his hands folded on his chest. He asks his fellow traveler who the bandits are. The man makes a calm expression on his face, looking at the bodies of the group. He answers the main character that they are the Black Tiger criminal gang, which specializes in robberies and scams, but he did not expect that they would dare to take over the train, and, most likely, the allied forces of the city had already received news of the attack. The man pushes the guy behind him. He says that they need to hold out until the troops arrive, and therefore the guy should hide behind his back for now. The main character runs towards opponents. The man behind him shouts to be careful. The guy kicks the bandits. The passenger standing behind him opens his eyes and mouth wide in horror. He thinks that today's youth are very harsh. The train is surrounded by military aircraft. The bandits open their eyes wide in horror and grit their teeth. They realize that the allied forces have already arrived to capture them. The bandits run away in horror to the end of the train. Their plane is destroyed and it explodes. The remains of the plane fall to the ground. The man opens his mouth wide with joy, looking at the arriving troops, and then turns around at the guy running away towards the bandits. He doesn't understand where the kid is going. The guy shouts that he wants to catch up with his experience points. With burning eyes, he tries to catch the fleeing bandits. They tearfully ask him not to come closer. The military enters the train with their weapons raised. They say they are allied forces and everyone needs to stay put with their hands up. The passenger opens his mouth wide in horror and raises his hand. He replies that he is an ordinary civilian and asks not to shoot. He points with a smile at the main character, who is beating the bandit. The man says that they were late, since the young man had already dealt with the attackers from the Black Tiger group. The soldiers stand with their guns raised. They ask people to show their travel cards. The man shows his ticket to the military man. He realizes that they are indeed passengers. The conductor approaches the main character and the passenger. She says that she apologizes for the commotion, because the Black Tiger group had just tried to hijack the train, but the Allied Army soldiers had already dealt with the threat, and they sincerely regret the inconvenience they had to endure, so the company will pay appropriate compensation to all passengers. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He asks what will happen to those warriors who died due to their negligent use of duties. The girl bows to the man, lowering her eyes. She replies that the company will also compensate their families. The main character goes to another part of the carriage. He replies that if a person has chosen the path of death, then he must be ready to die at any moment. The man stops the guy and he glances at him. He says that since the young man is going to the path of death, he also wants to go with him so that they can unite and look out for each other. The main character gives him a dissatisfied look. He replies that if they enter into cooperation, then he must offer him something. A man scratches his forehead with his hand. He replies that he was there 3 years ago with a group of adventurers and is well versed in the first half of the route, so with him he can avoid many hidden dangers, since the main character has not been there yet. And from the very beginning of the route, the path of death has many branches, therefore any wrongly chosen road can lead to death, and without a guide it is difficult to take even a small step. The young man holds his chin. He replies that in that case they can connect, but he wonders for what purpose the man went there, and he assumes that it is to hunt evolved animals for money. The fellow traveler makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that he wants to find a plant there, but the problem is that in the place where it should grow, strong evolved animals live, and if possible, he would like to ask the guy to share his power and help him. The guy goes to his room on the train. Before this, he asks the man to find him when the main character eats. Dark city with wooden houses. The main character and his new friend look at the buildings of a small town. The man says that this is their starting point and the only place on the death road where people live, which is called Iron City. The man walks forward behind the young man. A man's hand grabs a guy's shoulder. The stranger makes a malicious smile, looking at the main character. He says that this path is not for youths whose lips have not dried milk, and here any carelessness will result in him stretching his legs. So he suggests that the guy lend him everything valuable that he has, and in return he will take care to prevent this from happening. The main character looks at him with a malicious expression on his face. He says he understands that the man wants to rob him. The high school student thinks that he has just arrived and is already receiving experience points. To the right of the communicating guys, a huge beast appears with its mouth opening. He jumps on the stranger, biting his face. The man screams that he is being attacked by a second-rank beast. The monster's mouth opens wide. He eats their opponent. The main character smiles maliciously, folding his arms over his chest. He says that any carelessness will result in him stretching his legs, just like he said. A monster with a bloody mouth turns towards the main character. He tells him not to stare. A monster with its mouth slightly open rushes towards the main character. The man asks the boy to be careful. He makes a malicious smile, looking at him. He replies that he is no weaker than a beast. A high school student swings a loaded fist. He uses the ripping fist method. The guy makes a blow to the monster's mouth. An explosion occurs. The monster collapses, exhausted, while the man opens his mouth wide in surprise. He runs to the boy who is trying to get the crystal from the body of the beast. He doesn't understand where the evolved beast came from. The man replies that this happens there all the time, and from time to time some animal breaks through the fence and runs into the city, and for the residents this is normal everyday life. The main character turns to his fellow traveler in bewilderment. He says he is surprised that, despite this, there are people who dare to live there. Residents watch the men leave. One of them says that the main character has the aura of a first-rank warrior, but at the same time he blew up a second-rank beast with one blow. And it turns out that he is one of those who is heading to the university on the outskirts of the death path, and his age is also suitable. A female voice answers him that every year young nuggets pass by their city, going to the university through the path of death. A girl with red hair smiles sarcastically, holding her hand to her chin. She says that she did not expect the boy to be such a strong guy, and therefore she would like to team up with him in a group. Behind a group of townspeople sits an old man on a chair. He says that he cannot understand the youth of today since they are striving with all their might towards their own death. A townsman with a bald head turns to look at an old man sitting on a chair. He says that the grandfather is trying to put the evil eye on them, but at the same time the guy would like to know what evolved animals live on the path of death. An old man with a thick white beard smokes a pipe. He replies that there are a lot of them, and his memory is not very good. The man knocks the pipe out of the old man's hands. He shouts that he asked the old man a question and would like an answer to it. The main character and his friend turn around at the altercation. The man says that the group will not be well since the old man is not as meek as he seems at first glance. The main character thinks that his grandfather is a warrior of the 4th rank, but he would never have thought that in such a small town the level of strength would be at such a level. Although this is not surprising, because without such strength, sooner or later you can end up in the stomach of an evolved beast that broke through the fence. The old man reaches out to pick up the phone from the ground. The warrior tries to kick the old man's hand. He screams for his grandfather not to ignore him. The main character behind him kicks the warrior in the back. He says that the man is a grown-up brat and doesn't know about basic respect for elders. The stranger bends down, holding his back. He says the kid is looking for trouble. The main character makes a malicious smile, showing 2 fingers. The guy says that his words apply to him, and he gives them 2 choices, in the first of which they will clean up themselves, and in the second they will leave the human world. The bandits clench their teeth in anger. The main character, with his hands on his chest, watches the group leave. They say that they will leave the city, but the young man will now have to look behind his back more often. The guy turns to the old man sitting behind him. He asks if he is okay. The man replies that everything is fine and says thank you to the young guy. The young man raises his hand up as a sign of farewell. He replies that then everything is fine and they will move on. The old man asks the guy to stop. He exhales smoke from his mouth. Grandfather holds the phone in his hands, looking at the young guy. He says that he rarely met among young people those who respect age, and he, as an old man, would be sorry if a young man died prematurely. So he must remember that when he has walked 500 meters, he should take a roundabout route, so how a disaster of insects awaits on the straight path. The main character smiles widely, raising his hand up, while his colleague watches him. He replies that he understood grandfather, and now they will go. The man thinks that the main character immediately saw the old man's strength, which means he specifically intervened to get information from him. The main character and his friend are watching the gang ahead. They stop, looking forward. The guy says they have walked 500 meters, so they should take a detour. A man with a bald head turns to look at the couple standing behind him. He says that they are a couple of fools for turning off the smooth and main road onto a difficult path. A hand touches a man's shoulder. One of the people in the group opens his eyes and mouth wide. He looks in surprise at what is in front of him. A crowd of insects crawls along the mountain. One of them comes out of the shadows. Huge locusts become alert when they see people. A crowd of insects flies towards a group of men. They shout that these are 2nd rank black locusts. Monsters attack one of the men. They gnaw his body to the bone. A man with red hair lies back from a swarm of monsters. He shouts for his group to leave quickly. A swarm of locusts overtakes and grabs the red-haired warrior. He screams in pain and asks to be saved. The main character watches as a swarm of locusts attacks the group. The protagonist's companion watches what is happening in horror. He says it's good that they listened to the old man and turned off the main road. The young man smiles maliciously, looking at him. He says that this is the whole science so as not to bully a person who seems weak in appearance. A couple walks along a road among the rocks. The main character looks at them in surprise. He says it is difficult to find a way among the mountain pillars. He raises his hand, looking at the rocks. The man says that it's not a problem, since everyone who passes along one or another road on the path of death leaves marks, and he wants to find them. A pair of bandits are running behind the main character. The girl with red hair makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She shouts that the main character knew that danger awaited them, but did not warn them about it. The guy puts his hand on his side with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he is not their daddy to worry about their safety. The girl clenches her teeth in anger. The man calls to the main character, raising his hand and pointing his finger forward. He says he has found a way. The couple walks forward. The girl turns to the survivor from her group. She whispers that they should follow them since they are familiar with the surrounding area. The guy's hands appear through the rocks. They follow the road that appeared after the cave. The main character says that his uncle is great, and if it weren't for him, they would not have been able to easily find the path. The man replies that this is all thanks to the people who have already walked along these paths. The guy and his friend look at the forest ahead. The main character asks what it is called. The man replies that this is the Azure Thicket, and the name comes from the fact that all the trees there are blue. But, be that as it may, it is inhabited by many evolved beasts, and therefore you need to keep your eyes open. The guy is wary of the group walking behind him. He opens his eyes wide. The main character realizes that he hears a familiar sound. A swarm of locusts appears from under the rock. The man makes a frightened expression on his face. He doesn't understand why the locusts overtook them again, and most likely it was because they came following the group behind them. The main character thinks that this is great since he wants to earn points on the trail. A group of bandits are running from a swarm of black locusts. They shout that there are locusts in front of them. A guy with a malicious expression on his face runs towards the swarm. The man behind him tries to stop his friend. The young man thinks that the warriors are shaking at the sight of locusts. He reaches for the rope holding the spear on his back. The student thinks that locusts are very small in size, huge in number and bloodthirsty, so dealing with them is really a delicate matter. A spear falls out from behind the main character's back. He catches it with his hand as he goes. The guy thinks that he can deal with them in no time. He swings his spear. The main character uses the greatness of the phoenix. The locusts flying in front of his face instantly burst into flames. The system window says that he killed a rank 2 locust and received a total of 10,000 points. The guy, stretching his spear forward, burns through the bodies of the locusts with his energy. He thinks that although they give little experience for them, their quantity creates compensation. A crowd of burning insects falls to the ground. The system windows say that the guy killed many rank 2 locusts and in total received more than 20,000 experience points for them. The young man falls to his knees, spreading his arms. Near it lies a lot of insect corpses. He looks at the bag full of anomalous crystal with a calm expression. The guy says that even with minor skills, you can make a fortune because he received more than 100 pieces of anomalous crystal of the 2nd rank. And it is not surprising that the death path is called a place where you can make a fortune, although dealing with a huge swarm was not so easy. The opposite group, along with his friend, open their mouths wide in surprise. The man looks at the boy with a calm expression on his face. He thinks that his friend just casually incinerated more than 100 black locusts, so he is confident that he can finally get the plant he needs. The main character walks forward, straight to the forest. He tells his friend to go, because he still doesn't know what other monsters lie ahead. Trees with blue foliage. The main character asks where the plant the man is looking for is located. He replies that he is not in the forest, and they will still need to go through the azure thicket and get to Black Salt Lake. A guy and his friend are sitting under a tree. He says that, if you believe the posts on the Warriors Alliance website, there are still a fair number of evolved beasts ahead of them. The man replies that this is true and, besides, some of them were influenced by the terrain and took on a blue color, allowing them to easily hide among the trees, so they need to be doubly careful. The guy looks at his phone. He reads the tasks, which say that the first is to collect soil samples from the azure thicket, and for this a reward of 100,000 alliance currency is given. The second is to collect the skin of mutated azure snakes. The reward is 1,200,000, and the third is to collect salt crystals. The reward is 50 millions of alliance currency. The guy looks at the phone in bewilderment. He asks his friend what salt crystals are and why people pay so much for them. The man turns to the boy in bewilderment. He replies that these crystals can be found at the bottom of the Black Lake, and they are extremely rare since they form there once every few decades. The guy looks at his friend with a wide smile. He says that since the goal of his search is in the Black Lake area, he is just going to try his luck with the task about the crystals. The main character opens his eyes wide. He thinks that he feels bloodlust. A high school student and a friend dodge a blow. The guy looks up with an angry expression on his face. He shouts that there is a sniper in the tree. The guy runs forward, dodging shots. He stops near a tree, looking up. The young man thinks that he has already spotted the enemy. The high school student jumps forward. He runs along the tree trunk to the top. The guy ends up next to the man sitting upstairs. The man tries to cover his face in horror. The guy makes a spear strike to the enemy's head. The system window says that the 2nd rank warrior was destroyed and 15,000 experience points were received for this. The main character looks at the defeated enemy with a grin. He says that his opponent was clearly not alone and now they will all turn into experience points. A man runs away from shells falling on him. He says that members of the Black Tiger group are shooting at him. The man pulls out a weapon from behind his back. He swings his sword. Friend uses shimmer cut. He throws the mercenary from the tree trunk. He falls to the ground in front of the man. The main character kills the enemy behind his friend's back. The man becomes terrified. He turns in surprise at the main character, who is finishing off the enemy. The man makes a frightened expression on his face. He thinks that the guy scares him, because while he was dealing with one, the young man managed to kill 6. The main character approaches his friend, who is putting his weapon behind his back. He asks where the Black Tiger group's base is. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that he doesn't know for sure, but nevertheless, the azure thicket attracts many dishonest warriors, since here it is easy to surprise and rob other warriors. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He asks which way they need to go, because he has the feeling that the trees are completely different from each other, both in color and shape, and the landscape is too monotonous, and therefore he does not understand how he can find his way. The man smiles broadly and takes out an object, showing it to the main character. He asks him not to worry and says he has a device. The main character asks if it is a compass. The man looks at the red dots on the device. He replies that no, because due to magnetic fields, a compass is of no use, but this device indicates the direction of strong magnetic fields. The man points the main character to the right with his hand. He says that the closer to the center of the thicket, the stronger the magnetic field, and as long as they have this thing, there is no fear of getting lost. Tree trunks with blue foliage. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He says that in front of them is a high-ranking beast. The soil under the feet of wanderers is damp and loose. The young man asks the man if it rains in the forest. The satellite says that precipitation occurs on Death Path from time to time, but only in a small area. The high school student makes a wary expression on his face. The shadow of an unknown monster appears in front of him. The beast crawls into the light, having a long, spiky body and a toothy mouth. The system says that this is a royal leech of the 3rd rank, the peculiarity of which is its rarity. It lives in the azure thicket and can be 50 centimeters in size, and there are also individuals whose size reaches 1 meter. They have low mobility and make a sound similar to mooing. The man and the main character turn green with horror. The boy asks his friend if he has salt. He thinks that leeches are afraid of salt, although it is unknown whether it will have an effect on the evolved beast. The companion takes out a jar of salt from his pocket. He replies that he actually has some. The young man opens the jar. He comes closer to the beast and throws a handful of salt at it. Salt particles fall on the leech's body. She goes wild and opens her mouth wide, filled with teeth. The wanderers open their mouths wide in horror. They scream in fear. A toothy monster crawls towards the warriors. He makes a sudden movement and hits a tree as the man and the main character dodge. The beast pierces the tree with its fangs and teeth. It leaves a dent in the wood and particles of poison. The tree splits from the blow, and the leech turns towards the wanderers. She makes movements with her body. An evolved beast crawls towards the main character. He swings his spear, saturated with energy. The guy uses the Phoenix method of greatness. He hits the monster with fiery force. The leech opens its mouth wide in pain caused by the fire attack. The main character and his friend look at what is happening with an angry expression on their faces. The guy thinks that it should be finished with her, since leeches are extremely afraid of losing internal moisture, and the fire from several attacks of the Phoenix's greatness could certainly set her on fire. The monster jumps into the ground. It is buried from the fire inside the soil. The main character shouts that it's bad that she knows how to bury herself. The companions turn around, looking in different directions. The man asks if the main character sees the leech. She lifts the ground beneath her, crawling into the thicket of the forest. The man shouts for the guy to be careful as she still hasn't left. The main character, wary, turns back. A male voice says that newcomers have been brought into their place again. A man with red hair and a large body appears in front of the main character. The system window says that this is a 3rd rank warrior. The man makes a surprised expression on his face, looking at his opponent. He tells the young man that he is a hunter who is engaged in robbing warriors who find themselves in the azure forest. The man looks at the warrior with a calm expression. He asks what he needs from them. The bandit licks his lips with his tongue, holding a bloody sword in front of him. He says that the wanderer himself answered his own question. Since he knows that he is a hunter, he understands perfectly well that he needs to solve them and take things. A leech crawls underground next to the bandit. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He tells the man that if he takes a step, he will most likely be left without legs, and after that he should not say that the guy did not warn him. The bandit points his finger at the youth. He says that this is the first time in many years that he has been threatened by prey, and therefore he pays tribute to his courage, and for this he will be given a quick death. The man takes a step forward. His foot steps on the leech's body. The bandit screams in pain. He opens his eyes wide in horror. The mercenary realizes that in front of him is a royal leech. She grabs his leg, spraying her poison. An irritated man strikes a leech with his sword. He screams for her to die. The guy looks at the warrior in bewilderment. He says that he killed her too easily. Millions of larvae emerge from the body of a leech. The system window says that these larvae have the 3rd rank, high speed of movement, and the presence of suckers in the head, which allow them to attach to a person and absorb his blood, therefore they have high nutritional value and crunch when eaten raw. The main character opens his mouth wide in horror. He swears and shouts that there are a lot of them. A crowd of leeches crawls along the leg towards the mercenary's body. They attach themselves to his arms, legs, and stomach. The man tries to disperse them by shaking his hands and swinging his sword. He shouts for them to get out. The warrior falls to the ground and a horde of leeches consumes his entire body. Many animals crawl towards the mercenary's body. He dies instantly, completely losing all blood from his body. The main character holds his hand in front of his eyes and examines what is happening. The man asks him to look for another road. The guy thinks that, despite their size, they are third-rank beasts, and therefore there is simply a huge wave of experience points. With burning eyes and protruding tongue, he runs forward. The young man shouts that he will absorb all the experience points. He swings his spear. The guy uses the pear-colored flurry method. The spear makes many strikes at the larvae. They fly away and die. The system states that many rank 3 larvae were destroyed, and more than 30,000 experience points were gained for them. He continues to use the spear, poking it at the monsters. The guy chuckles and says that he didn't think he'd get so many points for small things. The larvae fly off to the side. The main character uses a pear-colored flurry. He makes one last, powerful swing, and the entire wave of worms flies away. They rise up and die from the energy charge. The system says that the guy gets more than 60,000 experience points for killing them. A man watches his friend holding a spear while standing in a pile of maggot corpses. He opens his mouth wide in horror. The man thinks that less than a minute has passed since the guy destroyed all the monsters. The queen of the larvae on the ground begins to move. The young man opens his eyes wide in horror. He understands that she is not dead. The guy watches in bewilderment as the monster attacks him. She bares her teeth, trying to bite the guy's face. He strikes with a spear with energy charged into it. The guy uses the greatness of the phoenix. The remains of the leech burn with fire. The guy becomes wary as the rest of the leech behind him tries to escape. He runs after her to catch up. The guy shouts that she can't escape from him. He swings his spear, clenching his teeth. He shouts that he is using the phoenix's greatness. The spear charged with fire magic flies to the ground. He hits the ground and it catches fire. The leech on the ground flies to the side, receiving a fiery charge. The system notifies that the royal leech of the 4th rank was destroyed, and 1,880,808 experience points were received for it, and therefore the level of the main character was raised to 17. The main character approaches the leech's body. He says that he has gained a lot of experience, and a rank 4 anomalous crystal can be sold for more than $1 million, and leech skin itself should be a good material. The guy opens his mouth wide with joy, looking at the phone. He shouts that there is a task on the Warrior Alliance website to collect the skin of royal leeches, and the reward for completing it is 10 million. The main character looks at the characteristics table. Bearer, Linzu, level 17, strength 320, possibly upgraded to 337, endurance 107 plus 20, speed 80, total combat capability 2102. Upgradable to 2220 is a warrior of the 3rd rank and plus 20 to the stamina attribute. Anger accumulation 0, 100, abilities, Eye of Analysis, explosion of anger, camouflage. The guy thinks that along with the 17th level he received 17 stat points. He asks the system to put everything into power. Standing in a pile of dead larvae, the guy raises his hand up with a smile. He asks his friend to go forward with him. The man replies that he is already on his way, and they will soon reach the Black Lake. Bushes and trees with blue foliage. Black Lake. It is surrounded by trees on all sides. The main character looks at the water in surprise. He asks his friend if this is the place. The man replies that everything is correct and this is the Black Lake. The guy goes down, holding his hands in the water. He says that it is a little strange, since the water in it is simply icy. The man falls to his knees. The guy asks in bewilderment what he is doing. Kneeling on the ground, he shows the guy a phone with a picture of coral. The man begs him to help, since the plant he told him about is called salt coral and grows at the bottom of the Black Lake. Tears flow from the companion's eyes. He explains that his daughter has contracted a deadly virus that is gradually destroying her immune system, and when its symptoms fully manifest themselves, even the slightest cold can take her life. The main character looks at his friend in surprise. He continues to say that in recent years he has been rushing from side to side and found information that the salt coral growing at the bottom of the Black Lake can cure her illness. The main character with a calm expression on his face holds a spear in front of him, watching his friend. He goes on to explain that the Black Lake is certainly home to strong evolved beasts, but their strength should not exceed rank 4. And during their journey, he was able to see what the guy is capable of, so finding this plant should not be a problem for him. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He is silent for a moment and then squats down to be at the same level as the man. He replies that he would not have been able to get there without him, and besides, he accepted the task of collecting salt crystals anyway, so he will explore the bottom of the lake anyway. The man with a smile takes out a mask from his briefcase. He replies that he need not worry, since his efforts will not be in vain if he takes safety glasses, since they have a searchlight on top that will make it easier to explore the lake. The man extends his hand to the guy. He says that his brother may not find the salt crystals since they don't appear there every hour and it just depends on luck. A high school student pulls on his glasses. He says he won't know until he tries it and will bring him the plant anyway. A guy jumps into the water while a man holds his backpack. The main character sinks to the bottom. He thinks that the water is terribly cold. He uses the energy of the drains to envelop his body. The guy understands that using it, the cold is not felt so much. He lights the path with a lantern to see where to go. He thinks that the lake is too big, but for some reason he didn't even meet small fish. Having dropped to the bottom, the guy shines a flashlight through it. He thinks that he sees neither salt crystals nor salt coral. Shining in front of him, he sees something glistening. The main character thinks that there is most likely a salt crystal there. Getting closer, the high school student sees a claw. He understands that this is an evolved beast. In front of the hero's face is a fish with huge teeth and claws. The system window says that this is a huge rank 4 overlooker. The guy shines a flashlight on him. He envelops his entire body with the energy of the origins. The monster grabs his hands with its claws. The guy looks at his toothy claws in horror. He understands that the monster is developing enormous speed and he cannot evade. Lake, next to blue trees. The main character imbues his body with energy while in the monster's claws. He activates an explosion of anger. The guy frees himself from the clutches of the beast. The monster opens its mouth wide. The guy shines a flashlight at her and raises his fist. He punches with a loaded fist. The main character uses the tearing fist method. The young man hits the fish in the face. She flies off into the depths of the bottom. Charged with energy, the main character looks at the bottom. He thinks that his tearing fist was unable to manifest its power due to being underwater, and it is unlikely that the fish died after him, and there was no system notification about its killing. The guy is wary. At the depths, among a lot of bones, stones glow. The guy watches them with a wide smile. He thinks that there are salt crystals in front of him. Blue coral found among a pile of bones. The main character understands that there is also coral next to the crystals. He swims towards his prey. The fish appears behind him. The high school student opens his eyes wide in horror. The monster swims next to the main character. He thinks that the tearing fist was useless. The guy hits the fish in the eye. Taken aback, the monster does not notice how the main character floats away to the side. He dodges the claws. The beast tries to pull them again. Having dodged, the main character watches the fish. He thinks that in the water the power of his tearing fist is too low and will not be able to create a threat to her, but he did not have the opportunity to take a weapon with him. And as soon as the duration of the explosion of anger comes to an end, the chances of surviving in the water will be equal 0. The young man does not swim upward. He thinks that he needs to get ashore as soon as possible. The monster bares its mouth. He swims after the main character, trying to bite his leg. The guy speeds up using his energy. He thinks that the fish does not want to get involved with him. The young man looks at the monster, stopping. The beast grabs his clothes with its claws. In his underwear, the main character looks at the fish with a malicious smile. He thinks that he used the technique of the golden cyclid, throwing off the shell. That is, he used a distracting maneuver. The guy pulls the monster holding his clothes up. He hopes that the equipment will be durable enough because he has invested several million in it. The fish opens its eyes wide in horror. With the help of an explosion of anger, the guy lifts the fish above the land. He shouts that she will go to the surface. The protagonist's friend opens his mouth wide in horror. He shouts that the fish is simply huge. The high school student throws the monster to the ground. The beast lies, motionless, looking at the guy. A high school student runs up to a fish lying on the ground. He hits her in the head using a ripping fist. The system notifies that the evolved beast of the 4th rank has been destroyed, and 350 experience points have been received for it. Fish rolls his eyes. His friend approaches the main character with a briefcase. Making a surprised expression on his face, he looks at him. He asks if the guy is okay. The main character in underwear and with a helmet over his eyes looks at his friend. He replies that he is fine and has found crystals and salt coral. The main character comes out of the lake holding a coral in his hands. He smiles widely and hands it to his friend. The guy asks if this is the plant that the man needed. He sobs with joy, smiling widely. The man replies that this is the same plant. The friend bows to the main character, putting the coral into a special container. The man thanks the guy and says that his daughter will be saved. The friend reaches out to the briefcase. He says that he has a battle card of movement techniques that he inherited from his ancestors, and he still has no way to master it. The man draws a card to the main character. He says he wants to give it to him. The guy stretches his hands in front of him, trying to wave him off. He says that he cannot accept such an expensive gift. The man smiles widely, looking at his friend. He says that the salt coral he got for him is worth about the same and is of vital importance to him, so the man wants his brother to accept her. The main character scratches his head. He replies that he will accept the gift and asks if his friend will go back. The man replies that he should hurry and give the coral to the doctors so that it can be used to make a medicine that will save his daughter. The guy, perplexed, asks where he should go next when he continues moving. The man points his finger forward. He replies that in the next 50 kilometers there will be a zone of the azure thicket, and what's next, he himself does not know. Since 3 years ago he and the rest of the adventurers managed to get only to the outskirts of the azure thicket, but they had to turn around because they were attacked a strong evolved beast. The main character and his friend raise their hands up. The man says that it's time for them to say goodbye, but they will definitely see each other soon. The guy answers him the same. The main character dries his pants over a fire, looking at the equipment card and eating fried fish meat. He says it is surprisingly very tasty. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He says this movement